Okay, are we live? Can people see me? Is the stream streaming? Is the video playing? I need some confirmation.
Says zero for me.
Lost.
Lost.
Oh.
It's streaming because I can hear it because it's playing in my own stream. Okay, there we go. My stream was playing in my stream, so that's fine.
I forgot to mute it.
Okay, it's fine. We're here. We're in now. Everyone can hear me. I hope because I can hear myself. How is everyone? How are you guys? How are your penises doing today? Good.
Quite large.
That's
Yeah, no.
that's a small penis answer if I've ever heard it.
You're goddamn right.
Oh crap! Does
It's the
penis
same.
count as a curse word? Am I gonna get?
No, it's anatomy.
It's a body
It's just an
part.
I
anatomy
think it's an
lesson.
anatomy
That's a body
thing.
part.
I think that should be
Exactly.
fine. That should be fine. Yeah. I think we're
Could be
good.
fine.
Yeah, there's like this whole thing where if you say a curse word within the first minute of the stream, they block it and take all your money away because they're a bunch of Nazis.
Oh,
So anyway,
that's unfortunate.
okay, let's not spend the first half hour just bullshitting. Who is here ready to actually debate and get into it? Anybody?
I think my debate partner's eating dinner. So
I believe I have a debate.
Okay,
That's
Drum
good.
says it's your partner here. Drum says he's ready, and Casper says he's ready with Lee. So Casper and Lee, it seems like those were the first two to actually have partners. What's the debate, Casper and Lee? Casper and Lee. Also, Casper, what's your name on here? Because I don't see anyone named Casper. Oh wait, you and Drum and you and Lee? You pick one. Killua versus Johnny Joestar. Okay, Casper, what's your name? Give me your name. Give me your name. Here, I'll let Lee up. And I'm Peak Muslim. Peak Muslim. Oh, I just see a P. You got yourself on streamer mode. All right, invite to speak. Okay, Lee, I invited you, so come on up, and Muslim, come on up. Oh.
Alright, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yep.
Alright.
It's fine. Kane and Founding, I'm going to send you guys down. Okay, he went by himself. Yeah, when your partners come, I'll let you guys back up, okay?
Rouga, I do have one question. Is it one topic per person?
No.
I mean, we can get up here.
No.
Times.
Yeah, you can get up multiple
Oh,
times. Like
yeah,
I'm not going to keep
question.
one person up here to be in like 3 or 4 debates back to back, but
Yeah.
if you got one, finish it, go down, we'll let somebody else up, and then when they're done, we'll let you back up or something, whatever. Yeah, it just depends.
Alright, I got it.
Okay, so which one of you
Yeah, I'm supposed to
really
be with...
Which one of you
Millions
is
of
covering? Well, hold up. Actually, let me get my notes up. Which one of you is doing Killua, and which one of you is doing
Me.
Joestar?
Killua.
I'm doing JoJo characters.
All right, let's see. Hold up. Tier list. What was I doing? I was doing something. Debate topics. Here we are. Okay. Let's get rid of all that. Boop. And how do I get rid of this again? I don't remember how to. There we go. And then let's put that. How do I get rid of this? I don't remember how to get rid of this.
He's doing.
No, this thing I'm trying to. That ain't right. Nope. Stop. Damn it! I don't remember how to do that. Whatever. Okay, so we got Killua.
From Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, and then
Versus
miscellaneous JoJo characters.
Joe.
Or just JoJo characters.
What do you mean JoJo character? Which JoJo character?
Killua is a speedster, so maybe we should do Poochie.
He said Joe.
Guys, y'all know the
Joseph,
rules. Y'all gotta have
I
a
believe.
clear debate ready to
Oh,
go.
Hey, yeah, Jotaro was our character.
Okay, Jotaro.
Mm,
All right, that's the
No,
that's the
way too
Japanese
fast.
one. I think, right?
Jotaro. Yeah, he's picked Jotaro.
Okay.
I
Let's
guess.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's go to font. We will make that shit bigger so people can fucking read it. I'm pretty sure my minute was up. Let's see, fonts. Make it even bigger. God damn it, I hate how this shit works. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Font, make it bigger one more time. Alright. Make sure you guys can read that. And I'll make it bold just for giggles and stuff. That should be good. Okay, so here it is, Killua and Jotaro. Now, is there anybody else who knows anything about Killua and Jotaro? And we could turn this into a 2v2 or a 2v1 or whatever. Anybody else down in the stream, if you guys are ready, let me know. Also, same as usual, the stream is going to last as long as there's, super chats and people being engaged. Once that slows down and I feel like there's no point in me doing this anymore, I'll move on, I'll stop, and then, go enjoy the rest of my Sunday night, and I'll see you guys next week. So, anybody know anything about the thing? Kind of know Jotaro, but I'm shy. That's a no, sir. That is a no on the Jotaro-ness. I'm actually kind of assuming this to be a very, very slow night because it's Father's Day. I feel like people are doing Father's Day stuff right now. But I
actually didn't even know that was today.
That's awful. You are either terrible to your father or you don't have one. Those are the only two excuses for that.
I do have one. Okay. I'm not good with holiday dates.
So you're just a terrible son. That's all. Okay, fine, cool. So
yeah, pretty much.
So it's Father's Day. I was gonna do this. This stream was supposed to be last night, but it was storming where I am.
My father is in another state, so I'm gonna text him.
Terrible. Okay, so
this is actually perfect because Jotaro is a dad.
Oh, why is that? Most male humans are dads. This is such a weird thing to say. Okay, getting to the point. I was going to do the stream yesterday, but we ended up not doing it, or I ended up not doing it because it was pouring raining at my house and the internet was flashing on and off, and there was a massive storm here. So I knew that I would not be able to, sustain a stream for very long, and it would keep cutting out. So I just decided to move it to today, which was a really bad idea because it's Father's Day and I feel like no one's gonna be here. But whatever, is what it is. Thank you, Kane, for the $5, and hi to you too.
Yeah, I think my phone just died.
Okay, I don't see whose phone just died.
He said Peak's phone just died.
Petroleum Mojave. RoboCop versus My Hero Academia. Is that a debate that you want to be a part of? Because you gotta find a partner and stuff. All right. I don't see anyone saying that they can help with this or be involved in this anyway. So, wait, what? What, Lee?
Nothing.
Okay.
Just testing my mic.
I got you. So yeah, I guess you guys just get started, and if anybody else knows anything about these characters, let me know, and I'll chuck you all in there in the middle of the debate. Go for it.
Okay, so let me cover a bit of Killua here, if that's fine. He is a assassin. Since birth, he was trained. He's a 12-year-old, though, very young child. So he's not that tall, obviously. He has Nen. It's like the universe's power system. He can basically, it's like, he generates it, kind of like Ki from Dragon Ball, if you think about it. And he can form his Nen into lightning. He can't go real far from him. He doesn't throw it or anything. Mostly he does it to send signals through his body, make his reaction time faster, and also makes him faster when he activates it. So he does go pretty fast. The main idea, he runs through he goes probably faster than a car. We don't have any.
Gotta interrupt you, Lee.
What?
There's a super chat. I'm not. I'm trying to. Sorry. That's. We're not gonna do that again. No, but for people who aren't aware, there was this one time Lee was in a debate and everybody was purposely sending super chats to interrupt him. All right. Hope this isn't rude to say, but have you thought about my $1,000 for reading Medaka Box? You never talked to me about it in Discord when I messaged you. I get a lot of messages in Discord, tons and tons of messages. I'm not looking forward to the idea because I'm not really interested in Medaka Box, and I don't like the idea of accepting money to read something that I won't enjoy and won't get into at all. And I'm gonna feel compelled to read the whole thing, and that sounds like a fucking nightmare, and I don't want to do that. So probably not. Just because I just don't like it. Someone once paid me $100 to read something for them, and it was just one thing. It took me forever to get through it, and it was unbearable. And I was like, why am I doing this, dude? And it sucked. And it was and that was when I was a lot smaller of a channel, and I was making less money with the channel. But yeah, it's just, if I don't enjoy it, that's gonna be a fucking miserable experience. and it's gonna take a lot longer to get through and read that than it would to even work like a 40-hour job. Like I would have to sit down and read like this whole series, and it's like no, I'm good. So no, not really. Personally, I'm not in. Like if I get into it and I'm interested in it, then it will be an easy thing. But if I'm not interested in it, then I'm stuck in this like shitty situation that I don't want to be in. Also, where did your partner go, Lee? Let me back. What the hell happened, man? Hold up. Invite to speak. I invited you. Get back. What happened? Why'd you drop out?
I wasn't being mindful of my phone battery. I didn't see that it was about to die, but I got it on the charger now. My fault.
You're good. Okay. But so yeah, short answer, weird. I'm really not looking forward to it. So probably not. I would assume. It's just not. I don't know. It's just getting paid to read stuff. I don't like reading things that I'm not interested in. I don't like watching things or getting into things that I'm not interested in. And like, cause like reading stuff and watching stuff and comics and movies and shows. That's all entertainment. It's what I do for fun during my free time. And I'm like, why would I spend my free time doing something that basically feels like it's a job and I'm not enjoying it? It sounds awful to me. I don't know. So maybe I might get back to you, but I don't know. Probably not. I'm not looking forward to something like that. He won't be gay even for $1,000. That was what Luke Young said. Anyway, continue with y'all's debate. Go ahead.
All right. I guess you can start with the Killua scaling.
Lee. Okay, so I'm gonna count to 10, and then we're gonna fucking move. That's the second time you. That's the second.
He's back.
That's the second time you dropped out. If you drop out again, I'm kicking you. Okay. Just letting you know.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
My Discord just crashed.
No, I get it. I understand.
Like saying close app. I was like.
I understand. I'm just saying we gotta keep things moving at a relatively decent pace. That was the second time. Just go ahead.
Okay.
You can start with the Killua scaling, Lee.
So, Peak, did you hear my scaling just now? Did you hear what I said after you crashed or whatever? Okay, I'm just going to repeat it a bit faster. So, Killua was an assassin since birth. He's 12 years old. He's pretty short. He is a speedster. He runs pretty fast. Like, sometimes you can't see him. He can generate lightning that makes his reaction time faster. He can program orders.
Yeah, the Godspeed guy.
For his nervous. Yeah, Godspeed guy.
Okay,
so
yeah, I know
he's pretty
him.
fast. He's a little kid though, so if your guy's big or strong, you may be able to overpower him. He's shown to push a giant door one time. He's relatively strong too. He has basic assassin training. He knows anatomy. He pulled someone's heart out.
I love how I love how
put it in the bag.
I love how you're saying, okay, I'm gonna tell you everything you need to know about the scaling and how strong the character is, and then you proceed to just say a bunch of shit that doesn't tell you anything about how strong. He's really fast. He's kind of strong. He's he's 12 years old. He's got white hair. His eyes are blue.
Jotaro,
it's like what the hell does any of this have to do with anything?
Let me give. Okay, give me a sec. So he shown to push a giant door. I would say it's 10 meters tall. It was iron too, so it was pretty impressive. He could do that. That was just
I know the door you're talking about.
Yeah, that was just a base thing he could do. Yeah. And then he's shown running pretty fast, faster than you could see. Some people calculate it at Mach 2. I would say probably faster than the.
Yeah, in Godspeed, he is faster than lightning.
Yeah, lightning has weird speed.
He's
lightning doesn't have consistent.
Well, lightning
speed.
Isn't the speed of light, but it is very fast.
Depends.
It's very fast, but we don't know how fast.
Depends.
So, yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
He can make lightning, he can generate lightning, put orders into his body. He has some random assassin skills, he's shown making after image by working in a pattern, walking. So that's pretty cool. Besides that, I think that's all you need to know. Give me some of Jose. Give me your guys.
It's Jotaro. He's the grandson of Joseph.
Jotaro.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Jotaro.
we'll do pre-Dio Jotaro because after the Dio fight, that's when he gets time stop, and with time stop, it's pretty much just stops time and wins. But pre-Dio, one of his earlier fights is against a guy named Polnareff. Polnareff's stand is Silver Chariot, where its whole thing is like speed. And back then, it was said to be light speed, and Jotaro's stand, Star Platinum, ended up being quite a bit faster than Star Platinum, being able to outpace it, be much stronger than it. So, kind of early part 3 Jotaro was about light speed, or at light speed, or just above it. But later on, Polnareff unlocks the ability to strip Silver Chariot of its armor, and it gets so fast that people are seeing like multiple clones of it as it like floats in a circle and stuff. And Jotaro over the series still stays relatively quite a bit faster than Silver Chariot. So you could put him faster than light, but not, I wouldn't necessarily say massively faster than light. Some people do say that, but I don't necessarily agree with that.
I
And
don't
then with
think he's
physical
light
strength,
speed.
oh no, he is, because Jotaro himself isn't, but his stand is.
His stand, you could maybe say that, but like there is a stand that was light, and Polnareff couldn't attack it at all.
Well,
And he
the
needed to
stand
literally try to predict its movements. Yeah,
the
Hangman.
stand. Okay, yeah,
That was
yeah. Okay, no, but the thing is, later he does actually end up hitting Hanging Man. So basically, Hangman, but he ends up hitting it.
but
Polnareff ends up hitting it, and he never has to take his armor off
but
during
that's
it.
because he predict. Maybe you could say armor, but he like
Well, I
had
mean,
predicted patterns where it was gonna move. Like it wasn't like he
in the,
outspeed him.
yeah, but what I'm going
But
off of is just like, what was stated in it, even in the data books, like it said Star Platinum and Silver Chariot at that fight were the same in speed. It also said that Silver Chariot was light speed. And with the whole thing of Hangman, yes, Hangman is like a light speed stand. Basically what it does is it travels through light. Once it hits your eye, it can like stab you once, then it has to like reattack. Okay, yes, you're right. He does end up having to predict where it is going in order for him to slash it, because here's the thing you got to remember: his stand is light speed. Polnareff himself isn't. So yeah, he could send the stand out and just be like stab everything in that area. The stand could do it, but he himself is not going to be able to really defend against a light speed attack as well until like later on in part 3, when they're more accustomed to fighting stands. Back then that was kind of like the midway point of their adventure, so they still weren't really.
But like Polnareff
Mhm.
had a stand since he was a child. Like I'm not sure how the experience would exactly play into him being able to react faster. Yeah, like didn't he have a
Polnareff.
stand since he was 7, Polnareff?
No. Okay, the whole thing
So
with
I'm not
Polnareff,
sure how.
I'm assuming what you're thinking of is Polnareff at that one part where he's fighting Sethin and he gets turned into like a little boy
Yeah.
and he still has a stand. Okay, what Sethin's
Yeah.
stand ability does is if you're consumed by the shadow, it makes you
turns
younger.
you younger.
It doesn't return you to. It's not basically being like, oh, you're gonna be you when you're 7 again. It's age regression, pretty much. Kind of like how there's powers that make you rapidly age.
Jotaro didn't have a stand when he got turned into a child. And Polnareff directly said during the fight that he had, like the person said, oh, you had your stand since you were a child, since it's regressing your whole body, basically, not your mind. Yeah. So he's had his child since he was a child.
That's my fault. But he may have his stand, but it's the same thing with Giorno. They didn't know how to fight with it when they're 7. They probably didn't even know what a stand was when they were that young.
Maybe you could say that, but like, how old is Polnareff? Like, in his 20s? Like, he got all the way put there.
Polnareff is young, so yeah, like 20, 21, somewhere around there. Because Jotaro is only 16.
There. Yeah. Like, I don't think experience would play a big part. Like, I don't think they can react at light speed or near that. Like, that's a good argument. You could say that.
Well, here's the thing with Jotaro in reacting at light speed is because there is later on fights where he does do that.
I don't think they're light
Platinum.
speed, at least reaction time.
Well, never mind. I said pre-Dio, so never mind. I can't use that stuff. But okay, I will give you that.
Like, can you show me a fight where does he fight at light speed though? I don't think there's any other stand that's really.
It is directly stated that Silver Chariot can move at light speed in the fight between him and Jotaro. It is directly
You mean
said
when he was
that
mind controlled?
Yes, when he was mind controlled, but mind control doesn't make you any stronger with Dio's flesh bud. That doesn't make you any stronger.
No, you mean like when he got controlled by the.
Yeah, when he was controlled
because
by.
Like, Polnareff.
No, I'm not talking
Star
about
Pound doesn't
Anubis.
fight by the sword. Yeah.
I'm not talking about Anubis. I mean, like very early on in the Part 3 series, Silver Chariot fights Star Platinum. Jotaro and Polnareff fight. It was before he joined the crew, kind of like how he fought Kakyoin before Kakyoin joined the crew.
Yeah. He fought them for a sec, but he fought Avdol the most. That was the big fight. They had a very small confrontation, yeah, you can say, but I don't think they had a full-on fight before the Anubis.
Not a full-on fight, but Jotaro was still faster. And regardless, even throughout this series, said that, yeah, it's said throughout the series that Jotaro is faster than Star Platinum. Dio even confirms that. He was like, and this is before he got the like power boost of time stop and things like that, because Dio had fought all of the current Stardust Crusaders, and he said you're a lot physically more capable than Polnareff is. Because Polnareff kind of got the stare stun locked, and then whenever he actually kind of like fought Dio just like beat the shit out of him. But even before Star Platinum's little amp, Dio still had to actually try a bit against Jotaro. Before with Polnareff and Kakyoin, he could just beat the shit out of him.
That's because of his time stop. Like time stop was the real thing that gave him.
Well, yeah, with Dio, his time stop is that's his stand's ability. That's the major thing. But his stand is still physically on par. Dio and Jotaro pretty much have the same stand once Jotaro does actually get time stop. They pretty much have the same stand. And they're always described as equal. And Dio was like, I just have the superior stand, Polnareff. Like, I'm just much stronger, faster, time stop.
Yeah.
You can't fight me. Then just beats the hell out of him.
I do not think they're necessarily faster, though. I don't think Dio's stand is faster. Maybe equal, though.
Well, I mean,
I don't think...
Okay, so you know with like animes, like Naruto and things like that, they'll have like data books that will come out as supplementary like content for it. There's data books where they have something called a stand section where they better go over stands. In that, they directly state that Polnareff Silver Chariot is light speed. And even if you do want to not give him the benefit of the doubt of the stand book, you could say that he's not exactly light speed, or may not be very close to it, but is somewhat close to it. That's still a lot faster than Killua. Not to mention just his raw physical strength of Star Platinum.
Yeah. But is it the reaction time? Can they react at light speed too?
Yes, they. Okay, later on, after the fight with this is quite a bit after the fight of Jotaro and Polnareff. They fight a stand called the Sun, and one of its attacks is shooting out like beams of light, like hot-ass beams of light. And Silver Chariot and Star Platinum they're not just burning balls. They're said to be beams of light. It was not beams, it's like blast.
Yeah, it was like blast. Like they were not
blast
light though. They could like punch the thing and like make it off course. I remember that. Yeah, and, like higher frame green shot a bunch of things. I don't think that was a light. I think those are just like magma or something was shooting. Like, I'm not sure how you could punch light and make it go off course.
Well, no, I'm not saying that it was light. Like in the series, it is just balls of fire, but they were going really, really fast. Like, there's YouTubers that go into more depth of the power scaling, but they mainly use that feat to give them the power scaling feat of being light speed. I don't exactly know where that comes from. It's probably something deeper from the manga, because in terms of JoJo, I only started reading the manga part 4 and up.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't think that you can properly use that feat if you don't know exactly where it comes from. Like, I don't think
Well,
they
I mean-
react at light speed. You could say they are near light speed. You could say that, but I don't think they're.
Well, the reaction is near
unstable.
light speed, but their actual movements are light speed because Silver Chariot is capable of moving at light speeds and attacking at it, as said in the stand
Why?
book.
Okay, you could.
That I
Why
mean,
are the reactions
stand
near
book is
light
like
speed?
because they were
Because
able
they're
to
just
fight each
normal
other.
people. What if they were just
Okay,
both
maybe not
reacting? If they were
themselves, but
both
the stands are. The stands are a thing of the mind. They're not necessarily your human body fighting something. Your stand is your like fighting spirit actually like materialized to like fight for you.
yeah,
So
I've watched the
Mhm.
show.
yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, they're materialized fighting spirit or souls or whatever. That's why they're based on
Yeah.
your personality, and that's why
But
they're kind of
perception is
vague, ghostly spirits.
yeah.
Yeah,
But the thing is your perception is different than like your body can move. Yeah, Jotaro himself may not necessarily be able to perceive at light speed, but he can for sure perceive faster than he can actually move. And they are okay. JoJo characters are pretty much superhumans. Like they'll get brought to the age of 80, brought right back to their normal age, then they'll get cut up and shit like that and be perfectly fine. They're not exactly human like me and you are.
yeah, they're like anime characters. That happens all the time in anime,
Yeah.
even in like regular shows, in like
So I'm saying that may
realistic
be more of
shows.
the reason for them being able to perceive at light speed because if they're able
don't-
to fight each other's stands, then they got to be able to
The stands
perceive
are
that
fighting,
some way.
and if
Yeah,
they're
but
at the
they're
same
also
speed,
they're the
like I
one
don't think that.
commanding the stands.
Yeah, they can tell the stand to fight, punch, or whatever. I mean, like, I'm not sure if they can react at light speed. I think that you could definitely say they have perception beyond that. But besides the whole speed argument, how strong are
Mm.
they? How strong can they?
Guys,
punch
hold
Jotaro
up
or
real
whatever?
quick. Hold up real quick.
Yeah.
So everyone, some people were asking me to put up the Discord link. It is now up. So in case you're not looking at the screen or whatever, the Discord link's up. So if you want to enter the Discord, you can come in just to chill, or you can actually jump into the where we actually are, and then you can come up and all that kind of stuff and debate yourself. Also, Liam wants me to read his lie. England #1, by the way. So there you go. I hope
That's
you like.
just a lie.
It's okay, spreading lies. That's fine if he wants to do that. That's cool. All right, you guys
How
can
could someone say something like that?
continue with y'all's debate. Go for it.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
how
you want
strong?
to move over to actual physical strength?
Yes. How strong is Jotaro's stand Star Platinum?
Okay, so there's many moments throughout part 3, 4, and 5. Well, no, he didn't really show much in 5. More of 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more
where
thing.
We see things.
One more thing. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I'm playing a game right now, so you guys don't have to. So the people who are watching get to actually see something. How does the screen look on the game that I'm streaming? Is it like
I'm not looking at it personally.
not you? I'm talking to the people who are looking at
Okay.
it. Is it like way too dark? I can't tell. It looks like it might be way too dark on my screen, but I don't know. Let me get this fixed. Yeah, it looks like it's way too dark. Hold up 1 second. Let's see. Contrast. Nope, that's not the right one. Brightness. Nope. Way too something like that. Anyway, just somebody tell me how good or bad it looks. I don't know. Fucking for some reason this shit always looks awful. How's that? Looks better. Terrible. It's fine. It's not that dark. Okay, on my screen it looks like when I'm looking on the computer. It's not like dark on my TV, but when I look at the screen on my computer, it looks like it's stupidly dark for some reason. So I never really know if it looks okay. All right. Well, yeah. Anyway, if anyone thinks it looks bad, let me know. Y'all continue.
Okay. So how strong can the punchy man punch?
Okay, so a lot of the feats for strength are either kind of like bounced off of Dio or like bounced off of certain characters because JoJo characters kind of have the Dragon Ball effect where, yeah, Dragon Ball characters can blow up planets, but you never really see them doing it much. It's kind of like that where stands are often stated to be able to do certain things or shown to do something with another stand that could be like a strength feat, but it kind of usually bounces off of like another person stating something, someone directly saying something or something like that. You never really see somebody like punching a continent and it exploding, which most JoJo characters aren't continent level anyways until you get into later parts. But with Jotaro, his whole thing is like physical strength in terms of a physical battle. Stands like Dio. Like we said before, the World and Star Platinum are pretty much the same stand. Once Jotaro gets his buff, he is like completely dominating Dio. He's completely dominating the World. In terms of the actual just, I punch this thing, how big of a boom can I make? Him and Dio had like a clash that like busted like a bunch of glass in like Cairo and shit like that. It was like a big shockwave. You could say something for that, but that's, that needed Dio to do that thing. I'm not saying that Jotaro probably couldn't do that himself. He probably could. In terms of just actual strength, he can like punch a Stan's arm and make that Stan's arm explode. And as you know, Stans are very durable.
What? No, stands vary in durability. It depends on the stand.
They vary in durability, but things like the World, that's one of the most durable stands, and he just punched its arm and
what is the
blew
durability? What is the durability of the World?
The World durability, so in part 2 of JoJo's, there's Joseph who fights somebody named Cars. I'm assuming you know who those people are, right?
Yeah, I've watched. Part 2 is one of my favorite parts. I've rewatched it a lot. But
so once Cars gets his ultimate life form, he's a lot stronger, and Joseph are able to take some of those attacks, and other attacks that Cars has done is like destroyed a bunch of shit, and Star Platinum is stated to be like, okay, this is more of like a part 3 scaling, because obviously like Star Platinum is much stronger than a part 3 Joseph, but it's not probably too far off to say that Star Platinum is much, much stronger than a part 2 Joseph, because part 3 Joseph is older, but he's still kind of like, he's still a buff old man, and he's not really old, he's like 50 or something, and in part 2 he wasn't too young, he was like 20 something, right, Joseph?
Yeah, he was in his 20s. Yeah, like it was like a good 30-year time skip, I think.
Yeah,
from what I remember.
But with how Joseph looks, we can say that he still looks relatively in his prime.
Yeah, you could say that since he has hormones, and hormones slows aging too. So
yeah, exactly.
Continue.
Okay, and also, almost every feat that we've seen like Jotaro do in terms of strength has been reflected back at him in a way. Like in this one fight, he gets like, remember whenever he gets like trapped in that Stan's mouth and it has like the diamond teeth, and they're like, okay, those walls are, if there's too many JoJos. If Jotaro is like 6'3", those walls were like 3 times the size of them. Those are like over 20 feet walls are just straight diamond, and Star Platinum is just like one tapping them and they explode. Like, that's saying something. If he hits me, I'd turn to like dust. And also there's earlier feats of people like Joseph and Jonathan like hitting something, it having a really big effect. And we can just assume off of what Araki has said, off of data books and things like that, to just be like, yeah, no, Star Platinum's much stronger than that. What people say is that Star Platinum does have like island level output, which I don't really know where they get that from. That's kind of one of those things that I think is overhyped a bit. Like, Star Platinum is very strong. He'd probably punch the center of a town and destroy a good portion of it, but I don't think he's gonna like blow up a whole like fucking island with a few punches.
Yeah, I guess. But you're saying he's like, he can break steel, punch diamonds.
Well, no,
you're saying his punch.
Okay. I'm using like actual feats that you can get from the series for his punches. There are other things that are more interpretation, but pretty much what I'm saying is if he hits Killua like twice, Killua's gonna like die. Don't get me wrong, Hunter x Hunter characters are very durable. They have Ren, which they can enforce their body with, but Killua's Ren isn't as good as somebody like Miriam's, who was able to take like a nuke and live. Like, I would feel like
he was gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, Miriam was gonna die, but Ren kind of saved him.
Yeah,
but back to
Killua take a lot of hits.
Yeah, Killua can
It's
take a
more
lot
of
of hits,
this.
but what I'm saying, with how fast Jotaro's stand is, how hard it hits, as soon as Killua tries to close in, the stand would just like appear in front of him, punch him like 20 times in the head in like way less than a second, and like obliterate his brain or something.
Okay, give me a second. Killua first. Could Jotaro even see the Nen? Any of Killua's Nen?
You said what?
I'm presuming Jotaro can't see Killua's Nen, right? Or any of that?
Well, if we're doing that, then Killua wouldn't be able to see the stand either. Then he wouldn't even know what he's
Yes.
fighting against.
Yeah, that's what I presume.
But I guess
But
you could say that. I mean,
before Killua
usually
even gets Nen, before Killua really gets Nen, he was able to open those giant doors. After he gets Nen, he can reinforce his body to make himself stronger. He's shown taking attacks from people like the Royal Guards, who were Meruem's direct servants, and were somewhat around the level of him. He can take a good bit of damage, and it's shown just like by using Nen, you can make a card fucking like pierce a wall and shit, like just a regular paper pierce walls and shit. And that's why like probably a person far weaker than any of the Royal Guards, even weaker than like Killua himself, was able to do that. So I'm saying Killua is probably around the same durability as Star Platinum, and he can take a good bit of hits. Since all your feats are like he's punching diamonds, he's punching other stands. Like so far, your best feat was him like punching diamonds.
It's not just him punching one diamond; it's him shattering like a multi-feet thick, like 20+ feet tall wall in like a one hit, and just absolutely shattering like 3 feet of that. Like for somebody to be able to do that, the force they gotta exert is like, I'm not like a scientist or anything. I just know that's got to be really hard. And don't get me wrong, I do know Miram is very strong. He is very durable. But we also have other feats. Okay, there's some things that I'm not touching into because I don't know them as well. I haven't watched a lot of power scaling videos for the part 3, part 4 parts because they're the more tame parts. Once you get to 5, 6, and up, that's when things start to get a bit more crazy. But in terms of just combat speed, I could probably say for sure that Star Platinum is faster because Killua moves at like lightning speed. Lightning speed is fast, but it's way, way slower than anything close to light speed. And so I'd say pretty much that Star Platinum is a good bit faster than Killua. And in terms of just physical raw strength, he is also stronger. And with obviously, you know what a stand barrage is. That's like one of the main things in JoJo's.
Yeah, punch
like
a lot.
in less than a second, they punch like somebody like 40 times. I'm not saying he's got a 1-tap Killua or like 2-tap him, 3-tap him, 4-tap, so on. I'm just saying that in a very short amount of time, he could probably like just disintegrate Killua's head.
Also, yeah, I could say if he gets time stop, we haven't even mentioned that. If he stops time,
we haven't mentioned time stop because he just stops time, flashes to him, just rips his head off of his shoulders,
punches him. Yeah. Killua's movement speed is faster than Jotaro's too. Jotaro can't move that fast. He has very good.
No, Jotaro's just a human. He can't really move fast at all.
Killua could if Killua knew what he was facing, I'm presuming we're kind of doing it just they put him in an arena, they're fighting each other. Killua will try to hit Jotaro and all that. Jotaro, if Killua just walks away and starts just throwing shit at him, besides Star Platinum, Jotaro doesn't have anything to deal with that.
No, I mean that's the whole thing with JoJo characters. They're normal humans other than their stands. Unless we go to like cars, unless you go to cars and things like that,
like Hamon and shit.
Yeah.
But generally, Jotaro, he can punch very hard. Killua, he actually can probably kill Jotaro if he gets the chance. Like
no, stands have a.
He wouldn't be aiming for the stand though. He would be aiming for Jotaro.
He has to aim. I'm not saying he has to aim for the stand. I'm saying in part 5, stands. It was Mista who said this. Stands have like an automated defense when something really harsh in terms of like damage or that will hurt them really badly is about to come their way. Stands kind of have like a lock-in moment where they're like, oh, this is the threat that's about to face my user. I need to go ahead and hit it. So Killua would just like Godspeed flash at Jotaro, but since Star Platinum is faster and with like a couple punches, Killua's Ren is strong, but if something hits me that hard a few times,
guys,
I'm not gonna keep going forwards.
I got bad news for you. A large percentage of people want to move on.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, more than
we can just chalk it up to time stop Killua will lose it, and my battery just ran out again. So yeah, we're up for now.
All right, cool. Okay, thanks for coming up. Let's see who's the. Let's get some other people up here. Anybody else want to come up? Hey,
Hi.
Doug. What's up with your name? Rep.
So backwards.
Rec Boof Cook. Okay. All right. Sure. Whatever. Go for it. Okay. So Kane and Crazy. Let's let Kane and Crazy up. Boop. And the Crazy. All right. Let's go, Crazy. Come on. We're waiting. All right. What's y'all's debate? I probably should have asked before letting you guys up. What's the debate?
Some guy named Roshi versus Luffy.
Who?
Master
What's
Roshi?
like Master Roshi?
No, wait. I think Fushi. Something. Kane. Can you clarify? Kane.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Kane. What would you do to me?
Counting to 10.
Kane. No. Okay, he's gone.
Okay. I mean, that kind of means that you're
didn't even know.
gone. No, we'll let him back up. It could be a Discord issue. Speak.
Hear me now.
Yeah, there we go.
Can I be heard?
Okay.
There you are, Kane.
What Roshi is it? Who Roshi?
I said Fushi from To Your Eternity.
Right.
From what?
You
Roshi.
Fushi.
From To Your
I
Eternity.
have no idea who this guy is.
Stop saying it so
Eternity.
fast. Something of eternity.
Okay. Fushi from To Your Eternity.
Tier eternity? Like T.
To Your Eternity.
That just fucking talk like a person. To your eternity. Fucking enunciate your words.
To Your Eternity.
To eternity. It's like it's three
like
words.
it's like a-
Say it like it's
an
3 words.
awkward merge.
Jesus. Okay. So Tears of Eternity and Fushi, I don't know what that is, versus Luffy
Tears of Eternity.
from One Piece. All right. Does anybody else want to jump up and help? Either or wants to be be like a help with Luffy or help with whatever, so we can make this a 2v2 or a 1v2 or a whatever. I don't really care. Somebody.
MV10.
See, Liam said the same thing. I thought it was one word because he was fucking saying it like it was one word.
I'm sorry.
Someone tell Rouga to get a Cash App and PayPal or something.
Hey, Doug. What's with your name?
Backwards.
Remoop Goad.
Remove goat. I like that.
All right, I don't see anyone
That's your new name, Doug.
saying
It's
nothing.
Remove goat.
I don't see anyone saying nothing. Also,
just
if
bring up someone random for the fun of it.
no, done that before. That doesn't work out well. Also, I should probably say if super chats and stuff don't start picking up, this will probably be the last debate. It's gonna be this is gonna be a quick night. So anyway, go ahead, Crazy and Kane, do whatever. Do your.
All right.
Do your
So,
do your
Kane,
thing.
elaborate on this Fushi guy.
Okay. He's a immortal, I guess. They call him a true immortal. Whatever. Doesn't really mean anything. He's immortal. Can't necessarily die. He can't have his forms taken away from him.
That's
And if
familiar.
that happens, he will revert back to
His
his base form,
arms?
which is an orb. His forms.
Oh, okay.
If you can take his forms away from him, he will become an orb. Just a orb that does nothing.
Fun.
If those
Weird.
can be taken away.
Okay, so that's funny. What
Yeah.
what does he do though? Like, is he just immortal? That's it, or
No. And he
Okay.
just things. He can replicate things he's experienced, things that aren't alive. And if something that was alive he experiences dies, he can become that thing and gain all its abilities.
so if he sees something dies, he can replicate it?
If it's alive. If it's a
Okay.
living thing, he can't
But he
become a person
can't
who's
but he
already
can't
alive.
copy a living thing. Okay. All right. Interesting.
But that is to say that throughout his series he's gained some abilities that can help him become people who have already died that he didn't see die.
Okay. I see. That makes
The-
sense. Well, so like what copies has he already like done that would help him here?
Nothing super crazy. He did copy a giant bear. When I say giant, I mean like 2-story bear, able to just very clearly just destroy buildings with no problem whatsoever.
Okay.
He's also copied very basic firearms, and he can just summon them at their already loaded state.
Cool.
So yeah, for this
Alright.
fight, I think it's gonna be a lot of what he could do with his environment and what already exists in the world.
Yeah, definitely. Because in my opinion, from what it sounds like, I mean, I don't think he would like Luffy would be able to kill him, but it's very clear that it doesn't sound like he's all physically that strong or all that quick for the matter, because Luffy himself is already much faster. And I don't even think he would have to go to use any of his gears, to be honest. I feel like base, maybe gear 2 might work, depending on like what he has already copied would be able to push him to that far, but I don't think it would take much for Luffy to beat him.
Is that if things like hockey were ever used, that he'd be able to copy things like that and add it to his repertoire?
Well, it depends, I guess, because hockey is tied to one's will, and like I guess he could copy like the aspect of hockey and then use it, but he would have like a level of hockey if that were the case. I don't think he would have just straight up Luffy's hockey.
I know. I don't think but he would. I think he'd be able to gain it from experiencing it. That is
probably. I mean, honestly, he could probably just train it himself, and if he gave it enough time, hockey is trainable.
Yeah.
Well, at least One Piece.
There is the thing that if, say, any of Luffy's loved ones who died are looking over him.
Doug Pucker, Pucka Dogs. He super chat. We're not ending it that quickly. Also, just so you know, something the government doesn't want you to know is that ducks at the park are all free. You can just go grab them. I have 300 ducks at home. Is it illegal to take ducks? I didn't know the government ever told us that it was illegal.
I don't think
What's
so,
illegal?
but it's widely considered to be illegal. Yeah, you can just take the ducks at parks. You can just take them home.
I've never heard.
Really? Yeah.
Well, I actually have a true story
If I go-
involving ducks. My one of my sister's boyfriends once was on the run from the the law, like seriously on the run, like he was a fugitive.
What?
You could actually go to the website and he was wanted with like a sketch of him and everything, and it was
cashing his bounty.
it was because of ducks. So.
Oh god.
He was. It's not as funny when you actually tell this. It's not a funny story. It's actually a really fucked up story. But the dude, he was with a friend of his, and the friend was an asshole, and the friend was torturing ducks, and he walked up and he saw the guy torturing ducks, and he's like, "What the fuck?" So he took a brick and he smashed the duck's head because his friend broke the duck's neck and was just watching it like waddle around with its broken neck. So so he picks up the ducks. So he picks up a brick and he crushes the duck's head. And a neighbor saw him crush the duck's head and called the police on him, and he was wanted for crushing the duck's head. But they didn't know about the friend who was torturing the ducks. And
did he get arrested?
No one knew that he broke the duck's neck to begin with. They just saw the dude smash his head with a brick.
Well, I meant like afterwards.
I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not sure. I wasn't aware of like what happened once he was actually caught. Eventually he turned himself in, but yeah, he was being chased for like a solid 4 or 5 days from the police for animal abuse and murdering the duck and shit, whatever law that is that's breaking.
Yeah.
Probably poaching.
Poaching.
Damn.
Poaching. I thought poaching is capturing, not.
No, poaching is when you kill something that isn't supposed to be killed because it's not that animal's season to be killed.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. That it's
Really?
illicit hunting.
Yeah, that's why like you can't poach like a deer when it's not deer season, because it's an animal that it's not the season to start hunting deers. That's why it's called poaching. You kill it when it's not supposed to be like hunted.
Interesting.
Or that, and if you just kill a random animal that doesn't have a season, that's also just straight up poaching. Like if you shot a bear, and it's like not like any season that says you can do that's also illegal.
Just killing animals.
Should be able to gun down random animals from my helicopter.
Yeah, what the hell, man? What am I supposed to use my drone for if not to murder random animals?
Guess I should pull up in the forest with my tank and just start nuking their houses, I guess.
They don't have houses. They're animals. Fucking hippie.
They have dens. Most of them have dens.
No, they don't. Not every.
Bears have dens.
Bears have dens. Most animals don't have dens. The majority of animals do not have dens. Some have dens, like squirrels.
Like bears
I mean,
and beavers.
birds though, like they have nests.
That's not a den. Nest is a
They're not-
tree.
So, like,
You
it's
can't
still
own
technically
a.
a living
I'll-
space. Still technically a living
I want to
space.
see. Yeah, but they're horrible people. They don't have deeds or anything. They're just fucking loiterers. Just coming up on your property and fucking your shit up. That's not. Fuck those birds.
In Liam in England, apparently it is illegal to just take ducks, and there's people eating swoos. I don't know what that is, but I'm guessing it's British.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was super fucked up what Liam just not Liam, was it Liam? No, it's professional. It's I don't know, professional something. It's cut.
Cheapskate.
It's cut off. Anyway, yeah, no, I in all seriousness, that was fucked up. Don't go around torturing ducks.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's
Yeah,
illegal.
don't be
Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know if it's illegal to take the duck. Maybe it is. I know.
I know
So if
that,
I go to like my zoo, which has like a bunch of ducks,
Yeah.
can I just like walk outside with one?
Like, I
nothing
feel-
never happened.
No, like
Yeah.
I feel like you'd have to go to a public place, you know, like you wouldn't be able to go in like a you know how you have those gated communities and they'll
Yeah,
have ducks. Like
right.
you can't
Yeah,
go
that
in
makes
there
sense.
and steal a fucking duck.
I
But
have there's actually a pond with ducks near one of the colleges. I could go there and just steal. Well, not
why are you like
steal one,
planning
but-
to steal a duck? Like
Well, because
We
I
were
always
talking-
wanted to
we
do
were
it.
talking-
Because I'm such a big-
we were talking hypothetically, and you're like, well, I guess I could go. Like you were like, oh man, I could steal a duck. Like you know.
Well, 'cause I didn't.
Now
Okay,
you're like
hold on.
plotting
I'm
out the
actually-
crime that we were theoretically talking about.
I'm not gonna go steal a duck. I swear. Just
I
say.
don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. You were like
Secretly.
the way you said that was super assured. Like, huh? Yeah, this is totally
This is why
plausible.
you don't say. This is why you don't give anyone ideas, Ruga.
I do know.
Well, I
do know that
can't
it's
fucking
illegal
talk
to
about
keep them.
hypothetical situations because your dumb ass is gonna go do it. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna steal a duck right now
Stupid.
because he brought it up.
Well, my whole thing is like you know, if you could like if you find a frog, right? You could keep a frog or a turtle. No one's like gonna give you shit about it. So is there a real like again, unless it's specifically
there
on
is a
certain
law.
property, why not a
There's-
duck? But you can do it
Well,
with
I-
other
I-
animals.
I don't know about a duck, but I
True.
do know with Canadian geese, if they ever come around, you can't keep them because they're migratory birds. That's a
That's- yeah,
situation
that's
that me and my
that's
family
true.
got into at one point.
In
So that
America?
might be the case. Yeah. Yeah. Like there's a Canadian goose that we found and we kept her, but we.
So what you were
asked the
like
warden-
stealing from Canada?
It showed up. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Is that what it was
Well, they're
considered? Like you
migratory
can't
birds,
rob
So you can't.
Canada?
You
Can't
can't
rob
steal
Canada.
a bird. Who
You know what I
doesn't
think
have a
that
normal
was?
home.
You know what I think that was? I don't think that was you stealing from Canada. I think they were mad because you were harboring illegals.
That's funny.
I think that's what the deal was. Like
that's what
that's
that's what the problem was.
yeah, it's, I
Not
mean
that they were geese and that they were
No.
from Canada. The fact that they're immigrants.
yeah, they were
across the
illegal
world.
immigrants. They didn't go through the proper channels, and you're harboring them in your home. They don't pay taxes. Get these fucking birds out of here. That's exactly what it is.
Well spent.
Yep. All right. Continue with your debate. I didn't mean to go off on the duck thing. Y'all were talking about ducks, so
Oh yeah.
it seemed relevant at the time. I feel like it's probably not. Go ahead.
That's why we do these.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
small talk. Love it.
Okay. I was saying that if Fushi saw, I guess no, but what? Fuck. Yes, I remember what I was saying now. I was saying that, let's say Luffy had any family members or just any friends in general who would be looking out from him, like from the afterlife.
Mhm.
He could transform into one of them.
I mean, sure, but there's never been like a confirmed afterlife when it comes to like in One Piece. Like you don't see the spirit. Well, I mean, except for Brook, but he's a special case, I guess. Actually, funny. What if like this guy saw Brook? Would he be able to copy him because he's dead, or would it not work because he's technically like alive now?
Let me
Like,
think.
maybe he could just copy like the bones. Maybe like I don't think he could copy like him in general.
Not sure.
I don't think
I-
Brook counts as being dead.
No, because
Yeah.
he is.
No, he's
technically, but,
not.
I mean,
He's not technically dead. The whole point of his he's a living pair of bones. Like the whole idea of Brook is that his devil fruit gave him a second life. It's just that when he
Yeah,
went
but
back
when he-
into his body, it couldn't
His body
operate
was already
normally.
decayed.
Yeah, so it was just now he's just the bones, but he's not technically. I don't think he's considered dead.
I guess that's true. I mean, it makes sense.
He's
But- so I
Brooke.
guess he-
I mean, they literally call him the living skeleton. Like he's not dead.
Yeah.
They call him the Soul King.
That well,
actually.
yeah. Now
soul's
that,
in
no,
his
I'm
body,
saying
he's
I'm
alive.
I'm not saying it's his epitaph. I'm saying that they've called him a living skeleton in the past.
Right.
Like he's
yeah,
known to be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that would work in that case because he is technically alive. He's not dead.
He's got
Really?
like he's got like
So-
undead themed powers while not actually being undead.
Yeah.
Kinda.
So yeah,
guess.
but like I was saying, I don't think there's like a real afterlife that first off Fushi would even know about and would even be able to see because you don't see spirit like Roger. It doesn't watch over Luffy or his own son when he died.
I don't know. I don't know.
Unless
I feel like-
unless Fushi has like pre-knowledge of these guys, maybe. But I'd assume that we're going into this with no pre-knowledge.
Yeah, he just
Like
can
outside
he can see dead people.
I
If
see,
he-
If he can see dead people.
I
okay.
see dead.
Well, like I said, I don't think he's gonna see the dead ghost of Roger, because there's never been really anything that shows that that would be the case, ever.
I don't know. I don't know.
But I guess in that case, if he did see Roger somehow by some twist of fate, maybe I guess it then. But I don't think that's likely.
I'm not sure how it works. Don't really watch the One Piece. Not a huge
Yeah.
fan of One Piece. You know,
It's a shame.
No one.
it is a shame. I watched the first couple episodes, saw Zoro, and I was like, okay, I'm done.
I got my fill of Zoro for a lifetime. That's all. I just wanted to see the man, the myth, the legend. It can't get any higher than this. I saw a dude with 3 swords. I don't want to keep watching and possibly like ruin the show in my mind.
Should have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
kept
like,
going, man. You would have been able to see Border Patrol Zoro later on.
Border
Nah, I don't know.
man, you
As
just
a black
loving
man, I
them
don't know if I wanna see
illegals,
that
man. Just fucking
I don't know.
so anti on the
Oh.
illegals.
Me or Zoro?
I don't know. Let's see. XSL production, $20. Hello, debaters. What is your favorite anime death? I mean, I'm assuming it sounds like he's asking everybody, so go for it.
Okay.
Well, I know
well,
of an anime where God literally kills himself.
That's funny.
Like,
Is it
God?
Berserk?
Yes, quite literally. The whole anime, I'm going to just spoil it because it's kind of funny, is about a bunch of people who are suicidal. So an angel comes to all of them like, hey,
Or
since you're
Platinum.
going to kill yourself, you're all going to compete in this tournament to the death to become God. And that's the beginning
Star
of the
Platinum.
series. And eventually,
Yeah, that's a
one of them
Platinum.
does become God and decides, I'm going to kill myself to see what happens. And then
That's
all
crazy.
of reality ceases to exist. I'm not making this up.
That's the end of
Is
the
that
series.
just how it ends? Is that just
Dead
how it
series.
ends?
This
the
is how it
Yeah,
ends.
that's how the anime
Yes,
ends.
it's the end.
He kills
Bro
himself.
went through all of this to become a god just to kill himself. That's
Like
probably the greatest.
literally,
I know,
he
it
convinced
was
everyone to let him be God,
Crazy
and then he killed
because
himself.
the original god that he took the place of was still in his mind talking to him and was trying to talk him out of it, and he did it anyways. It was really fucked up.
In fact, like
just-
all
that's
life
sad.
as we know it just
Well,
disappeared.
actually,
Oh,
that could be like depending on how it's written, that could be a really profound story about a guy who like maybe like he's an immortal or something, and he legitimately wants to die, and he found like this is the only way.
Oh,
So there's
no,
a couple of really
he-
interesting ways you could do a
It
story
could
that ends
be.
in that way. I don't know if they actually did it in
Didn't
an
they do
interesting
that
way.
for
They did it.
Undead Unluck? Isn't like the whole point of that guy trying to kill himself?
Yeah, but as the series goes on, he kind of goes away from that because he starts to fall in love with what's her name? Fucking the chick with the unlucky chick. I'm forgetting her name. It's been a while since I've read it.
Yeah, the one who kills people the closer they get, right?
No, that's not how her powers work.
Well, It's bad luck.
Yeah,
Technically, no.
no, it's not. It has nothing to do with vicinity. It's there's a whole, and it doesn't just kill people. It's just unluck. You can actually it can actually touch you and not kill you. It's just, I mean,
So if I am lucky enough, the unluck won't just straight up kill me.
maybe I don't know.
I don't know if death is the worst thing that can happen.
But in my opinion, I think my favorite death is actually Ace's death. The donut boy himself.
How
You-
you die.
You You're debating One Piece and you picked One Piece. I feel like One Piece might be one of the only anime you've seen. I'm getting a distinct feeling.
No. I've seen other I know a lot of other animes. Like I've seen many other animes.
I've heard the titles of many other animes in the past. They had titles.
I'm not gonna lie, actually.
And they sounded well.
I don't know if I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure if that's my favorite death. It might be.
Now he's changed his mind.
It's probably gonna be someone from Dragon Ball, if I'm being honest.
It's probably Whitebeard. No, Dragon Ball.
Probably. I didn't really care for Whitebeard's death, to be honest.
Well, I mean, he didn't have a lot. He didn't have a lot of time in the actual series. I couldn't even tell you, like off the top of my head, I can't think of a death where I was like, oh, this one's really like getting to me. I can't think of one.
Yeah, the death of Ace was the only death that I saw in that show so far that's actually made me like tear up.
Okay, so I'll tell you this much. Now, this isn't really my favorite death, but I think it's one of my favorite ways that death was used. The first few episodes, or I think it actually might just be the first episode of Yu Yu Hakusho.
Never seen it before, but I hear a lot of good stuff about it.
It's the best pilot episode I've ever seen of an anime. I've like One Piece and all these other anime. I've seen it, I like Luffy, but never before have I so understood a character and was all behind on a character and wanting to see more of him than I was when I saw the first few episodes of Yu Yu Hakusho. It does an amazing job at everything you need to know about who Yusuke is as a person based on the first couple episodes. Or again, I think it might actually be all contained in the first episode. Basically, how the show starts is he dies. Like literally the start of the episode, he dies. Well, not literally the start, because you see his day go by and he's kind of a dick. And like he's kind of like a shitty kid, and like no one likes him, and they all treat him like crap, and he treats everybody else like crap, and then he eventually dies saving this kid from getting hit by a car. Yeah. Then once he's dead, he starts like seeing all of the people who he had like come into contact with in the day that you had already just seen, like the teachers that treat him like shit, the principal, this guy who always was like obsessed with coming and beating on him. His mom, who he thought was like, him and this kid have like this rivalry where he beats the kid up like basically every day, but he constantly comes and tries to pick fights with him. His mom, who like always ignored him and all this kind of stuff, and he basically sees all of these people and he starts seeing their side of things, and he starts to realize like I was actually really shitty to these people, and these people legitimately care about me, and it completely like you see like his side of in a day, and then their side after he's gone, and it's a really really profound and kind of beautiful episode. That follows, Yusuke, and it gets you all the way behind, even though you kind of don't like Yusuke when the episode starts, like because he's kind of a shithead, but you really like him by the end and everything. It's good. It's a really good start. Probably my favorite pilot in anime that I've ever seen. Pilot meaning like first episode. But as for like my favorite death, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Actually, now you got me thinking. I'm actually going to say that L's death from Death Note was actually my favorite death.
I hated that fucking death because that made the whole show go downhill from that point.
Exactly.
That show fucking sucked after he was gone.
That's my point.
Some trash ass shit.
It's my favorite death because like throughout the entirety of Death Note, like you see the whole change of Light was because he lost his memories, and I was genuinely hoping that as long as he doesn't touch that book, he would actually be able to become like a genuinely good dude and just hang with L, because they started to become friends after that.
That was never. I don't know what the show you were watching, but that was never going to happen.
That's my point. I wanted it to happen so bad.
There's
for those.
It wasn't even the show wasn't even hinting that was a possibility. Like, there's no way that was going to happen. It was very clear that this was going to end very poorly. No, they didn't. Not really.
They did.
No, they didn't. Because Elle knew from the very beginning it was him. Like they were becoming friendly, but they never became friends because Elle was trying to catch him the whole fucking time. Basically, like 2 or 3 episodes after Elle found out who Light was, he was like, that dude's Kira. Like, we're gonna take this dude. Like, there's no way they were gonna be friends. Are you kidding me? Oh man, especially
They were
consider,
just bad
Yeah.
bread.
especially considering
They were
that
just
L
inbred.
was completely morally reprehensible. Like the only reason, like he didn't care about human lives or justice or anything. He literally just solved crimes because he was obsessed with the chase. Like he's not a like
Yeah.
he wasn't a good person. Kira wasn't a good person. It was two really bad dudes who were both trying to do their own form of justice, and it was just
Well,
like
no,
there was no,
L
that was
actually
never
did care for one human life. That was his butler.
great.
He
I
cared
didn't
for
say
that.
I didn't say Light didn't care about human life. I said L didn't care
I said
about
L.
human light.
I said L. I said L.
Oh no, you said Light, but
I
okay.
said.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
wait, did I? Oh,
yeah,
my
I
bad.
think you said
My
Light.
bad.
No, no, okay, yeah, L for his but I'm not gonna lie, it's been so long since I seen the show, I don't even remember his fucking butler. But I just in general, he was very uncaring, and he didn't give a shit about people or anything like that. Like he oftentimes used other humans as traps, knowing they would die, so it would get him closer to kill. Like he very clearly was not caring about what was happening with other people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Well, yeah.
did everybody give their
Because,
did everybody give their favorite anime death? Doug, did you give your favorite anime death?
I like Lucius. I like the
favorite?
death of Lelouch.
Oh, I guess favorite would be Attack on Titan's guy who rode to his death before Leon kicked the Beast Titan's ass. I thought that was badass.
Leon.
Leon,
Captain?
Levi.
Lindsay.
Levi, my bad.
Irwin's.
Yeah.
Oh,
He wins
Irwin.
Irwin.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you could probably name all kinds of good deaths in Attack on Titan.
Yeah, like
there's a ton.
like Aaron's mom. Aaron's mom was probably a good one.
I love how you choose the worst.
don't-
Fucking Nano, you choose the worst death.
Or Nano.
Nano. He fucking chose Aaron's mom, the bitch we knew for like 2 minutes that died in the very first episode. I'm like, really? Like Sasha, you know, like all the other.
So unwarranted.
Oh, that was the
I wanted to
point.
Kill her.
That was the point. Like the whole idea.
Things happen in war.
The whole idea is that like her death was so easily avoidable, and it happened anyway, and it happened to a chick who you actually end up liking by the end of the show. You know,
And they had won. Didn't they win? And then they killed her. They killed her when they had already beaten
Yeah.
Aaron.
they didn't beat Aaron. No,
No.
They captured
No,
Aaron.
they
They saved Aaron.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
I thought he died.
No, what?
No.
She dies at the very beginning of season 4. Like the start of season 4. Aaron doesn't die until the end. We are spoiling the shit out of this show for people who are watching
For
this.
Anyone who's not seen it, yes.
Yeah, like hardcore spoiling the show. But no, Sasha.
Spoiler warning.
No, it's fucking.
Yeah.
No, it's too late. It's a stream. There's not much we can do about it.
This is the risk of being here.
Yeah, you just
Spoiler.
everything's just. I mean, look, I'm not gonna spoil something that just came out last week, but you know, like I'm not gonna spoil Expedition 33 or something. But I'm okay with spoiling fucking Attack. How old is Attack on Titan? Like,
Couple years.
Yeah, like
Every-
5 years now.
like everybody knows it we know it so well that they're actually making a movie that's doing a different ending. So it's like, you know, at least I'm not spoiling that one. You know, you can get a new one in case I spoil the old one. That's crazy though. Like how you get a show that like it's gotten to the point where it's literally just you're making a second ending to, like, I don't know. It's so strange. Does anyone even care about that they're making a second ending to the show?
No,
I mean, it sounds cool, I guess. You know, I might give it a watch.
I find it weird. I find it more weird than anything else. Like I don't know. It seems odd. Let me see. Okay, so Doug, what was yours?
Erwin from Attack on Titan.
Oh yeah, you're the one who
Very
brought up
last
Attack
fight.
on Titan. Yeah. No, that was a good one. I still think Sasha's was the most devastating.
Impactful. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
remember that.
because it was so out of nowhere, because like, and she was probably like the symbol of innocence in the show. You know, like out of everybody, she
a
was
good
like
point.
the most good and pure and not really, you know, and heroic probably. Like she had all of that stuff, so that was probably a big part of it. As why it sucked that she died. Well, I cannot find this fucking. Oh, I already completed the fucking mission. That's why I can't find it, dumbass. Okay. But yeah, that is a good one. There's a lot you could do. Kane, what was yours? You said something too.
Lelouch.
Oh, I never seen that.
Lelouch.
I never...
I haven't. You literally just spoiled Gias for me.
Again,
I'm
old
sorry,
show.
not-
No,
Very
I don't hold it
old.
against him. I'm just saying. I was watching
Hey,
Gias, and
Oh,
now
you know what's another
Now I know. I
you know,
guess.
you know what's another show that just has
Not
a ton that you could choose like 5 different characters or 6 different characters. Chainsaw Man. Power, Aki, like so many characters in Chainsaw Man have great deaths.
Dude,
I have
really
that
try to avoid all spoilers from Chainsaw Man, but after I heard that Power apparently died,
Yeah.
I legit was so mad. I'm like, it's ruined for me. I genuinely don't think I can go back to Chainsaw Man.
No, you go back to Chainsaw
We gotta
Man.
spoil Luffy.
It's well. First off, Power's supposed to come back. She will.
Really?
Yeah, she's gonna. Well, not as Power, but like they
The Blood
reincarnate.
Devil?
Yeah, basically, it's a very, very touching death. But basically, Power makes Denji promise that he'll go and find her, because she's supposed to be reincarnated, because that's what happens to devils in the universe. But she's not gonna have any of her memories or be her personality. And she's like, "Come find me and be my friend again, so we can hang out and do that kind of stuff." So, and he's even mentioned it in part 2. He's like, "At some point, I have to go find Power. Like, I promised Power I'm gonna go find her." So, like,
That's what
she's
we really need to do though, because he's gonna have to face the Blood Devil, because that's what she'll be when she reincarnates, and that might actually. Set
she
up
was
for
a Blood Devil
fight.
before.
Yeah, but she's not gonna know, and she's gonna have to fight the actual Blood Devil. Remember, fiends are weaker than the actual devil.
I mean, I guess,
Yeah.
but it's not like he hasn't. It's not like he hasn't fucking brutalized devils in the past. He's killed tons of devils.
That is true.
At this point, he's like one of the strongest fucking devils in the show. So it's
Isn't he
fine.
also? Wasn't there like a statement from what's her face, the chick that manipulates him? I forget her name.
Makima?
Makima. Yeah. Isn't
How do
there,
you
like, a
forget the
statement from
main bitch? Like,
Okay, what I was going to say is that wasn't there like a statement from Makima that said like the Chainsaw Devil is not just the fear of chainsaws, he's like the fear of Nazis now as well or something?
no,
Because
no,
I could have sworn it was something like that.
no. You're wrong. Dead wrong. She says that he kills Nazis. He killed the Nazi devil, so Nazis don't exist in the universe anymore.
That might be what I'm thinking of.
I think you just made some shit up.
No, I swear there was a thing.
I
That
think you're just like, hey, I'm just gonna
swear
say
that
some.
was the thing.
I'm just gonna say some random shit, and it's gonna be crazy. They're gonna go with it. This is gonna be great.
You
Yeah.
know something?
What? What's
I
up?
think there could be like a good death from like ReZero,
Like,
like a bunch of them.
I don't think so, because there's too many deaths,
Subaru, like,
and all the
Subaru,
deaths
like,
get
every time
undone.
Subaru-
True, but still a death, and
So who cares? You know,
Yeah,
it's kind of like
I
why
guess.
it's kind of like why I sort of hate your Dragon Ball pick, because it's like, how can you say Dragon Ball when they all come back to life? Literally none of the deaths are capable of being impactful.
I want 16 back. Why is he still dead?
Is he? When
That-
did he
that's
die?
his-
He died in
yeah,
Super?
He died in a.
Oh,
the first-
16. I'm sorry, I thought you said 17.
Yeah,
Yeah, 16's
No,
dead.
why is he still dead?
Because
This
he's
Why
not,
is my
still dead?
favorite android, man. They got rid of him so too soon.
a part of me thinks it's possible he's still dead because he was an android when they brought people back to life. He never had a life to
I know,
begin
I'm
with.
saying,
That's my.
there's no time limit on bringing him back.
No, I understand that, but
They
they
can bring him back.
they likely just kind of fucking forgot about him. But honestly, technically, when you say I'm going to
Even
bring
though
someone
Goku's
back
like
to
friend.
life, well, if you're gonna make a wish, I want everyone to come back to life. You can't bring a robot back to life because it never had life to begin with.
True, but I mean, he is. But that's the point. He's a robot. He could have just been rebuilt. I mean, didn't they help 17 and 18? Why not 16?
Well, they didn't help 17. They didn't help rebuild 17 and 18. They what's this? Kobolds have been making raids. Level
Saving
10.
them was
That's way too
saving
far.
them was like very indirect. They were saved
wait a minute.
indirectly, and then Krillin made a wish to help them more.
Krillin helps them because
Krillin
he marries 18.
Krillin takes shit out of her chest, but he doesn't. She doesn't. They don't. Like, it's a different situation. They're a lot. That's what I'm saying. I think honestly, I just think it's that he forgot about them. But in
Yeah.
truth, if you want to be like an in-lore reason, a good in-lore reason is that what their wish was to bring people back to life, and he was never alive to begin with. So who gives a fuck?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That would be my, you know. But then you can make the argument. It was like, so what? Why didn't they remember? I mean, enough time has passed. Wouldn't they be like, oh shit, we forgot 16? Because, you know, I mean, I think a couple of them actually got relatively close to 16. You know, it's crazy that it's
Gohan
crazy.
got close.
Yeah, Gohan. It's crazy that 18 was never like, hey, like, can we bring this guy back? Because I was like, I really liked him. He was cool to me.
Didn't really want to. I guess I just didn't want to downplay a sacrifice. I guess.
Yeah, but they downplay every
Yeah.
sacrifice in the entire series, including the main character's sacrifice. So I feel like that's a bad excuse. Like, even
Yeah.
fucking
Bring my
Goku
boy 16 back.
sacrifice is like completely undone. I mean, Krillin died and was brought back immediately. Like, obviously they don't care about, you know, honoring people's sacrifices.
Yeah.
They just forgot. I mean, it is known that the dude forgets, like, everything.
Yeah.
He constantly forgets. Toriyama is who I'm talking about for people who are
Yes.
unaware.
All right, we got a couple of people who are asking, what's the debate right now?
What was the debate? I don't even fucking remember.
It was.
Our debate.
It was actually over. It was. I think. Was it?
It wasn't over, but
Oh.
I'm willing to concede because I'm gonna be honest.
Well, tell us what the debate
think-
was. They asked what the debate was.
Fushi.
Okay,
Fushi
okay.
versus Luffy.
Fushi versus. That's
Yeah.
what it was. Right. So, I'm sorry. I forgot to type. I forgot to write it in. That's on me. I'm gonna write it in right now. So yeah. Go ahead. Continue. This is
I
exciting,
don't
guys.
remember where we
Y'all
left off.
well, just
Luffy goes Gear 5, turns him into a paddleboard. The end.
turns
yeah, I
him
guess.
into a paddleboard.
That wouldn't kill him, but I don't see
mean,
Fushi
I guess not.
killing him. Here, I guess
Luffy wouldn't
with enough
kill
time,
him.
Fushi wins. I
With
think
enough
Fushi with
time-
enough
I
time
mean-
wins. But
With enough time, that depends on like the setting,
well,
I guess.
all he has to do is like here's the thing. All he has to do is kill someone slightly stronger than him, become that person, then kill someone slightly stronger than him again.
Are you talking about like killing someone stronger than Luffy?
No, stronger than himself.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would make sense. He
'Cause
would
then
have. He
becomes whoever he
would have
kills.
to actively. He would have to actively look for something like that, though, and even then,
Yeah.
he will still struggle very greatly against Luffy because, like, I can see it going to the point where if Fushi goes out, searches for like stuff to help him fight, it will convince Luffy that he has to start getting more and more serious as this guy keeps on like coming back. He's gonna be like, why is this guy coming back? He's doing something different now. I have to go somewhere higher, and then he's going to like start going into Gear 4, and to the point where will just probably go Gear 5. Will he kill him though? Probably not. So I don't know. I guess in like a 1v1 encounter, like first time,
1v1.
he's gonna get folded, and if you want to say like 20 times tries later, he's gonna be like stronger. He probably like leveled up pretty drastically. Then it would be closer. I still think Luffy would win because of Gear 5.
I guess this is what Fushi could do. If Fushi wanted to, he could just turn the entire planet into a water planet. He could do that.
That would be very, very, very bad for him and for everyone. Well, I don't know about for him. Maybe he could just fly, I guess. But
Kill like everybody on the planet. But it would also succeed in killing Luffy.
Also,
Technically.
well,
Should
actually,
you
no. There
mention-
is something Luffy can do to not die from that.
Go to the
You can
clouds
go to-
and just stay up there.
Exactly,
You know,
he can.
I don't
Or
think
he
he
can
would
go
be able to-
Skypiea.
I don't think you'd be able to go up there forever. No, well, I mean that depends on what world they're in. And how is he just gonna get to Skypiea? That's not really how that works.
I mean, he can.
Like he doesn't have the
could.
ability to travel anywhere on the world anytime he wants to. That's why he's got a fucking
Also,
ship.
No,
If
he
Fushi
can
doesn't wanna
fly.
murk everyone in the
He-
world,
If he's in
bring
Gear
them back
5
to
or Gear 4, he can just fly across. Now, for Gear 4, he'd probably run out of juice a lot quicker. But for
He
Gear
would
5,
probably run
he
out of
would
juice
make
in
it
Gear 5 as well. He's only
No,
gone. What?
he would go. He would make it probably.
Why are you saying why? Based on what?
Because he can fly in Gear 5. He can just
Yes,
straight
but
up fly.
why would he make it?
If anything, if anything, he can slingshot himself at like light speed back to
How
Skypia.
would he know? But in where? At what point does he ever travel from one location to another without a ship at light speed? When does this ever happen?
He doesn't.
He never,
but-
because he can't. There's no evidence that he can.
No.
Yeah.
No, when you
Uh,
if you lose, he doesn't do it because he's searching for the One Piece. He doesn't want to. He doesn't go Gear 5 anyways. He only went Gear 5 in Wano. He doesn't still even know what he can do with that power. But
Yeah,
in theory,
but you're saying that
logically,
you're
he
saying that he
can.
can't. But you're saying you know what he could do in it. But no, he's never done that. And why is it
Okay,
logically that he can? There's no evidence that
Because
he
that's
can even
a
stay in that.
scenario.
There's no evidence that he can even stay in that power for more than a minute or two at a time. Like we don't have any information on how that ability works.
There is a lot of info actually to show that he
Like,
can
is that
stay
winning?
in that for
But
a
is that-
longer period of
is
time.
that
First off, when
winning?
he was fighting against Kaido, when he ran out of time with Gear 5, he actually forcefully brought back Gear 5 again and beat Kaido.
Okay, how long was that fight?
I don't know.
Okay, so we don't know how long he could be in that in there. I mean, that fight takes place over a course of some issues of the manga, but there's no time. That fight could be 5 minutes long. There's also no evidence that he could fly at light speed. You just assumed that as well. You're making a lot of assumptions of shit that we never see.
Well, I mean, he was fighting against Kizaru
So
in the sky.
There's no evidence that
And he was
Kizaru
flying.
There's no evidence that Kizaru constantly moves at light speed at all times. We see him occasionally, like when he attacks Scratchman Apu, he shoots like a light beam that then reflects off a bunch of windows and brings him there. But there's no evidence that he, at all times, in every movement he makes, is moving at light speed. That wouldn't even make any
That's true,
sense.
but what
That
I'm
would be like
saying in that fight.
that would be
in
like
that
saying-
fight, he was.
that would be like saying if Ace can move at fire speed at all times, even when he's not turned into fire. Like it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
No, I know that would be the case, but I'm saying in that fight, first off, he was technically going all out. He was.
But that doesn't mean he was going. That doesn't mean that he was traveling at light speed at all times. That his travel speed is light speed. We don't know that. There's no evidence that Luffy can travel at equivalent speeds that Kizaru is traveling. Like not just
How would that be the
fighting,
case
but
if he was
traveling.
fighting against- Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I see what you mean.
But yeah, no.
I'm selling.
I guess
things.
what Fushi could do is like if Fushi wanted to flood the entire fucking planet, kill everyone who couldn't survive that, and then just become the people who couldn't survive that, and then fight Luffy, he could do that.
Wait, couldn't survive? That wouldn't help him at all.
Well, I guess it depends. Well, this thing he can stack forms. He doesn't need. He can just switch between them. Just hop between
Okay.
them. All
Okay.
those unique abilities, and just hop between them as he wishes.
Yeah. All right.
What I'm just looking for a way that Luffy can put Fushi down for good, in any way.
Well, there's actually many ways he probably could. Well, first off, he would probably be able to kill him and then just turn him to an orb. Probably wouldn't be able to do anything after that. But Luffy. is
Sorry
a
guys,
special case,
give me
'cause
one
he can
give me
kill-
1 second. XXL, just put. I have one, and no one will interrupt. Perfect cars versus full power Sukuna, and the next debate after this will get $2 spammed, like my V1 versus Alucard debate. Enjoy. I have time. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
Still want to debate again.
100% sure what you're trying to say with this. Are you saying that you want to debate cars versus full power Sukuna? And they,
That might be the case.
well, you gotta have a challenger, and then it says this will get $2 spammed, like my enjoy.
Like, is it spam $2 every second or something? Like what?
Maybe I'm not 100% sure what he's trying to say here. But do you want to debate what was it? Cars versus. I mean, you have to find someone who can support the other side. Takes the,
Casper,
What side he on though?
think
That's
him
the
and Casper are
question.
trying to set this debate up. They've been talking about it in the comments.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fine. He can come up next. Also, the second super chat is it takes thousands of years for Fuji to do that. So apparently he's calling some bullshit on what you're saying.
Oh, Kane. Okay, well,
Yeah.
like either way, as I was saying.
The filthy, dirty whore lies that you guys are saying.
Actually, funny enough, even if Luffy doesn't kill him, like, it's not technically a win, but Fushi would just straight up outlive him. But that's not fun.
It isn't
So,
fun.
We're not
Which
going
is
to
why
use that
which
as
is why I
an
didn't-
instance.
Yeah.
But the point is like, I don't think Luffy is going to kill him for a few reasons. Because Luffy doesn't normally kill people. Unless you count that one random Marine he absolutely dissed on at Marineford. But, yeah.
I've actually heard people argue
Like-
with that. That's not the case. That he actually does kill people. He's essentially indifferent to the lives of other people. It's just that
No,
Oda.
no.
It's just that Oda doesn't specifically like to focus on the fact that he kills people. So it's
Yeah.
like when he's on.
Well,
When he's in Ennie's lobby and he's just like destroying buildings and toppling shit, and at one point destroys a bridge with a bunch of people on it and they fall down. He's like, those people are all dead. It's just that like they don't actually, like focus on, like he doesn't execute people, but he's okay with essentially just like going ham on large areas, and whoever dies, and he's not really that worried about it. I think it's kind of cowardly
that would be true.
personally. I think it's kind of like just in terms of writing, it's like no one ever forces him to like, and this is kind of an issue that I have with One Piece as a whole. No one ever forces Luffy. I think one time Luffy was called out for some bullshit, but almost every time Luffy does things that are very clearly wrong, the story itself just supports his decisions. Like when he fought against one good one is when he fought against Katakuri, and it was like his people were being attacked. Like his entire crew was being attacked by a Yonko, Big Mom, her entire army, and he's like, "No, I have to fight you." And he's like, and it's like, what? They're waiting for you. Like you got to get the fuck out of there so you can get there and escape. Because of him, the lion dude dies. Because like the lion dude, no, not Peckham's, the other lion dude, the dude, the guy who blows himself up. I'm forgetting his name.
I haven't gotten that far in Whole Cake yet, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, well somebody
I've
died.
really only
Why are you
gotten to-
supporting Luffy if you haven't gotten that far?
I am.
You just said you haven't gotten that far.
Well, I didn't. I have. What are you talking about?
You just
Whole
said
Cake is
I
really
haven't
far.
gotten that far.
Yeah, in Whole Cake. That's what I'm saying.
So why are you talking about Luffy? You're talking about Gear
Because-
5th and shit, and you haven't even gotten that far.
Because. Yeah, I haven't, but I still know what happens.
Motherfucker,
Like,
are you seriously debating something based on like wiki level knowledge and you haven't actually seen the series?
No. Yes, I have seen the series, and
Not
yes,
if you're
I've
not if
actually
you're
seen-
only
actually
not if you
looked
haven't
at
gotten
the
to
fight of-
not if you haven't gotten to Whole Cake. You're missing out on a lot of stuff.
I am in Whole Cake.
You
I
just
am in Whole Cake. I literally just said I'm in
stop.
Whole
You're
Cake.
changing the subject. You're changing the subject. You are not past the end of Whole Cake. You're missing all of Wano. You're missing all the stuff that's come after that. You haven't seen any of it.
No, but I saw when Luffy went Gear 5 because I wanted to know what Gear 5 was.
Yeah,
So
but that's
I
not
looked it
you
up.
seeing the series and knowing what's going on. You don't know any of that stuff. All you can do is make
mean, even if I
assumptions
don't,
based on
like,
watching
I'm talking about his
individual
morality.
scenes. Yeah, but you're having
No,
a
but I'm talking
debate
about
right
his
now.
morality.
Yeah, but you're having a debate about him fighting, and you don't have any of the information because you haven't seen anything past Whole Cake. Like, it's literally has to be wiki levels of knowledge past Whole Cake.
Well, I don't have to do that. I can literally go and look at specific things that Luffy does, even past Whole Cake. I don't have to look at.
But you
wikis
don't
to
understand the
gain that knowledge.
context of it. You don't know. You don't. There's no way that you can have a proper conversation about it. Because if I
How
go
so?
into
Like-
because if I go into any detail of anything, you're not gonna have any idea what I'm talking about, and you're gonna say things based on single like short videos that you've seen of like a specific fight and not understand what any of the context of what that thing is. I could basically say anything. I could literally say, like, during our whole speed thing, I could literally say, like, oh, we know that Luffy can't travel at speed of light going across the thing because he tires out and he'll fall in the ocean. We saw that, and you couldn't reject it. You would have to go on YouTube or Google and, like, look it up. You wouldn't be able to say no. I could literally do whatever I want because you don't actually have knowledge of the character past this certain point. I don't even know why you would choose to debate with a character when you're like 3/4 of the way through the series or 2/3 of the way through the series. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of chapters that you're behind it. Like it's a considerable length. I mean, how long is just Wano by itself? It's like, you should know that. If you read the series, you would know that. It's just, I don't know. It just seems. Am I crazy here? Or is it weird for someone to debate a character that he hasn't like finished the series of?
No, because even in my current knowledge right now, as Luffy stands, even if I discard all of Wano, like if I have no knowledge of anything past Whole Cake, like I could still debate like Gear 4 Luffy, or just like the stuff we see up to the point that I'm at in Whole Cake right now. Like I don't have to use Wano.
But you have been this whole time. You've been using Gear 5th. You were argued about me.
Yes, because
about
I know what Gear 5 does.
No, apparently not. Like you don't.
What do you mean? Apparently not.
Because we were just talking about it. You were making up a bunch of stuff earlier about things that it could do that it wasn't shown to be able to do. We literally just talked about it.
I mean, yeah, sure, fair enough.
Because you don't know.
What I was trying to get at with that. Well, no. I mean, think of what I was using that as like a hypothetical of what he could do because that's.
Look, I'm just saying. I've said this as just a ground rule several times before. Don't come up here and debate someone if you don't have all the information, and you don't have all the information. You're very behind on the series. So that means that any debate that they have, I mean, the only reason why you can even successfully debate in any real way is because the person you're going up against, Kane, has not read One Piece. So you're debating, you're ignorant, but you're debating against someone who's ignorant on it too. So you just have two ignorant people debating One Piece. And I'm not saying that's an insult. I'm just saying, like, definitionally, you are both ignorant to the series because you haven't seen it.
I am very ignorant.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I'm not like trying to call you stupid or anything. I'm just saying it's like that's the case. So it just seems weird. You have two people who don't know anything about a series debating about the series. At least you don't have to know his series, but you do have to have an understanding of your series fully. Like, I would understand if you were like, 20 chapters behind or something like that, or you're just like, I'm a couple. It's been a couple weeks since I've read a chapter. That's fine, but like, you're literally hundreds of chapters behind, like hundreds upon hundreds. There's a lot of stuff that you've missed out on, but you're trying to debate this, and you're not. It's not that you're trying to, and I would understand if you were debating up to a certain point. Like, I can only debate up to Whole Cake, but you're not. You're using Gear 5. You're talking about stuff that happens later, but without having a full understanding of what it means. And I know you're not having a full understanding. That's why I ended up arguing with you. I actually jumped into the debate to argue because some things you were saying were wrong. And the reason why they were wrong is because you haven't seen it. I thought you were just misinterpreting, but you weren't. You just straight up haven't seen it.
Okay. Listen, I don't understand how that would be the case. What I was saying with the whole, I know. Let me say something. I know. What I was saying was like a hypothetical of what Luffy's powers can do, because we know Luffy hasn't used him to his full potential because he doesn't quite know all the things that they can do. In fact, most of what he does in Gear 5 is instinctual. That's why, like...
You don't know that, though. You have no idea if that's true, what you just said.
No.
You don't have a clue if that's what you said, because you've only seen short videos of little things that's happened here and there. Have you watched long videos of Luffy actually talking about what Gear 5 could do? Everything you say about Gear 5 is theoretical, because you haven't actually read it.
I mean, even if I haven't
now,
read
maybe
it,
what you said, maybe what you just said is true. Like, maybe it is, but you don't know if it's true. I could literally say it's not true, and you couldn't dispute me in any way.
I mean, no, because it's not really shown to do that.
But you don't know that.
What you're saying.
You have no idea if it's shown to do that. You haven't seen it. That's my
What do you mean?
point.
There's only very few instances of when Gear 5 is used, though.
There
I
are
literally
several
saw- I literally
hundred
went into-
chapters that you have missed. You have no
I mean, I've been
idea. You saw a
following the
couple.
episodes,
You saw a
so-
couple of short YouTube videos where he may have used Gear 5 in a fight real quick. And those fights are almost always cut up and chopped up to have the coolest moments in them. Because if it wasn't, then the fight would be like dozens and dozens of episodes long. You're missing all the context in between. You're missing anything that's not just literally Gear 5 fighting on screen. Like, you're missing a lot.
Exposition.
Everything. Any explanation at all. Including exposition, like any information, like I said, if we got into a debate right now about Gear 5, I could literally say anything, and you couldn't dispute me unless you went and Googled and had to try and look for it. If I told you that there's a part of the series where he turns into Gear 5 and tries to fly across the ocean, and he couldn't make it, and I just fabricated a whole scene like that, you wouldn't be able to dispute it. You'd have no idea if that was true or not.
No, I could.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I could.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
You could
because
guess.
I literally went. Look, I didn't do like I am never using Gear 5 in any argument, like unless I've already went in and did research about it. Like I can't tell you the exact episodes that Luffy went.
Research
Gear 5
isn't
or,
the same
like,
thing
the
as
exact...
research isn't the same thing as seeing it. Reading a wiki is nothing.
enough,
Do you know what it
that's-
says? Do you know what it
No, I
said?
don't-
Did you know that it says in the One Piece wiki that Sanji has stronger punches than he does kicks? That's on the wiki. That was on the wiki for years. I don't know if it still is because I haven't read the wiki in like 10 years, but
I've
that
never
was
read the wiki either.
that
so
was on
I
the
wouldn't
wiki.
know.
Well, where are you doing the research from?
What?
Where you said you research? Where are you getting the research from? You have wikis, you have YouTube videos. The only other way that you could be doing research of it is by actually like reading it, which you haven't done, or watching the episodes. Neither of which have you done. So where are you doing your research if you're not doing wikis? It's either a wiki or a YouTube video. Which one is it?
It's YouTube videos.
Yeah, okay, so you're getting third-hand knowledge based on something that someone else interpreted. So it's not even your interpretation of what happened, it's someone else's interpretation.
Okay, fair enough. But still, like, you can't, if you were to say, like, oh, Gear 5 Luffy goes to fly like a complete fabrication, I would say that's never happened because...
But you would be guessing.
I
You
mean,
would have no idea if that
technically, yeah,
really
you're
never...
not
No,
wrong.
not technically. You would be guessing. And
I would
it's...
be guessing if I've already, but if I was like shown by say a YouTuber who's already seen the entire show up to the point as it is now and knows exactly when things are, and he tells you when the things happen, and like sure it's not my interpretation, but it's still an interpretation that I can use because it happens. He knows.
But you can't
he
defend
saw the whole thing.
Okay, so it's somebody else's ideas. You can't defend you're in a debate. You can't defend the ideas because they're not yours.
And even then, I went and saw not just YouTube videos of people talking and explaining about Gear 5. I went to look for the specific episodes where Luffy went Gear 5 and just saw that whole like section. And not once did any like fabrication of Gear 5 that wasn't either fan made or anything else show up.
So
Like it was, yeah.
you have
That's my point.
that you're not making a point. You're saying that you've seen some scenes with Gear 5. We've already established that I know you did that. I'm saying that you haven't seen the series. That doesn't go against anything I've said. I'm saying you have not seen the series. Anything that you say about the series is based on someone else's interpretation, and you can't say anything outside of that interpretation because you aren't aware of it. Anything between the actual individual scenes that we have seen. I mean, like the video that you saw was just some dude explaining. What would that person say if someone argued with them? What if another fan came up and was like, well, actually, based on your interpretation, I would say this. Like, he would be able to argue and defend his points. You wouldn't. Like I said, the only reason why this debate hasn't completely been lopsided and you haven't been destroyed is because the person that you're debating doesn't know anything about One Piece. Like if literally anybody else was on the stage right now who knew anything about One Piece, you would be fucking demolished right now because you literally don't know what you're talking about. You can't because you haven't actually seen it. You're just regurgitating things that you've heard other people say.
Okay, but then tell me this: in what context episodes are you seeing would that really be the case? Like, if it's not like the scenes where Luffy just unlocks Gear 5 after dying almost, what context would I need? You need to say what context episodes would I need to go and see for my arguments to be valid in the first place.
Have you ever read a manga at all?
Yeah.
You know how that you ever heard? Well, you've never read manga. Okay, so do you know the exposition chapters, right? They happen often, basically in every arc. There's 1 or 2 chapters where people will just sit around and explain shit to you, how things work.
I think yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. Those.
Fair enough.
There's yeah, so that's just one example, but there's so many. There's just little details. I mean, little things that you don't notice that even in that YouTube video when the guy is talking about Luffy, maybe there's something that he said that like things that he didn't notice. You might see that exact same episode or read that exact same chapter and come to a completely different conclusion than he did. Maybe his conclusion's bad. You're telling me that you've never seen a YouTube video where someone explains some shit and you're like, oh, he's clearly wrong.
No, I've seen many.
Of course, I'm sure you've seen it in my videos. It happens all the time. That's you can't go. I've always said that I will not make a video on something based on something that someone else said on a YouTube video. I had to have actually experienced that thing myself. That way, I mean, even if people don't agree or disagree or whatever, at least it's my interpretation of what that's happened. Or sometimes if a fan base is particularly irritating, I'll purposely just say a bunch of wrong shit because I think it's funny to watch them rage out in the comments. But for the most part, I just I just do the things that I'm aware of. But it's just look, there aren't a ton of rules up here. But the rules for the debates, what we do have as rules for the debates is you have to have a working mic. You can't be distracted, have a bunch of stuff going on in the background. You got to be here. And one rule that I've said multiple times, you need to have a good understanding of the thing that you're talking about. It has to be your understanding. Because you just got lucky with the fact that Kane doesn't know anything.
Even then, even if I just exclude all knowledge of Gear 5, say I don't know anything that happens past Whole Cake as of right now, I can still use Whole Cake Luffy. He's still very powerful.
Yeah, you could use Whole Cake Luffy. I wouldn't have had an issue if you came in. I would not have an issue if you came in and said that I'm only debating up to this arc because that's all I've seen. I would have no problem with that. But I do have issues with you debating and saying stuff that you just you don't know anything about it. You're literally just guessing and going off of YouTube stuff. So it's that's my only issue. I don't have an issue with you debating Luffy, but just debate up to where you've actually been to. That's all I'm saying.
All right. I understand what you're saying. I get it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I get it.
Continue. Although people have been paying money saying that
people are tired.
It's
people are tired.
But anyways, I'm not that far from where Luffy does go Gear 5. So when I do get there, I will have knowledge.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it's probably not going to change my opinion either way. So.
Well, you say that you're almost there. You're not. Depends on where you are in Whole. But even if you're at the end of Whole Cake, it's still 100 chapters away or 200 chapters away. It's a while. You're not that close.
You're saying chapters, which is funny because
chapters.
I don't do chapters.
Well, episodes is even longer. Well, no, it depends. It depends. It's not. It's not longer. It'll be shorter if it's episode. Anyway, I'm gonna make a poll. If people want to move on, y'all continue. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay. I keep losing my train of thought.
Right.
I don't think as things are now, I don't see how Luffy wins. Someone mentioned in the chat that just imprison him or just seal him away. How does Luffy do that?
Wait, what do you mean? How does Luffy seal him away, or how does Fushi seal Luffy away?
No, how would Luffy imprison my character and make it so he couldn't fight? Is what someone in the chat was saying. Just like, imprison him, do away with him.
I guess as of right now, from where I'm at in the show, he wouldn't, because Luffy has no real way to do that. He really only has like methods of killing, and as I was going to say before, Luffy doesn't kill most of the time. He has like a moral thing that where he doesn't like to kill necessarily, because he believes like everyone has a dream and everyone should chase it. But he's like completely indifferent to how he acts around people. Because like when he was fighting on the Battle of Marineford, he had no care about who was in his way. He only really cared about like his brother. Like he would like that Marine I was talking about that he completely dissed. That guy's just straight up dead. And Luffy has no care because he just wanted to save his brother.
Yeah.
Like
I'm just
messing
saying,
with
I
Luffy-
feel like there are a lot of ways that Fushi could win.
I mean, but
I'm-
it takes 1,000 years for him to even gain the skills of something. That
Okay,
would overpower,
guys,
like,
I
three or four
apologize because this is probably a lot my fault, but 77% of people want to move on. Well, 79% of people want to move on.
I'm fine with ending it here.
That's likely
fine.
my fault because I went off on a totally different tangent, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
If you guys get it, don't fucking agree with me, asshole. If you guys,
Okay, you know what? Fuck you.
if you guys
You're wrong.
if you guys want to come back up or y'all have another debate in the future, we'll bring it back up. It's cool. Okay, dude paid to come up. Who was that? XSL. Yeah, XSL production. What's your name up here? I think it's also XSL. It is. Yes. Invite to speak. All right. Now, and somebody else. We need
Casper was the other guy, I believe.
somebody else.
So what are your thoughts on my super chat, Roga?
What was your super chat? Yeah. Let me actually go back and see the super chats. Because I probably missed a couple.
I think mine's the only
Luffy Trap
legitimate one.
Forever. This is kind of dumb debate from
He's
the
Muslim.
beginning.
My guy is Muslim.
That's fucking awful, dude. Don't talk.
No,
Jesus.
no, that's his
Terrible.
name.
He's
Holy crap.
goddamn, dude. Like he's a
No,
person.
he's peak Muslim. He's peak
He's a
Muslim.
person.
That's his profile.
You're a
Damn it.
fucking honky, like what the hell?
Yeah.
All right.
Wacko.
Okay, but XSL, I would like to say one thing first. If we are doing Ultimate Lifeform cars versus Sukuna,
Wait, hold the
don't get me
fu-
wrong,
hold,
Sukuna would put up a good fight.
Hold up, Muslim.
My fault.
Let me finish reading the super chats. Okay, get off
My
the
fault, gang.
Give me a second. Okay, so XSL Production says get off the stage. Luffy is much strong at Vegapunk and fight Kizaru at light speed and still has big time limit. Kane says, how is everyone? I'm good. Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay, Doug, here you are. Which is more advanced technologically, militarily, and civilly? Mass Effect Citadel or Star Wars Republic? I would say Mass Effect. Star Wars has more powerful like ships and starships and stuff, but if you're talking about just technological advancement overall, it's not as destructive. But yeah, the shit that they have is generally more advanced. I will say that they suck in some ways. Like their space travel sucks. They have to use the relays for the most part. Their guns are better, considerably better. There's a couple of things here and there that I don't know. I guess it kind of differs. It would depend. Overall in war, I think Star Wars would win, but because they have the more powerful technology. But there are little things within the technology of Mass Effect that's super advanced. Like that's really advanced. So
there's also civilly. I don't know which has better civil relationships between alien races and whatnot.
Star Wars. Because Mass Effect is literally about how all the
Hold on,
races
guys.
hate
Give me
each
one
other.
second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
It's literally
Okay.
about how they hate each other. I made a whole video. One of my first videos I ever made on the channel was about how Mass Effect was like super racist and how it was awesome that it was racist. And basically the entire plot of the first Mass Effect game is about how all the races hate each other. And people always say like Ashley Williams is a racist, but when you actually look at it, every single member of your crew is racist with the exception of Caden. Like all of the people on your crew are racist in different ways. That's what the series is about. It's literally exploring racism. And then in 2 and 3, they kind of take a back seat. The racism doesn't really matter as much anymore in the story because EA took over and got rid of all the soul of the series. But I would say, I mean, there are actually like slaves and shit, and humans are generally the ruling class of Star Wars, which I suppose is a problem, but It's not
Yeah.
like, yeah, I think overall, like, Mass Effect literally starts nearly on the brink of a civil war. Everyone fucking hates each other. like the
Fair
crow,
enough. That's
the
a good
crow,
point.
yeah, like the Solarians, hate the Krogan so much they built a fucking genophage to poison them so they can't have kids. The Turians and humans hate each other because they literally just had a war like 20 years prior, less than 20 years prior. There's a massive supremacy thing with the Asari. There's like everyone, like all the races fucking suck. All of them. The Quarians and the Geth fucking can't stand each other. It's not a good situation.
Yeah, that's true.
Professional, fuck the poll and the debate. We did. Sorry, I mean the poll won anyway. I was missing out on a lot of these. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so that's all the super chats. Where's the Muslim?
He left, but Lee is willing to do Sukuna in the chat.
Okay, and what was yours?
That's gay.
Mine is Cars from JoJo.
Okay, does anybody else want to come up and do Sukuna and Cars? Anybody else in the chat or the places and the stuff? Anybody? Someone in
Finger
the
eating.
message. Wait, what's up?
Holy shit! I was just making a joke regarding the character. Your fucking show chat, which I know is not shit. My brain fart. The Discord chat that just blew up, even though that's not relevant.
We don't read the Discord chat. I've told you guys this 100 times.
Oh, I didn't. I just watched that number.
No, I'm not
go
saying
from 1 to 30.
you. I'm saying anyone who's typing in the chat. We're not looking at.
Oh
it.
yeah.
Trying to play good.
Crazy
Darth
Nanos
Vader
wants to do
and-
Cars. Okay, come on up.
Trying to play Garb or whatever is flashing up that his hand. I think he wants to come up here.
Who?
The seal dude.
What's the seal dude?
Yeah, the guy in the audience is trying to play G, and it's a seal. He was flashing his hand a minute ago.
Well, I don't care if he's flashing his hand. Is he going to debate for somebody?
Well, I think that's what he's trying to get up here to do.
Well, then he
so
needs
I
to
think-
say it in the messages like everybody else.
Hey, Muslim is back, he says.
Who am I teaming with?
Which one are you doing?
Who are you doing, Nano?
I joined for Cars.
I'm doing Sukuna.
Muslim.
You'll be
that
teaming
means-
with.
Peak Muslim
Excellent.
was also doing Sukuna. He's back too.
God, this guy is very
Where's
confused.
I saw,
Oh yeah,
like-
there's Peak Muslim.
Well, then Peak Muslim needs to
Seven.
send in the message and tell me that he's back, because as of right now, he hasn't said anything. He just showed up.
I'm gonna. Oh shit, we
So
don't.
XLS, F or
I
XL.
feel like it's
Yeah,
necessary
I
to
gotta
say.
say it in
your
YouTube.
Cars then.
Guys, one at a time.
Yes.
What's up? What were you saying,
I
Doug?
just feel it's necessary to say you don't have to put a super chat to join the debate.
No.
I am
I saw
trying not
so
to
many
respond to that
$2
guy's
that
comment,
might
but he
be-
kind of just said something important. The fact that he doesn't understand that you don't have to use a.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's not messaging in the stream chat. Ignore it. I don't care what he says. We do not look at the Discord chat. I have said that so many times. I don't see how people are still not understanding that. All right, you're back. Cool. There we go. Invite. Yeah, I'm not looking at two different chats. I'm not going to constantly jump back and forth. It gets confusing as shit. We're only doing the stream chat. And I'm not. And if anybody else reads me anything that's not in the stream chat, I'm ignoring it entirely, 100%. Get into the stream and use the stream chat. That's what we're doing.
Got it.
All
And
right.
you don't have to pay to get in the debate.
Then what did I just fucking say, Doug?
What?
Then he could say that
sorry.
shit in the stream chat. You're ignoring it. He doesn't exist. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Do whatever. I don't care. Somebody say something.
Start with Cars, all of you. I'm presuming, like, Muslim is also doing Cars, since I saw he was saying he was going to do that, correct?
No, Muslim said he's doing Sukuna with you.
Yeah,
Okay, yes. Okay.
I'm
That's
here
all I
for
mean, the YouTuber, I guess,
team with
Cars.
XLS.
Nano is Cars, I'm Cars, you two are Sukuna.
Okay,
is
well,
Kujo.
start with Cars. Go. Tell me
Okay.
what Cars can do.
Ultimate Lifeform Cars has the ability of every living creature on Earth multiplied to its absolute limit. which means he can turn his entire body into any type of creatures and genetically change anything that he's touched into either his DNA or into something else. Things arranged from like wings, shells, and even when they're separated from his body, he can transform those into living things that can last longer than the actual living things.
Cool.
He is also
Okay.
technically a vampire.
Yes,
Oh,
that gets kind of phased out as soon as he turns perfect.
Yeah.
So he
but
can. So he's like he has every power of every species on Earth. Is that what you're saying? Like he can just like
Yeah.
make his hand into an armadillo or something.
The very first thing he did was turned his hand into a squirrel that was able to eat through metal, and Muslim is gone again.
Wait,
Whatever.
wait. Can he? Oh, okay. I guess I'm doing 2v1, but
Go for it.
At least we're
so
here
he can
after
just make creatures. Like, how is there a limit to how many creatures he can make then?
It depends.
No.
It
Hello.
As long as it's lived on Earth, he can make it. So meaning he can make dinosaurs.
Was Muslim
What?
defending?
Muslims.
Muslim was on Sukuna.
He was defending Sukuna. All right, I'll see if I can find.
Okay.
something like in chat.
Thanks
Keep
for
going.
the answer. But okay, so he can. Okay, so what's his durability? Just the best creature? Is he just basically every creature can melt?
He's
That's-
practically
Muslim's
invincible.
gone.
Well, to all Earth, to things I think only exclusive to Earth. He's practically invincible to anything that Earth has. At the point that they fought him, it took. Well, they had him in a volcano, and he was fighting in the volcano. He fell in the volcano, did nothing to him, and the only way they stopped him was because he was in that they managed to like shoot him out into space, and then he froze. He's not dead still, but he's not. He did lose. That was like the only way they were able to beat him because Hammond wasn't working on him. Like nothing Joseph did was working on him. And even if he did like land a hit on him, he could just regenerate from it.
Kind of where I want to get into this. Lava does hurt him. He is still very capable of being damaged by several things. Bullets can still hurt him even as perfect form. And
Yeah,
same
but
with
he
lava.
was yeah, but he had the shield. That's what I was saying. He had like a shield around him when he fell in the lava.
Yes, he had to adapt and regenerate a shield around him.
Yeah, and that practically made the lava useless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't put. Kind of hate it when people put out. Sorry, nope, getting too far. Other abilities of him is actually knowing Haman. Haman is a ability where it is a breathing technique where you can use the power of the sun. His is the most perfect version of Haman, which literally radiates the heat of the sun. As soon as he touched someone, he literally melted that part of that person just by the slightest touch of his fist. Haman can do many things, and him being one of the first people to see Haman being used, knows every technique, such as being able to either stretch his limbs. Other techniques consist of being able to just connect things that, using the energy of Haman, able to reshape stuff. Haman has a lot of abilities to it.
Isn't that how he got rid of Joseph's arm?
Yes, he cut off his arm with his Haman chop.
Yeah. Oh,
Kind of
Joseph's
on the
best
nose,
in
but
my
all right.
opinion.
Go ahead. That
So
wasn't meant to make
Lee,
stop.
go ahead, Lee. So go ahead, Lee. Lee.
Lee, count to 10, Lee.
Did we scare him off? He
Apparently.
muted himself.
Uh,
He might be doing something.
he didn't mute
Is he doing
himself.
something?
10,
did.
9, 8, 7,
He's
6,
doing a joke.
5, 4, 3,
He's
2,
himself.
1. Oh, he dipped himself, but I mean that doesn't change the fact that you're out. All right,
I
well,
think he's having some technical issues.
clearly. All right, I'll let him back in. Come on in. See you beautiful people there.
Give
See you,
him another
Kane.
chance.
Lee, is it working? Lee. It's not working. I don't think it's working.
Lee, come on.
All right, what was he?
Working
Who was
out,
he?
man.
Who was he doing?
Sukuna from
Sukuna.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Has anyone seen Jujutsu Kaisen and wants to debate Sukuna? Anybody? Anybody?
I could debate up to
Fe-
Shibuya.
Fesh Lord, who are you in the audience? Or are you in the audience?
Next Lord.
If you're not in the audience, you gotta get in the audience.
What is that name? Actually, what am I saying? Of course, that name's not the weirdest name.
Fesh Lord, I'm in. He's in.
Well, what's your name, bro?
You gotta give me your name. I just need more information.
Are you that?
Try
Right,
to
there
play
we go.
good. Okay, I'm assuming that's
He's a
this guy.
seal.
Alright, come on. Come on up. You have been invited.
Yep.
Hello? Check your stuff.
That seal looks like.
Yeah, my Discord's bugging.
Yeah, I'll say. Okay, whoever has the stuff in the
he speaking?
background needs to stop. Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, y'all
Yeah,
good?
Yep.
All right, Lee, you're getting
Hey,
you're getting
Lee.
booted. Boop. All right, go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Get him.
All right, yeah,
Yeah,
you go
no.
ahead trying to play.
All right.
Oh,
one
yeah,
thing I
that's you,
will say
Axel.
about one thing I will say about Cars and Sukuna's strength.
I will say
is
this.
that Sukuna-
Sorry, I don't know your name. Your thing's on streamer mode. Whoever's talking in the background, you gotta go in a different room or something. It's super loud. I can hear him.
XLS.
I can hear him more than you.
My bad.
That's XLS.
I don't know what that is.
Right.
What's XLS?
I'm at
Oh.
I'm at AIT, and I have two roommates.
Dude.
Well, you gotta go in a different. Whoever it is, you gotta go.
I just went into a different room.
All right, cool. Okay, continue.
All right, but what I was gonna say is how they defeated Cars is by throwing him into space. Then he froze, which
Yeah.
didn't kill him. It just permanently stopped him.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, could Sukuna do that same thing? Just throw him into space? But you also have to keep in
this is
mind that
well-
instead of
There's also the thing of Sukuna, not Sukuna. Fuck it. Cars can also be destroyed since he is a living thing. If all cells of him are destroyed, he cannot come back.
True.
which Sukuna has experience by doing that too, by defeating Magaraga twice, maybe 3 times.
Yeah, but Maharaga's a weird case because he's very easily hurt, like by anything, mostly. Like any attack Sukuna did to him was very clearly, was very clearly capable of like killing a normal dude. But Maharaga was able to regenerate from those and heal from those. It took Sukuna to just one shot him with like that fire arrow, that to really to kill him permanently.
So you mean Fuga or Furnace? I'm calling
Yeah.
them by their English. But
Yeah,
there's one thing
Maharaga's
that's
a weird case.
Actually,
Actually-
bugging me too is that I don't even think Sukuna could. It's depending on what form we want to go by. Of, like, how
Let
many
me say
fingers.
this: this is basically Maharaga, but I would
Faster.
arguably slightly stronger. Faster, definitely, but yeah.
So is this
Same.
full finger Sukuna, if I'm
Yes.
correct?
Yes, I want
Alright.
them at their peaks. That was kind of the biggest stipulation for this.
All right.
Oh,
So if we're
this
talking
is,
about full finger Sukuna, and his, are we doing? Is he allowed to use his untamed domain or tamed domain? Since I forgot what they call it.
This is everything Sukuna can do versus anything Cars can do. And now that I think about
not-
it, that
Not
is-
possessing Megami. Not possessing Megami though.
Oh yeah, that we will not allow. Not Megumi. He's not part of this debate.
I mean, then it would just become a
Smack him
1v1 to
away
a
just like
squad.
smack him away just like Maharaga did.
Yeah. Because what I'm saying is he probably could beat him using like maximum power furnace,
Yeah.
but it would be insanely hard. For one main reason, if a lower power Sukuna was able to defeat someone with that same type of hacks, maybe a full power Sukuna could more easily do it with someone that has that better hacks, or be around the same level.
Yeah. I will say, I feel like Cars would be able to resist, partially be able to like tank a couple of furnace, maybe like Like if it wasn't like a full powered furnace, I think like the shell that he uses when he was dropped into lava would be able to save him from that. I'm not sure. What do you think, XLS? Could he probably defend himself from that? It is fire.
Yes, but it really depends because lava is one thing where it is where he is regenerating slowly as well as he is melting in lava, and lava is hotter than fire. So I think he would realize the fire ability, and his armor would be pretty perfect against the furnace unless he doesn't realize the furnace is about to happen.
Yeah, he would, and even if it's like a hotter, and even if drying, if it's like a maximum powered, I don't know how hot that would really be for him, but like maybe he like gets hit by it once and is like, oh crap, that nearly killed me, and then like tries to make a harder shell, but I'm not really sure that would.
Yeah, and we also have to determine if Sukuna could just, pick him up and throw him into space.
I mean, he probably
Sukuna-
wouldn't. First off, he is faster than Sukuna, I'd argue, and he is capable of flight.
Yeah, I mean,
And
His fly speed is much slower than his actual running speed. His reaction speed is off the charts, being able to react to Hamon and other lasers.
yeah, I
there's
don't even
one
think that
thing.
maybe he could just dodge the fire arrow.
There's one thing I was wondering: if this is full power Sukuna, and he uses his domain, could he finish him off like Magaraga, and use the domain while Cars is being distracted, and then pop a fire, pop a furnace, or a
You'd have
maximum
to do
attack
it.
furnace?
That would be a nasty combo. I mean, chopping him up into bits would be very bad, but he could heal from that. Not sure how fast he would heal from that. I don't remember how fast, if he was able to heal really quickly.
He was instantly regenerating while he was in lava.
Yeah.
It was agony for him, but he
Ye-
was regenerating from it.
Yeah, I guess if he just continuously gets diced up, he would instantly regenerate from that. But like, if it is a distraction, and then Sukuna uses a fire arrow, that would. I don't want to say it would take him out, but it would probably just straight up halt him for a while.
I know this is off topic and all, but like, I'm kind of mad in part 4 how Josuke's abilities is to basically heal stuff. And how
Sound
he
like you're
never
underwater,
heals.
man.
I was just about to say.
Oh,
Are you
sorry,
currently in
drowning.
the aquarium right now?
Yes, I'm eating too. I'm eating the fish as
Because
they
you're a
come by.
seal, aren't you? You're an actual seal, aren't you? I knew it.
Wow.
Shouldn't allow
Wow.
animals up here.
Wow, that sounds racist.
Hey, if we're not allowing Canadian goose in the country, we can't allow seals either.
I'm from the source engine.
I didn't understand a word you said.
I said, but I'm from
Source
the source
engine.
engine. So
Horse engine, okay.
source engine, like source, valve,
Norse?
source.
God, it's not that important. Continue with the debate.
No, this
Jesus.
is important, Rig. I gotta decipher this, man.
No, we gotta do this. You don't understand.
Right. Yeah. Back to the debate. Yeah. This is a very tough fight for Cars, to say the least.
Then there's
You also have-
Cars adaptation, where he is able to learn stuff very fast with his 200 IQ.
True, but it's 200 IQ, and could he even adapt to something like a furnace or domain expansion? Like, he could adapt to being chopped in a bunch of times.
Yeah, but what about But you know how like original Sukuna has basically two arms, not 2 legs, 2 mouths, and 2 arms to become like the ultimate sorcerer?
Does he not have 2 legs?
No, I mean,
He has
No, he
four
Yeah, he
doesn't.
has 2
arms.
legs. He has 4 arms and 2 legs.
But he said
The legs
2
don't
legs,
matter.
like not 2 legs. It's like he doesn't have 2 legs.
yeah, my brain just
No, he's
shits myself
legless.
sometimes.
I got you.
He floats around. That's how he fought. That's how he beat Gojo, because he doesn't have legs.
Very nice.
The world cutting slash.
Yeah, no, my brain just shit itself right now.
I got you. No, go ahead.
But one thing I was gonna, because one thing I was gonna say is, could Sukuna have two brains to think faster than most normal people?
His body would have to
Why would he-
change to that, and why would he do that to himself?
Why would he have? Yeah, first off, why would he have two brains? It's never been said he
I
had
don't-
two brains.
That was just me theorizing. Like,
I mean,
could
fair
he
enough,
have?
but like, no,
Could
but
he
the
have,
whole
like,
thing about like
multiple-
Sukuna's thing is that he has those extra arms and mouths so that he can
Because-
make those incantations faster.
It's because he knew that was the perfect body for a sorcerer because he has tested it numerous times. And I think making an extra brain is much more work than it's worth because that's just an
What would
extra
even an
weak
extra
spot.
brain serve him? What would an extra brain even serve him? Like
I guess
helping
that-
figure out how to get past infinity faster? Like, I mean, he already had
Faster
that in the
reaction
bag.
times.
I mean,
I would just say
I mean-
faster reaction times, but that was just me thinking of something,
I mean,
theorizing a bit, since he has two things. Since he does have that, I mean, he did eat his brother.
uh-huh.
That doesn't
Yeah,
mean that much when he's a
Yeah, the
curse
brain
and
is
can
completely
manipulate
useless
his
for
body.
him.
Yeah, but there's been one thing on my mind that I didn't say for one main reason. Sukuna also has a healing factor, like reverse curse technique.
That is true. I almost
That is
forgot
much-
about that.
That is much more limited
So,
compared
literally-
to Kars's regeneration, though.
Yeah, it takes
True.
energy, but his main attack of like just disintegrating limbs, the one that you used to basically get rid of Joseph's hand, that wouldn't be as useful as it is on those people, since you can just pop a new one out.
Haman
I
does
mean-
other things besides burning. He just did that to show
know.
Joseph that he could do Haman, such
Hitler?
as
Yeah.
being
And even then, in order to use reverse curse technique, you need cursed energy, and when you use it, it drains cursed energy. Anything Sukuna does is mainly cursed energy based, and that drains energy from him.
Yeah.
Whereas
he
Cars,
was
he
able to
basically
he was able to heal from multiple like hollow purples,
yeah.
and also getting over infinity. He was
he had
able to do that.
Maharaga to do that.
Yeah.
That's kind of the big
Kujo
thing.
should have
He doesn't
won.
have- he doesn't have that ability here. It is just him. Because if Maharaga gets at it, that is a completely different fight.
And even if
Yeah.
Maharaga gets out, I mean, you essentially have a fight of adaptation, and Maharaga is gonna get floored.
Yes.
I mean,
well,
it depends on if Cars has a one-shot attack, which he never shows that he does, unless he has like some kind of Haman spirit bomb or something.
I mean, he can
There's-
make Haman flow through an entire body, as shown. Haman can be
Actually,
electrical.
how funny would it be? How funny would it be if Cars grabbed Maharaga and flew him to space instead?
He would adapt to it. That's kind
He
of
would
Yeah.
adapt to space. He can now float in the vacuum of space.
he would adapt to nothing. Yeah, but space is nothing. So would that mean he would
Guys,
adapt to having
You're
nothing?
supposed to be debating. Stop getting off fucking topic. Y'all get off topic every couple of sentences. Jesus Christ.
The way your voice cut out when you said that.
It cut out because it cut out because
No.
my voice went over a certain and the mic fucking cuts me out. It is what it is. Just
Don't
get,
worry, Rouga. I'll pay $30 more just
stay.
because
Yeah.
of this agony.
Yes.
$30 more to have more ridiculous conversations like these.
Stupid fucking shit. Everybody's gonna fucking leave. It's gonna be you guys just fucking bullshitting on my stream.
Alright, so back to Sukuna. This is not about Maharaga swimming through space. As I was saying, or Sukuna, yeah, he has cursed energy, and that would drain him every time he heals. It's also very, depending on the injury, it's also very hard to heal sometimes, isn't it? Am I wrong?
Right.
Yes,
If
and he
it's-
had
If it's closer to the brain, and also if you're just missing like half your brain, it's gonna take a while.
That would actually kill him if I remember correctly, since he has no way to actually know how to do his domain again because of the brain damage.
I think that's beyond brain damage at that point.
So, would Cars be able to speed blitz Sukuna, hit him with Hamon, and disintegrate his head, or be smart enough to disintegrate parts of his body before Sukuna can one-shot him using a domain and then a furnace?
I don't think he
Blitzing-
could blitz him because Sukuna also has a really good reaction time.
His reaction time is to lightning.
I mean, hollow purples are very quick.
But they're not light
And then
speed.
there was a
That's kind of
whole-
the thing.
They're not light speed. Well, yeah,
And-
you're
and
right. I mean, Cars could blitz him, but
Cars is not physically strong enough to do enough damage to Sukuna without Hamon or any of his other abilities.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, if I
he
could,
would use Hamon. He would have to use Hamon to do much damage to him, and then he would have to like use all his abilities that he has.
there's one thing I was gonna mention, that his like unbound domain, incomplete domain, it has an insane range.
380 meters, I know.
So
Right.
so as soon as Cars just starts like running, he could summon that. He could summon that and basically stun him, or basically make him like focus on trying to adapt to it, and then not summon, then try to hit him with the maximum technique furnace.
That would be if Sukuna starts realizing, oh shit, this is like Maharaga again.
But Sukuna's also, has a sadistic nature, so he probably wouldn't try to do that immediately.
And
He would
Cars
try to like
knows when there's a threat. That's kind of the thing.
Cars is, in my opinion, probably a lot smarter than Sukuna.
IQ.
I mean, Sukuna's smart and all, but like,
Well,
he's
I mean, Sukuna has the advantage of years of intelligence.
Cars has lived that
Yeah.
long as well. Cars is actually older than him.
Sukuna had a life, died, got rebirth. So yeah, I feel like Cars beats him in battle IQ and intelligence, and strength, battle IQ, and then maybe strength. That one I'm still debating on. But
No,
Cars definitely
physical strength he is not winning on.
techniques and hacks. I feel like Sukuna has. Maybe not hacks, but like techniques Sukuna has in the bag.
It's really gonna be just like an upgraded Maharaga fight. Like,
Why did he get muted again?
I didn't,
Who, me?
Oh, crazy.
I don't know.
muted.
We're having like a lot of issues with people's mics. Guys, y'all need to check and make sure y'all's mics work before y'all come up.
I mean, my
Oh,
mic's been
no.
working fine.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the person who's fucking not working. Obviously. Was that Nano who said that shit?
Yes.
Fucking, I'm not
Dog?
even...
Yes.
Of course it's Nano. It's always fucking Nano. Did you change your
Hey,
name back?
I can't control my dog.
You did change your fucking
I
name
can't
back.
name back.
I got to
Don't
change your
touch
name.
my
back.
name.
I got to change your name back. I
You
can't.
do that.
I can't let you. It's okay. Every week I forget how to change names. There we go. There, he left. No, he didn't leave. Who the fuck left? Okay. Let's see.
Left. He just muted himself again.
Guys, look.
I call it the mute.
There we go. Change the name. Boom. Name has been changed. Okay, guys, are y'all are y'all good to be able to keep debating, or do we have to move on to something else? Cause y'all keep getting y'all's shit fucked up.
No, we're
No, we're fine.
All right,
We're
continue.
fine.
Like I was saying, Cars versus Sukuna is just like a upgraded Maharaga. And like
Yeah.
Cars would land a few good hits on Sukuna, and Sukuna would have to realize really quickly that, oh crap, this is basically Maharaga in steroids, and would have to use his domain, his furnace, otherwise he's gonna die.
Cars would react to those though after being hit by the domain once and then either retreating or sending another part of himself off out of his range because he's able to shoot those things very far. He would use his other abilities such as life creation and body mutation and Hamon congruently together to either try to overwhelm Sukuna or try to learn how to do cursed energy. Because that's kind of how he did the same thing with Hamon. He learned from afar while it was used either against him or on him.
But there's one thing I just want to add to this. Sukuna has 3 very powerful techniques, that being Cleave, Furnace, and Dismantle. Also, there's there's also World Cutting Slash, but like, I feel like he would not have enough time to hit that, so that's basically useless.
It wouldn't do much either, since it's not a human he's fighting. He's fighting against someone who can actually regenerate from that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be the 50% off Gojo. That's not
No.
going to happen.
There's also the thing of Cars being able to clone himself. They're perfect clones. They're not like shadow clones or anything. They are just another him. So if he realizes that he might actually die within this fight, which he might place like either his hand down or his DNA in a flower to regenerate after either his first body dies or come back as a doppelganger and two Cars trying to beat him.
But
Yeah,
been one
it
thing-
would.
there's just one thing I've been wondering. One thing Sukuna can do is use Dismantle on someone, which is basically like a more powerful version of Cleave.
Which paces them,
That
I know,
sends-
but that still is blood. That's left.
Yeah, but that turns them into. Yeah, but all that does is turn them into a bunch of cubes, and Cars
just-
can just regenerate from that. So, like I said, he has to go domain, and once he goes domain, like he like what? I see like Sukuna popping his domain, right? Just doing a bunch of like cleaves and stuff, and like just Cars just being like getting beat up and all kinds of stuff, and then like he has to use Furnace. So he doesn't use Furnace, he won't be able to destroy Cars all the way. And even then, what if Cars left a piece of him outside of the domain? What if he set a bunch of his DNA in a bunch of trees somewhere in like a forest halfway across the world? Like, it would be very hard for him for Sukuna to really win. Whereas
if he doesn't realize what he's fighting immediately, because unlike Maharaga, which is a mindless monster that constantly attacks, Cars knows when to retreat and trick people, which he has done.
Yeah.
Even pre-perfect form.
Yeah. Like Cars would find a way to kill him, and he would probably like engineer some type of thing. In fact, I don't see why he wouldn't also be able to learn or some
Cursed
type
techniques.
of cursed energy. Yeah, cursed techniques, because I think Hammond is sort of tied to the spirit as well. Like, I know it's like utilizing the sun, but it's a breathing technique, but it's also an energy, right? XLS? It's an energy.
Yes.
Yeah. So like, and since like I feel like that's also tied to the spirit, who's to say like he can't also utilize cursed energy, which is also tied to the spirit? Like, I just feel like Cars has the upper hand here, as having Maharaga's like arsenal basically, while like a couple of extra good stuff.
So this debate is whether Sukuna would be smart enough to one-shot him. Either he still has the experience from fighting Maharaga, or Cars being fast enough and or being able to learn, oh, he can't just one-shot this guy using just a Hamon fist in the chest. He would have to dissect Sukuna.
Yeah. Funny enough, I feel like Sukuna would probably find out what Cars is semi-quickly, because like he's gonna go for like maybe a punch or like a cleave like right off rip, or even try to rip his head off, realize and then kill him and be like, huh, this guy's weird. I like it. But I also feel like whereas that leads into like Sukuna's weakness of like toying with his enemies, and would cause Cars to adapt to his like the attacks that Sukuna would have viewed as just like child's play, because he didn't think he was going to actually adapt to those, which would be very bad.
One thing I'm going to add, or I think Cars could win this, and I think Cars is going to win this. Sukuna is not that powerful compared into like the broader terms of anime. Gojo is powerful, but the only reason Gojo lost is because he turned off Infinity. That's the only... Araki said that. That's the only reason he lost, was because he turned off Infinity.
The fuck would he do
Bullshit
that
explanation, if you tell me.
Well, people asked, how did Sukuna get past Infinity? And it's also shown in like some panels that he turned it off for a split second because he thought he was stronger than Sukuna.
That's
And then he
not a
lost.
good reason as to why. Like, it doesn't make any
No.
sense. I
No,
turned off
it
because I
was
thought I was stronger. That's like I had a shotgun, you
Wait
were
a minute.
unarmed, and I put my
No.
shotgun down because I thought I could beat you in a fist fight. Like, it's dumb.
Wait a minute.
I mean, he was
he
trying to
has
get rid of
reverse curse technique. Why didn't
Yeah.
he just heal?
Okay.
That-
because
He's
he
healed
didn't
from
know
worse.
it coming.
Either you don't know the
I don't
fight
know,
or
man.
how that went. Maharaga showed him how to get past Infinity. Infinity only goes around Gojo's space that he is filling. The World Cutting Slash, yes, is a very powerful slash, but also it goes in between space. That's how it went through Infinity, because it went in between the space that Gojo was in and cut him while he was moving.
Yeah,
I think
it
it's
was.
just a shot.
I remember hearing someone say something about targeting the space that he occupied rather than Gojo himself.
I'm not very well versed in Jujutsu Kaisen. I've only seen the first season. That's it. I've never read the manga,
Shit.
but I did hear rumors that basically the guy who wrote the manga for a while there, he didn't know how to beat Gojo. Is that true, or is that just a rumor?
That was
Because I heard
He was
like
trying to get
he
rid of
made
him
the
because
power,
Gojo-
and then he like realized after he made the power that he had no idea how to overcome it. So like for a long time he was just trying to think of a way to kill him and couldn't like think of it. Basically, that's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, but even
From-
then, like the
from the
thing,
main reason-
after he got cleaved in half, he could have healed from that
No,
if you think about it.
no.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
It's also
Can I tell you
explained.
Can I tell you a little reason why?
Why?
The person who I forgot his name.
Gege.
The person who created
Gege.
Gege, he asked his wife if Gojo was real, would she leave him for him? And she said yes. So I think that may be a reason why.
That's funny,
This is true. This is actually true.
but
Oh god, imagine Gege Akutami seeing Gojo steal his wife and just hearing like the line like the "you crying" meme, you know? And then just Gojo leaves.
that'd be messed up.
Okay.
Hey, Peak Muslim said he's back. You guys want to add him back up here?
Where'd he go?
Here are the-
I don't know. He just said he's back. Where'd you go?
The debate's
I
over,
was gonna-
man.
It's over? Oh.
Yeah, Cars won.
Yeah.
We can all agree that Cars would win.
Kars is the superior Maharaga and would actually succeed in beating Sukuna.
Because he's not mindless and just not one driven. Plus,
He would
Amon is
show-
very broken in any other universe than just JoJo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'll
I
give
mean,
you the
I-
benefit of the doubt. Sukuna has a way to win, but it's very unlikely with how Sukuna's personality is.
But there's one thing that I am going to say just out there for like a debate idea if Ruga ever wants to use it. Mr. Fantastic versus Plastic Man.
How,
Basically, they
That's
have the
not
same
fair.
power, but
That's not
it's
fair.
basically brains versus bronze.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Mr.
as
Fantastic
well-
has the ultimate nullifier that would just kill him instantly. He does have that
I don't
still.
like when people. I
I hate
like
people.
when
I hate people
use the
pulling out the ultimate. He
nullifier.
does not have the ultimate nullifier at all times.
Exactly.
I
Not
cannot
all
stand
he,
that.
He put it away.
Almost never.
Because he feared it, right? He
Almost
put it away.
never.
He used it once.
He's had it
He
like
used
he,
it once
he's-
against
he's-
Galactus.
he's had it
Sorry.
Didn't
That's my
you
bad. That's
steal
not
it?
my. That's my bad. That's
all the
my
way
bad.
back in
That's
like
my
the
bad.
70s. Like, come on.
That is my
Didn't
bad.
you
Okay,
steal
his
it to like
ultimate
erase
fire
the
in his
universe?
pocket. Like, no, bro, come on.
It's not. It's. I mean, technically, if we want to do that, we can never do. If you want to do a debate with Spider-Man, technically, Spider-Man has the power cosmic. It's in Parker Industries. He used it one time.
What?
Yeah, he has the power cosmic. At one point, he was fighting a He was
You're telling me he can be the Silver Surfer?
he
That's
was
crazy.
he was in a fight with I forgot what his name was. He's a very small time character, but he was one of Galactus's fucking, what do you call him?
Harold.
Yeah, he was one of Galactus's heralds, and he showed up on Earth, and he was being empowered by Galactus, and nobody was there but Spider-Man because the fucking Avengers were off world. So he like went into his Parker Industries, and he used the fucking power cosmic, and then he fought him, and he won. And then he took the power cosmic, he put it right back at Parker Industries. So if you really want to go that way, yeah, you could just fucking give him that. So it's
my bad. My bad.
it's
bad.
just
my
sort
bad.
of,
My bad.
you know.
I just don't see any other way Plastic Man loses against Mr. Fantastic then, because Plastic Man just has too many more abilities than Mr. Fantastic.
Well, I mean, you have to give him prep. It's a prep situation. It'd be like you know, like he has a fucking time machine, right? Like he has his own version of the Infinity Gauntlet. Like he's got all that stuff, but it's all stuff that's like in his shop, you know, doing his whole thing, and he doesn't have it on him 99% of the time. He's just not capable of using it.
But I mean, he's kind of a Batman
May I please
character.
add something?
What's up?
May I please add something?
Sure.
I don't care. Yeah.
Well, it's stated, and the only contingency plan that Batman has for, you know, Plastic Man is to freeze him and basically just shatter him and hope that works for now.
It
Because
doesn't.
Plastic Man's technically immortal.
It's a terrible plan.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work well, but like, what can you do with him? He's kind of immortal. Kind of. He still can be killed, it's just hard. He's like Wolverine in a sense.
He
Not
was
even
literally
Wolverine,
about to
he's more
die
like
in an
Deadpool.
entire storyline. He had an entire arc where he was literally dying.
Yeah, but that's from like a Plastic Man No More. Basically, what happens is how he got his powers is basically killing him. That's how that happened.
Okay.
So it was basically his molecules. I think that's what happened. Was starting to like melt away. Was starting to become like liquidy, and become one state of matter, and not the half a state of matter that he is. It's weird.
All right.
This debate is
But-
over.
Yeah, the debate's over. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming up. Let's try and see if we can get some other people up here.
Sorry for
And
the distraction.
yeah. Okay, Rabbit. Yeah.
Have any other debates planned? Because I'm having a debate about the Dragonborn versus the hero of Kavach in the chat
Who's the hero of Kavach?
from Oblivion.
So literally two characters in the exact same universe.
Yep.
Sure. That sounds cool. You want to invite that guy up? Also,
All
this
right.
also if we don't get some more stuff, I'm probably gonna end this. This is gonna be the last debate too. This is just a very slow night. And like we're not getting a whole lot of engagement here in super chats and stuff. So anyway, who are you debating against?
He goes by.
Oh wait, Liam.
Ellie-
Liam paid for his. I'm sorry. Hold up, Liam. I'm sorry. Hold up, because I actually think I remember something like that. Master Chief versus Anakin Skywalker. He did. $2. You cheap shit. No, I'm kidding. It's euros too. No. Who was you going up against? Pebble. Where's Pebble at? Here he is. Okay, Pebble. Oop, sorry, man. That was a while ago. I forgot that you did that. And Liam, are you even in here? Are you in here, Liam? I can't see your name anywhere.
Liam MMA. Yep.
I don't see. Is it the guy with all the people on the front? I can't.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's just
Far
dot.
left.
Again, it's just far left. That's Founding Faith.
What? Oh, there's a guy to the left of Founding Faith.
Not
Yeah,
on
that guy.
mine. There isn't. Oh, he wasn't on
Weird.
the left of mine. He was like 4.
Pound coins, actually.
Okay.
See.
Good. Everyone's good. Okay.
What?
What was this one? Master Chief. Okay, so Master Chief versus Anakin. Who wants to debate Master Chief versus Anakin? Who wants to be what?
I'm super
I'm Master
curious.
Chief.
Don't you know Master Chief really well, Doug?
I mean, yeah, I know him pretty all right.
Pretty all right.
I don't want to sit here and say I'm some lore expert, but I was reading the book, The Fall of Reach, which has him like being raised up and seeing all the feats and whatnot from there. So I kind of know things, but I also like Anakin a lot too.
I am the god of Halo. There is none who know more than I.
Okay.
So I don't know much. No. Okay. So does anyone know Halo or Anakin? And I will let you. I'll do Anakin. Casper. Who was Casper again?
Anakin. Oh,
Casper.
Muslim.
Casper was the non-Christian, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Heretic. No, I'm
Come
sorry.
on out,
I'm gonna say that.
Come, heretic.
Alhamdulillah.
I'll say it. Let us go, heretic. No, okay. So who are you doing again? You said.
I don't care. All jokes are jokes.
Yeah, all jokes
I'll
are
do
jokes,
Anakin.
and some of them are true. Okay. Let me see. I have a Anakin.
It is what it
Who else?
is.
Who else is Halo? Me and Darth Gator, Ben 10 versus Pokemon. See, you started something, Leon. Now everyone's gonna give me $2. No, I'm kidding. Me and Darth Gator versus.
Darth Gator.
I will be real with you. The way this works is that there's no like price tag or anything, but the point is that I need to be making a decent amount of money to prolong for hours. So if this debate goes on for an hour and I don't get anything, I'm not going to stay up for another hour for $2. I'm just gonna let you know that right now. That's less than minimum wage, and I'm not doing that shit. This is my job. So
I have a question.
There is a yeah. Go ahead. What's up?
Do you make more now or whenever you were like actually working?
I made more when I was working.
But you live more comfortably now that you're unemployed, technically.
I'm not unemployed, technically. Technically, by law, I'm considered an entrepreneur and a business owner. I actually get taxed more than a normal.
Hell yeah!
I get taxed more than a normal. Yeah, I get taxed more than a normal person. You get taxed 15%.
Why do you even pay them, bro?
I get taxed for 30. I didn't.
Just don't pay them.
I didn't used to, but I am now because I have a business and all that.
I'll tell the IRS.
Let's see. Sorry, I was reading. How about another 5? Thank you, Doug. That's very nice. Well, no, look. The idea, look, like I always say, like there's not like a limit to what I'm doing. But the basic thing is like if I've been doing this for 3 hours, and I've made like $40, I'm like I'm good. I'll go to bed. Like that's fine.
Yeah.
I have to be making, this is my Sunday night, and I have to wake up tomorrow and start working. I got to plan out the rest of my week, and got to start filming all my videos, doing all that kind of stuff and editing. And I work way more than 40 hours. Like with the filming and the editing, I release 3-4 videos a week. I work way more than 40 hours a week, and I do make a lot less than if I went back to electrical, I'd make way more. Electrical. After taxes, I was making about $4,400 a month, and I do not make that doing this. No, nowhere near. But the idea is that the potential for making more money doing this is higher than with electrical. Electrical, there's a limit. I can move and go somewhere where they're paying more money, and I can make that, and I can work there, and I can take overtime and all that. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna be like well off. I'm gonna be an electrician's pay no matter where I go, no matter what I do. But with this, I can open up a store. I could do the I could sell merch and stuff like that. I'm writing a comic. I intend on selling the comic, and then I'll have a fan base which could buy or would be interested in buying the comic. There's more stuff that I can do. The streaming is a really cool thing. There's like a lot of different stuff I could do. So the potential, there's no real maximum potential of what I can make for doing this, which is why I'm doing this and not doing the electrical. However, if it does get to the point where this stops making money, or the growth of this seems like it's stopping, I have to go back to work, and then I'll just do this on the side, and that's just kind of the way it is. This is more like an experiment, more so than an actual job that I'm doing. The only reason why I'm capable of doing this is because I don't live anywhere. Because I don't live anywhere, I don't pay rent. I'm capable of doing really whatever. I mostly don't have a house, so I just I move around a lot, and I couch surf, and I spend nights at different places. I like to travel, so that's just kind of the way I've lived since I was out of high school, and I'm just still doing that. So if it wasn't for that, if it was like if I lived in a place and I had a family and all that, I would actually I wouldn't be able to be doing this. I'd be at work, and I'd only be releasing like one video every 2 weeks. So that's the basic update of what's going on there. But yeah, no, to answer your questions, no, there's no like limit or anything. It's just simply me looking at it and being like, oh, I've been doing this for 4 hours. Did I make enough money to make it worth me doing this for 4 hours? And if the answer is no, then I'm like, okay, then we're done. And that's basically how I do the streams. I can then spend the rest of my night either relaxing because it's Sunday or planning out tomorrow so that tomorrow can be an easier day, and I'm not gonna be working late into the night editing and shit to get it up on Tuesday. That's so.
You
Yeah.
could always go back to Tekken.
No, I'm good. I
Shucks.
I got
It
off.
was worth a shot.
Have you been with me since Tekken? That's a long time.
I have.
Oh well, hey man. Nice to. I feel like we're like family. No, that's like
Yeah,
that's like
exactly.
almost 2 years. I was doing.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I was doing Tekken. Yeah. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised I didn't lose all my Tekken people when I moved over to doing other stuff. But yeah.
A lot of the stuff you moved into, I'm also like really interested in. I know like some animes I'm really into. You don't like know as well, which I'm fine with that. But a lot of the like actual stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, I love this stuff too.
Yeah. Like well, I mean, it's not like it's a huge leap, I was doing. It was a Tekken was
Yeah,
a fighting. It
exactly.
was a fighting game channel, and now it's a fucking what if. It's still like fictional nerd
Yeah.
shit. It's not. It's yeah. I didn't like getting. I hated the idea of getting stuck in a specific like niche that I just get bored with talking about the same thing over and over again. I like doing different things, and it was just bothering me that I was doing the same thing over and over again. But hey, it is what it is. What it is. You do what you gotta do, and I like the survival challenges because I could talk about all kinds of different things. I'm not stuck to one
You
thing.
play with more. Tekken's pretty landlocked.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you could talk about with one series. I mean, I think that's with any series.
Yeah.
Like I'm close. I talk to a lot of other YouTubers who actually do just cover one fucking series. Like I oftentimes will talk to Rad King, who is a YouTuber who does Fallout. He's a much bigger channel than I am, and I talk to him. I'm like, dude, don't you ever get fucking fatigued? Just talk about goddamn Fallout all the time. And I don't know what it is. It's just something about people's brains allow them to just talk about one fucking thing. But a lot of those people who talk about one thing, it's oftentimes
Get burnt out.
it's not necessarily well, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but it's usually because YouTube locked them into that. Like they made I'm not saying this for Rad King specifically, but oftentimes they'll make something about a specific universe, and then when they try to go off of it, their fucking views will plummet. And mine did that. I was talking about Tekken, and I was getting like tens of thousands of views on all my videos, and when I went off of Tekken, my views plummeted. But I accepted that my views were going to plummet because I didn't want to be stuck in that niche. I've been saying this for a long time. If I would have stuck with Tekken, I'd be a much bigger channel than I am now. But I would be a Tekken channel and only a Tekken channel, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, it just is what it is. But anyway, yeah, you guys. Wait, let me see. Hold up. How long do you think it's gonna take you to meet a fan in real life via traveling? Probably really long, because I think most people don't know what I look like.
What state are you in now?
Louisiana. I live in Louisiana almost.
Oh, you're not too far from me.
No, I could tell. I live in Louisiana.
Yeah.
I live in Louisiana almost, like, pretty much always for the most part. My traveling is actually like slowed down to basically stopped entirely when I started the channel. Like, I haven't traveled anywhere in over a year. But the reason why the channel even exists, or not the reason why the channel exists, but the reason why the channel took off is because I was going to move to Tennessee for a job.
Oh, that's where I'm from.
Nice. I was going to move to Tennessee for a job, and then the hall that I worked at told me I couldn't go because too many people were leaving the hall. So they're like, no, you can't go. You have to stay here. And I'm like, dude, I already moved all my stuff out. Like, I got my stuff in storage. I'm ready to go. And they're like, well, we're not going to let you go. And he said, get back to, and like, basically I said, I'm not going back to work for you. So I then had to but like while I was packing and doing all that stuff, because I had more time, because there was like a month where I wasn't working and I was just putting my stuff in storage, moving everything, doing that, I was doing a lot of YouTube videos. And that month, my YouTube channel like quadrupled in size. It went from having like, I think it went from having like 90 people, or no, I'm sorry. It went from having 2,000 people, because it had 90 people the November pass, and then this was around June, maybe a little before June. I had like 2,000 people, and then it jumped from 2,000 to like 8,000, or almost just under 10,000, like a month. And I was like, oh shit. So then I'm like, you know what? Let me do this for another month, and then it went like 11,000, 12,000. I was like, oh fuck, and then it just kept going. And over the course of like 4 months, I went from having like 2,000 to having like damn near 20,000 in just like a couple months. And I'm like, this is actually viable if it keeps growing this quickly. Like, this is good. Now it didn't keep growing that quickly. It slowed down considerably when we got to the holidays, and specifically January, March, and April. It was like dead. Like, I wasn't getting nothing. It sped up quite a bit when we hit summer, though. So I don't know. We'll see where it happens. But I'm basically gonna look at my channel in summer and see how much it blew up. And if it blew up like really really nice, then like I'm gonna keep doing this. But if it's not growing and it's kind of meandering, I gotta get back to work. And then you're gonna see like the speed of the videos coming out like slowing down considerably. But anyway, this is not about fucking me talking about the goddamn channel. This is a very slow night. You guys do your thing. This was not supposed to be a Rouga lore fucking moment. I'm just so anyway, back to the point. You guys are about to debate, but if we don't get some more super chats and stuff, I'm gonna call it a night after this debate. So you guys go ahead.
All right.
Do the Master Chief fellows want to start?
Sure. My main premise was that I just don't really see how Anakin can deal with Chief on a physical level at all. Nowhere near as strong. Nowhere near as durable.
Wave his hand.
Okay.
Yeah, have you heard of the
What about-
main Star Wars power force known as the Force?
Yeah, but again, he doesn't really use the Force offensively like that.
He can, though.
But they never do it, ever.
Well,
That doesn't mean they can't necessarily.
I was gonna mention just that, like, if I remember correctly with Star Wars lore, 'cause this was always some shit that bothered me when I'm watching the movies. It's like when they're doing the cool duels against the Sith and shit. Like in the back of my head, even when I was a kid, I was like, why doesn't he just like pick them up and chuck them against the
Well,
wall?
they've explained that. They
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
Force shield.
Yeah, the Force shield, and I'm just wondering, does Master Chief with the Force, with like his armor and shit, like could that
To be
be
fair,
part of it?
to be fair, oftentimes they don't do that to non-Force users either.
That's what I was gonna say.
Like they don't
just
do that.
have
They don't
weapons.
do that to characters like Boba Fett and stuff. And Boba Fett doesn't have a Force shield.
Ever.
No, I think maybe one time Vader may have done it. No, because he
Quite a
fought
few
fought
times.
against Vader, and I don't remember Vader doing that to him in the comics.
No, I don't. I
Well, not
looked this
to
up. I couldn't
Boba.
find anything of him ever doing it to a person.
I'm sorry, yeah, not Django.
I mean,
Boba.
Oh, and by the way, I guess this is kind of important. I mean, because this is your thing, so I guess the ball's in your court. Are we talking like Anakin, like after he went sicko
Are we
mode and
talking,
killed
like,
all those kids?
yeah.
Are we talking like
Are you-
Clone
Darth
Wars
Vader?
Anakin?
I think it's a wash, personally, for Chief.
No.
well, you think
I
Chief
mean-
just stomps Anakin?
Well, I mean, Chief.
Not like
I,
10 out of 10, but like 7, 8 times out of 10.
I mean, I'm on team
Yeah, how is
Anakin.
Chief
but, like,
gonna really hurt Anakin?
bullets,
If he punches
like
him
even
once,
I'll give him that.
Well, bullets can
know.
be stopped by the Force, and like just
I mean,
plasma bolts can be reflected back with sabers.
Punches him
Was
with his fist,
Anakin
he's dead.
doing any of that? Like,
I
and don't get me
mean,
wrong, like my
he
answer to
could,
this is just
though.
a force choke. Like that's what my
Yeah.
like can't like if Master Chief doesn't have an answer to the force choke, he's fucked.
Why
But
don't-
even I could admit that like
Actually, I
in
think
Star
he
Wars,
does
like-
he does have an answer to that. Well, I'm not even supposed to
Oh, he
get,
does?
get involved, but yeah.
Drop
the-
a nade on
I mean I
him.
don't know shit about Halo, bro. So like,
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, I don't know
It's
anything
not
about
Halo.
Halo.
It's Star Wars. Force does not work through shields.
That's what I was gonna say.
At
Ruga's
all.
beating me to the rest of this.
Yeah, we
And
talked about this
lightsaber-
the other day. Like the reason why droidicas are such a pain in the ass to Force users is because of the shields. They can't do anything to them.
But what if like
But what
Anakin
if
hits him and the
Anakin
shield
drops a
goes?
big ass rock on him? Like he
I
just
mean-
drops
That's
a
not gonna
really
do
huge
shit.
rock
What
on
is
him.
it? What is the hell does it?
Drop
First
his
off,
face.
that's extremely slow. If you've seen how slow when if it's a big
Yeah.
enough rock that it would even do anything to Master Chief, which it would have to be a really
really big rock, yeah.
big rock. It would take forever for him to actually slowly lift it up and send it to him. Also, he's completely vulnerable while he's doing that. And
Yeah.
like
Better off,
Force abilities take a lot of
forcing Chief's
concentration.
gun.
yeah, he would be
He's
much
like,
better
oh,
off
yeah.
like taking the gun away from Chief through the Force
Yeah,
pull or something like
doing
that.
something like
But even
that,
so,
yeah.
I mean, it's pretty arguable that Chief could just like beat him to death.
If he's
But
got
what
a
about the
lightsaber, he
lightsaber?
could-
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, he has an
can
energy
Yeah.
sword.
shield-
He has an energy
Yeah, but, like,
sword.
Well, he
But
doesn't.
can the shield stop
normally.
the armor? And also, don't forget,
He feels-
Anakin is like the best duelist around. I
Anakin
don't
is the
Yeah.
literal
No, he's
best
not.
duelist.
He's almost died. Yeah, also almost died in sword combat before, specifically on 2 occasions.
Yeah, but
Yeah, there was
so has Anakin.
Against
No, that's
far
what I'm saying.
better fighters in
Better
melee
people
than
to
No.
Vader's
better
got
older people.
No, Obi-Wan's beaten him twice. He was beaten by that black chick in Jedi Survivor. He's been beaten quite a few times.
Obi-Wan is Force Jesus.
Yes,
Oh,
and
and
I would
Obi-
argue that's Vader, not Anakin. But you got a point.
Yeah.
There's still Force
That
users
black chick
who
isn't Force
constantly
Jesus.
dedicate themselves to melee combat, the same as the saying Haley who overcame Master Chief. Like it's similar
What about-
levels.
I don't
Listen,
think
he
I
will
don't think I don't think that Anakin is a god when it comes to lightsaber dueling. He's good, but I don't think he's a god when it comes
Yeah.
to lightsaber dueling. I mean, he's been
He's better than Master Chief.
huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He can.
Yeah, he
He'd
is
be
hot.
better
better
than
than-
Master Chief than like Sword.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's
sword
but he's
thing,
also
yeah.
but he's also physically inferior to Master Chief.
A lot.
Yeah, but he has
Yeah,
a
that
sword
is a
that
good
can cut through
point.
anything.
What's up?
Okay,
He
and
could literally
here's my
punch
question.
him once and he would be dead, guaranteed.
Would the shield be able to stop the lightsaber, or
Yes.
at least like
Yeah,
take a blow
it stops
from
energy
it?
sword, so yeah, it probably would.
Okay,
It
but
doesn't
so
take
in
a blow from
Halo,
energy sword.
Well,
it
no,
doesn't?
no. The shield would not be able to stop the lightsaber.
Yeah,
That's one
it
reason.
wouldn't.
That's one thing I would. Well, it's weak to heat-based attacks, and the lightsaber has been theorized to be in over 25,000
sword's
Celsius.
Jeez.
like my idea is just like like they probably fight, and like if Anakin can somehow get a hit off on him and
up.
thus drop the shields, then he could use his force shit, right? Like it's just
No,
one
I'm not.
hit, and
I
he
don't
just
actually
kills
think.
him.
I don't actually think that Anakin would can't defeat Chief. I just think it's a lot easier for Chief to defeat Anakin than the other way around.
No, I mean, like, yeah, I could kind of because for me, I'm just thinking it comes down to who sees who's first, because like and also
No, I
like
don't think
what
it's
is
even
Chief?
that.
I don't. Well,
No,
I mean,
like,
look,
what is
if
Chief
you're
bringing to the table.
well, you could say that
Like,
about
what
literally any
weapons?
fight. Who sees who first? I mean, if you had a sneak attack, you have a serious advantage. But if they both see each other and they're face to face and they start a fight, I think a solid 7 out of 10 times, Chief's probably winning that.
Like if Chief has like
Also, what like weapons
yeah.
are we spawning Chief with?
Doesn't really matter.
I think it's
Machine
relevant.
gun, handgun's all he needs.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, he could like. There's no armor or protection on thing, and he can only stop so many bullets. There's no evidence that he can
Yeah.
stop. There's no evidence that he can stop automatic fire from all of the weapons from any weapon that Chief has.
Also, yeah.
You can still
To
yank
be
it
fair,
out of his hand,
bullets were the main like Jedi killer, because whenever a Jedi would go to like deflect a bullet or some, the like bullet pieces would scatter and like
Yeah.
burn the shit out of them.
Yeah,
Still,
it melts.
There's still like a toy
Yeah, that's
cause,
another
because
fair
if Anakin
point.
gets behind cover before a bullet hits him, he can remove the gun from behind cover with the Force, and that's not above him to do.
I
that.
don't know
He's
if he
done that in
can.
the show.
I don't know if he can.
How?
a gun out of his
Because
hand
Chief-
with the force.
He's super strong. He could just hold the gun.
Do you know how
I
strong
mean-
his force powers are?
Yeah, but do you know how
Okay,
strong?
he-
Do you know how strong Chief is? I mean, he's not
So the
weak.
gun-
Okay,
Right.
don't get me
He
wrong.
flipped a
I know-
tank, but the Force can throw tanks.
He flipped.
Okay, let's
okay,
speak
if
of
you're
the
No, the
If you're
Force
doing
can
flipping
slowly lift tanks and ships and things like that and slowly move them. But like we see Yoda try and move the fucking ship out of the bog. He's the strongest Force user, considerably stronger than Vader is, and he was struggling to lift it. There was some time there that required. I mean, the most we've seen in canon that Anakin has ever done is when he was Vader and he stopped that ship from taking off. But even then, he seriously struggled, and the ship still got away. Like the Force is not that powerful. They generally shove little things around here and there, but if it's anything big, they got to put their lightsaber down. They got to get focused. They have to like stop, like really stand there, and they're not. Yeah, no.
Roll for concentration.
Kind
I
of,
think
yeah.
somewhere, I don't know. I think it would be like in that particular situation, I could see it going either way. But like to meet in the middle, like if Chief is strong enough to hold a gun and Anakin is not strong
No, he
enough to hold
100%
away.
is.
Okay, no,
Even
yeah. So
if-
if he is, so like, how strong is the gun? Like, what if the gun just gets like
That's a
broken
good
from
The
point.
gun gets
Force?
But
snapped.
also,
Yeah.
yeah, there's that. But there's also the fact that the
What about a
gun would
bubble
not be able to
shield?
be steady.
What about a bubble shield? He put the bubble shield down.
Well,
All of
Cannon bubble shield.
if he put the bubble shield down, all of a sudden Anakin can't take his gun.
Yeah. I
No.
mean,
And then he could shoot out of the bubble
doesn't
shield,
need-
and Anakin can't hit inside the bubble shield.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Well, I was saying if you just give him an assault rifle handgun, and you don't give him any of the extra things, he still doesn't really...
Why wouldn't you give him any of the extra thing? It's a part of his arsenal.
Because I don't think he needs it.
Well, probably not. But I'm saying these are answers to the stuff that they're saying.
Yeah.
Like
If
they're
you give him
they're giving all these like very my problem with a lot of these debates, and it's something that you guys are kind of doing here, is you give all of the agency to one side and then take the agency away from the other side. What if Anakin did this? What if Anakin did this? What if Anakin did this? But sure, whatever. Anakin can do whatever. But you're acting as if like Master Chief can't do the proper things to react to those things that Anakin's doing. Like Anakin, I mean, he is Chief is not dumb. He is a trained soldier. He has much faster reaction time. We haven't even talked about that. He's considerably faster than
We had
Anakin
precognition, so that's sort of hard to say.
Not really. I mean, he's clear. Like with Cortana, that's another thing. If we give him Cortana, that with Cortana in his suit, she literally slows down time for him. It's not just precognition. Like he literally sees shit.
No, I meant sorry. Anakin has precognition.
Yeah, but Cortana powers it up. With Cortana,
Yeah.
it's better than any of the other Spartans.
I haven't gotten to the point where he gets Chief, but I do know that the Spartan time thing is just a thing for all the Spartans once they're in combat.
Yes, but Cortana improves it for him. It's better on him than anybody else because of Cortana.
Spartan time plus.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not saying Anakin can't win. It's just I mean, just the fact that he doesn't have any long range attacks is pretty devastating. Or any
long range attacks he does have wouldn't be very effective either.
Yeah, like the Force stuff is just not going to be all that useful.
Push him into a
The
wall.
biggest thing about that is that I didn't know about them not being able to use the Force past energy shields, because that's the only thing. That's the only thing stopping me, because I don't really understand. I really feel like that could be a continuity issue. Because I don't know. I swear I've seen the droidicas.
The thing is, personal
using
shields for a person are so rare in Star Wars.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often.
We don't see.
Doesn't happen often, but I swear I've seen the droidicas actually be tossed around with the Force before, and their shields couldn't protect
But
them.
not hard enough to hurt Chief, even if it can.
We had a whole. I'm forgetting what it was, but we had a whole conversation about it. I think like a week or two ago. We were talking about it in the Discord, and we all came to the conclusion after we did it. Like we looked it up and everything. We were looking at it. It was like no, you couldn't. They can't use the Force through fucking shields. And there was multiple examples that I'm going blank on at the moment, but there were several examples, and the droidica was one of them. But there was like other stuff where like characters would right on the other side of shielding and stuff and couldn't do anything to escape. I think not a best example, but just off the top of my head, like when Anakin and Obi-Wan were captured in Episode 3 and they were in the shields and they were surrounded. I mean, there was really nothing stopping them from using the Force to kill everyone, and they couldn't shoot them. They were behind an energy shield, but why couldn't they use the Force? Why do they need R2-D2 to come in and rescue them when they were behind that? Couldn't they have used the Force? Like, there's a lot of stuff that, like, there's just a lot of instances where like Force fields are shown to hinder them from using the thing. Sorry, I'm like playing a game and talking at the same time. Using them to do the thing, but I believe droidicas was one of them, where it's like droidicas were specifically designed.
Droidica's the main one
to be like a massive weakness against the Jedi because they can't deal with them.
I definitely went in on some of that research because from the example with
look at episode 1. And like when I think it's episode 1 where the droidicas show up and start firing at Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. They're completely barrowed down. They can't do anything. Yeah, just in that one moment. Like they literally can't get through the hallway because of the two droidicas that are there. Why couldn't
the whole Clone Wars, if you watch the Clone Wars, every time droidicas show up,
I don't recall any point in the series where a droidica gets lifted and chucked. Like I don't remember that anywhere.
I think I've seen them push, but I think their shield was pushed.
It was Yoda himself who was being overcame by like an army, and he flings him up in the air into a bunch of ships that are flying overhead.
But he doesn't get through the shield. He like pushes on the shield.
He just kind of pushes him. To be fair.
I mean, but that's the thing. If he could still push shielded foes, that's still an advantage to Chief.
It's not.
Can fuck up his movement and everything.
Sure, I'm not saying it's not an advantage, but it's not Force choke. It's not instant kill that people. A lot of people like to talk about. A lot of people like to talk about Force users like, oh, you could just like lift them up and hold them there like helpless and then walk up and slice him, or you could just like explode his heart and his body, and it's like this never happens. People don't they don't actually do this all that often, and like the very rare times they do it, it's very inconsistent. You like I don't know, it's strange, but I don't see him lifting fucking I don't see him lifting Master Chief off the ground and then just like walking up and hit him with a lightsaber, killing him. I'm just not seeing that. And again, the bubble shield is an instant stop to that anyway.
Doesn't like Master Chief have a jetpack too?
I don't need that.
That won't help.
Well, no, I'm not saying he needs it, but I'm just saying he could just like if he gets like thrown up, he could just
Yeah, he could
regain
be
his
a
balance
Mandalorian.
by flying.
I'll say I think it's a bit much to say it won't help. The ability of someone to fly is helpful.
Is crazy.
Like even if you want to say it won't allow him to win, you can't say it won't help. It's like it's mobility.
In the air, he can just regain his balance.
Like literally, Jango
with
Fett was
flight.
able to fuck up Obi-Wan pretty badly simply because he had one. Like he was.
I think the jetpack does a
Flamethrower played
lot.
more of a role in that, but yeah.
No, it was a big part of it. It was his mobility. He literally like shot a hook at him and then just started flying and dragging him across the ground. Like
jetpacks for a reason.
Yeah, like jetpacks. You can't tell me in any situation that flying would not be better than not flying. Like that's
It's
If
helpful.
you look at how to counter a Jedi, look at the Mandalorians, basically.
I cannot
Anakin's just not a character. He's just not a character I would look at and think, you know what would really help me take him down if I could just fly above him. Like I just feel
Why?
like
Machine guns would work.
Why not? He literally lost to Obi-Wan because of a height superiority problem.
He was above him when that happened. For
Yes,
one. And for
above,
two,
like
he
you
takes-
would be if you had a jetpack.
Anakin was above Obi-Wan when he got cut down, not Obi-Wan.
Yes, because he tried to get above because he couldn't because Obi-Wan was
Why
above.
Why do we want Chief in the position where Anakin got killed?
You wouldn't be.
He's
You
not.
wouldn't fly that close. Why would you go near that? That doesn't make any sense. That's the whole point of a jetpack.
I mean,
Well, I'm
Just
just saying that
punch
the
him.
example you gave doesn't exactly show the
Yes, it
advantage
does
Chief
because
had.
he was because Obi-Wan was far away. He couldn't get to him. He leapt to him in an attempt to because he had no long-range options, and he was immediately cut down when he tried to close the gap that was made. I don't understand what your argument is, to be honest with you. Like it's very like he literally won because he had the high ground. That's the famous fucking meme statement. I cannot find this thing anywhere.
What are you looking for? Oh,
I'm looking
something
for
in the
the
game.
mission. Yeah, it's fucking.
What game is that, by the way? It looks kind of like Diablo.
No,
but way different.
It's Fate. It's pretty. It's an old school game. It's pretty fun. Thing that I like about it, they got this cool system where you play as someone and then you can like level up an item, and then when you can retire the character once you defeat the boss or whatever, and then
leveled up for the next character.
the item then gets passed on. It gets upgraded, and then the next character, who is your son, shows up, and then you can play through it again.
Oh, that is actually pretty cool.
And there's like, and you can keep doing it. Just keep playing. You can play 7 times, and there's no limits to the numbering in the game. So like, if like the dungeon is infinite, I could just keep going through the dungeon. The game, like you beat the mission by the time you get to level 40, but there's no actual limit. Like I can go to 20,000 and it'll keep going. But also like you can also, there's Fate 2, 3, and 4, and you can also take your character and import them from one game to the new game, and you could bring your item with you. So I could play Fate 1, have an item, keep upgrading it, play that game 6, 7, 8 times, then go into the next game, play that game 6, 7, 8 times, then go to the next game. By the time I get into the 4th game, I have that same item from the first game that's so ungodly overpowered that the moment I play the game, I just give myself this item, and I could just wipe through the entirety of the game without even struggling. Like, the game lets you break it. It's like a part of the fucking game is to just allow you to break the shit out of it, and I think it's funny.
I know there's like other games that kind of like have that, but I forget the name of them right now.
Yeah, this was the big one. This one was really popular when it came out.
Yeah.
People were like freaking out about it because it was pretty cool. But it's very simple. Like they have very simple controls and shit. You just run around and hit people, and it's very simple. But the thing that makes it fun is that all the numbers are limitless. So like the leveling up is limitless. There's no limit to the level you can reach. There's no limit to the stats that you can have. There's no limit to the levels that you can go down, like in the actual dungeons. And there's no limit to the amount you could level up weapons. So it's just numbers just keep going ridiculously, and it just it's funny.
Plan before every new Fate.
What's up?
Do you like plan before every new Fate game that comes out?
What do you mean? Do you plan?
Like, will you like go to one of the old games and like level something up for the next one?
If you want to. I mean, there's 4 of them, and all of them came out years ago. I don't think there's any more.
Yeah.
The one I'm playing right now is the re-release. It's Fate Reawakened or whatever. This is they released like all 4 of them in one pack, and it's like it's the same thing, but they a couple of upgrades and things like that. But yeah. And I'm not even playing through all 4 of them. The game I'm playing right now is Tainted Grail, which this game I'm playing through this right now. But this is like heavy story based. I have to talk to people, and I can't do that and also talk to you guys. So I'm not playing that right now. Like all the games that I'm currently playing, other than this one, is like heavy story stuff that I can't focus on that and also play. So I'm just playing the thing that has virtually no story. So
you beaten Expedition 33 yet?
I have. Yeah. Yes,
it's very good.
It is. It's a very, very good game. I beat it. I haven't beat Cleo yet.
Oh, you haven't?
No, I beat the game. Like the story's over. I made the really bad decision of like doing basically everything in the entire game before I went to the final level. The only thing I didn't do is beat Cleo. So my characters are like level 91 or 92 or something, and then I went to go fight the final boss, and I beat them. I beat him in one hit. With all like the final boss of the game, and never got a chance to hit me, like at all. Like there's like
it's a really great story.
Oh yeah, no, story's great. Story's fantastic. I made a video on it. Which
really?
Yeah, I made a video. It doesn't surprise me that you didn't watch it. Nobody saw it. For some reason, YouTube just didn't push it to people.
I want to complete the game first.
A few questions. Said, watch it
if you haven't played the game. Yeah, I do say at the beginning of the
I would have watched it.
Well, no, it doesn't. No, I'm saying most people didn't even it wasn't even shown to them. I've had multiple people tell me that the video was not shown to them at all. It just didn't tell them. And the reason why that is because my guess is because there are a certain YouTube will show my videos to a certain percentage of people. Like they'll show it to like 10% of my audience, and then based on how many of those 10% actually click and watch it, they will then decide whether or not they want to show it to the rest of the audience. So it's like, if that 10%, if only out of the 10%, maybe 20% of that 10% actually watched it, when normally like 40 or 50% of that 10% watch it, they're like, oh, people aren't interested in this, we're just not going to show it to the other people. So that video has like 4,000 views, and it came out 4 days ago, which is insane. It's the lowest I've had in like a year. I never get shit that. Like for me, a super, super low is getting around 6,000 to 8,000 in that amount of time. But I've never gotten 4,000 in that many days. Like that is insane to me. By the end of the first day, I only had like 3,000 views on that video, which normally it's like the normal, like the average after by the first day's end is probably around 7,000 or 8,000. Like it got way less than half of what I would normally get. So yeah, it was pitiful, and I'm really bummed out because I think that was one of my better videos, and like nobody watched it. It was a bummer, but it is what it is.
What was the video about? Just like the story?
No, it was a fucking survival challenge in Expedition 33. Yeah, I
got a few questions.
What's up?
No. It was about the debate. Now it's just a couple of things I just wanted to ask, like low-key since the beginning. Where are they fighting exactly? Because this could also play a bit of a factor. Because I think if it's
drop them in a forest in my head.
Yeah, I was also thinking forest.
Well, I think if you give him Cortana, where is only.
Well, wouldn't it be more fair if it was an arena?
Yeah, I'm thinking if it is an arena, then like
because if it's in a forest, you're putting Master Chief at a disadvantage because he won't have a straight shot to hit Anakin, and Anakin will have an easier time getting close in.
Chief would know where he is.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't he have that HUD thing?
It doesn't matter if he knows where he is if he can't get a straight shot on him.
Well, if Anakin can't see him,
Yeah,
He
I
has
don't
the
think
Force.
Vader
Could also
thing-
He
just
has
sense
he
his
has a
presence.
sense force.
You can
Yeah.
just sense his presence.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
can
just
you
feel like
sense non-force
I feel like the
sensitives in the
Force
Force?
would be
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
bit more.
There's a
defensive.
bunch
force
of-
sense. You can sense living beings in an area.
Yeah, it's just a living thing. It's not a force sensitive. It's not relevant.
Yeah, it's
I
just
cannot-
any living thing in,
can't find this
in a
shit.
certain area can be detected.
So arena. So are we saying arena or forest?
Yeah, like
I'm
the
cool with
movie.
either.
You could just do like
Sounds like it's
we could
coming
just do
down.
like a white empty plane.
White
Sounds
empty
You could
plane.
literally just do the arena they fought in the movie.
Are
It
there
sounds like
rocks
it
in
comes
it?
down to whether or not Anakin has cover to work with.
Yeah, that's also. what
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
pretty
think
much.
the close. My problem is you're acting like close range is a win for him, but close range isn't necessarily a win.
And another thing, like
I don't
when
think
it
that
comes
close
to
range is
Anakin-
necessarily a win. You still have to deal with
Yeah.
the shielding. You still have to deal with the fact that hey, Master Chief does have close range weapons like an energy sword. You still have to deal
Yeah,
with the fact that he's
one of the-
physically stronger, he's faster, and he has better
Also, his knife
reflexes.
can block a lightsaber.
I remember
Yeah.
reading in a thing somewhere. I fucking forget. It was one of those dorky ass Star Wars books or something. But Anakin's like fighting style is like hyper aggressive. So like the
That's
reason
bad.
why yeah no, but I'm saying like the reason why
Depends.
Obi-Wan was like able to whoop him is just because apparently
Yes,
his fighting
Obi-Wan's more
style.
patient.
It's
Yeah,
defective.
yeah, like his
Shit.
literally lightsaber style. It's like four whatever the fuck the fucking lightsaber forms or whatever.
It's a defensive
Um,
form.
Yeah, Obi-Wan uses just like the raw defensive form, so like that's kind of why he was able to beat Anakin at the end. And I think it stated somewhere that like Anakin, I think besides Mace Windu, which is actually weird because like he just fucking cuts off that dude's arm like it's nothing. But like Anakin is like it's supposed to be like the duelist of the time.
They just say that
Also-
about a lot of people though, but it's not
But in-
necessarily true.
I don't buy it that he's the duelist of
Yeah.
the time. He loses too often
if
to
they-
be the duelist of the
I
time.
think they said. I think
No,
what
he's
they
the
actually
pilot.
said, he's like the best at that form. Like at that particular form.
I wouldn't doubt that, but I mean, like people like, but the thing is that people say that the only reason he was able to beat Count Dooku, like Count Dooku was better than him, but the only reason why he was able to beat Count Dooku is because their forms, like his form basically
And
counteracted
he's
Count
still
Dooku's
powerful.
form. Like that's what I've heard. I don't know how true that is, but because I think that's kind of bleh because they do straight up say that Anakin's more powerful, but yeah, it's just I mean he's fought evenly with Ventress, who was clearly not as strong as Dooku, and then you have like
That
Obi-Wan
was
is
way earlier in.
yeah, but even if you want to say that's not that earlier in Count Dooku beat the living shit out of Obi-Wan, but yet Anakin couldn't beat Obi-Wan. Like there's a lot of stuff that's like kind of odd with the fighting in the series.
Well, that's because
know for
Obi-Wan
certain
openly has like moments where he's just better than he should be. That's just a
Well, I
plot.
do know for certain that Obi-Wan's fighting style does like give him an advantage against aggressive
counter.
opponents. That is, yes,
Yeah,
it
he's
does give him
defensive.
counter. That is in the story and stated specifically to how he works. To however your fighting style is how it wins. And
Yeah,
I know
but
that in
I
the-
call bullshit on that because Anakin and Obi-Wan they are both masters at using lightsabers, and they train with each other and they know each other's fighting style. So it just seems really dumb to me that he wouldn't know that.
But that's what's this. That's
Yeah,
how the
it's stated.
story.
I
like, the actual
understand,
book portrays
but
it.
I would say I say it's an excuse to explain a plot hole.
That is dumb. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like yeah,
Also,
like you can
another
say
thing-
it's dumb, but like it is what the story said.
But
Yeah,
again, it still doesn't make sense as to what. But I'm saying it bodes poorly for Anakin, because even like so you're
Yeah.
telling me that anyone who fights defensively can overcome Anakin even if he knows their fighting style and he knows that there's their advantages against him. So all
Because Obi-Wan was like a master of that particular.
it doesn't
style,
matter.
like, that was his
He
shit.
has
That's why he was able
literally
to beat
his
Grievous.
doesn't matter. He has over a decade of experience fighting against Obi-Wan. He knows.
Why he was able to beat Grievous. Has
Wait a
the
minute,
six
but not-
arms and all that shit.
But that doesn't mean that he can beat him just because he has a decade's worth of experience fighting him. There's people who train against trainers for decades.
No,
and
but
years,
it
and they
means
still can't
but it
overcome
means
them.
that he knows that but it means that he should have an understanding of the
I was gonna fight.
of the advantages of the fighting style. That aggressiveness against someone who has a strength against aggressive fighting styles, if we all know this and this is something that's commonly known. I mean, fuck dude, there's only like 6 fighting styles. There aren't that many. Like, there's no way that Anakin had no idea that that was a strength that Obi-Wan had, especially considering they fought each other so often. Honestly, I think
Well,
it's
that's all they ever talk about Obi-Wan as.
I don't think it was out of the question that he did or didn't know it. I think the whole point
No,
of,
he
of
100%
Anakin
knew.
losing was to the fact that he was falling to the dark side
It was
and
bad
his
writing.
what are they? His worries that are making him completely clouded in all of his judgments and thinking.
It was just bad writing.
I think it's bad writing. Yeah, I say it's bad writing. I don't think. I think
Yeah.
the fact
better.
the fact of the matter is that they actually had a really good fight scene between Anakin and Obi-Wan choreographed out, and it's online. You can go see it, and for some reason they didn't use
I've
it.
seen it.
They didn't
Because
use
the
it,
cape-
and it was
you would
considerably
watch the-
better.
Because you would watch
And
the
my-
capes, you would watch the capes being hit. You'll watch the fabrics go. Fucking Jesus Christ, tongue work. You can see the lightsabers move around the fabrics during those fight scenes, and that's why they avoided most of them because it was too difficult for them to work around that. Jesus.
No, but
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's the
then edit the
There's
fighting
one
style a
Star
little
Wars
bit.
character-
But it's the
Remove
story.
the
It's the
cape.
storytelling of the fight scene that they lost. That's bad. I don't care about the exact choreography.
Okay.
The storytelling of the fight scene was that Anakin was clearly the better fighter in that fight scene, and Obi-Wan was able. Oh shit! Did he just kill me in like one hit, or did I have low health? Doesn't matter. Obi-Wan.
you with 13 HP.
I don't. Okay, yeah, I wasn't paying attention to my health because you guys were distracting me. Your fault, all of it. I'm
Didn't
perfect.
realize how behind I was on the stream. Okay,
You
keep
two
going.
nearby level, but you must pay. Okay, whatever. There we go. Okay. I don't remember what the fuck I was saying. I'm upset about this death, but no, it's just like the storytelling of that initial scene, of that choreography showed very clearly. They put in a lot of really cool stuff with like Vader type of hints, like he was kind of starting to fight like Vader. The fact that he was clearly overpowering Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan only won because he got lucky towards the very end and waited for an opportunity. Like, it was just, there was a lot better storytelling in that choreography, and all the storytelling in the choreography that's in the movie is gone. It's literally just two dudes fighting. They're not even fighting differently from each other. You can't even see a difference in style. The only real thing that you could say about difference is that one dude is walking back the
Anakin's
whole
pushing
time, and the
forward.
other guy is going forward. But the actual styles look the exact same. Everybody fights the same. Like,
I mean, you're right about how it looks in the movie, but when I was referring to their styles, when you read the novelization of the movies, they talk about the styles and how Obi-Wan has that advantage over different characters.
yes,
because of the way the style is.
because Star Wars as a series has always been. Basically, the extended universe of Star Wars exists solely to explain bad shit that's in the actual movies. That's always been the reason for the existence of the extended universe. That's what they all do. Like the novels and everything, it's always explaining shit that doesn't make sense. That they did the same thing when the newer movies came out, and none of this shit made sense with Rey Palpatine and all that. They made a bunch of books and comics that like explained it and tried to fix it, but that doesn't make it bad. That doesn't make the shit in the movies good. Like, it still makes it still bad. Still shitty.
Okay.
Hold on, wait. I have
skipping over.
Give me 1 second. I have two chats.
Alright.
Jordan
Oh, yeah,
Meso.
2 donos.
Different topic. Are you ever going to continue the video game swordsman tier list? Oh, wait, hold up. Tier list, and Obi-Wan's lightsaber forms only work against not so skilled duelists. Against top duelists, it holds off their defeat. Against not so skilled. Well, I mean, apparently not against Anakin though. Am I ever going to continue? I don't know about the swordsman tier list, but I have intended. There are tier lists that I would like to continue and make part 2s to and add on to. More recently, I would like to do it with the race tier list that we did, the Isekai race. I really enjoyed that tier list, and I would like to continue it. But
that was fun.
Action movie tier list was one that I'd like to add on to. There's a lot that I have. I don't know about the swordsman one. I haven't. That one hasn't been like up in my mind, but there are tier lists that I would like to. I imagine at some point, if the channel exists long enough, I'll eventually like revisit pretty much all of them. Because there's only so many ideas you can add for tier lists, before you just have to keep like going back to the old ones. But so I guess the short answer, yes. I have thought about going back to them. My 2 cents. I heard that the novelization stated that Dooku was intimidated by Obi-Wan's lightsaber skills in Form 3. That's why he pushed him away to focus on. That's stupid. He beats him though. Like he beats like
Yeah.
it's so very clearly that
Knocks him
Dooku is
unconscious,
better.
doesn't he?
He doesn't just kick him away that one. It's not like Obi-Wan is doing really good and he kicks him away at the very end. Like he's beating the shit out of Obi-Wan the whole fight. Obi-Wan spends more of that fight on the ground than he does actually fighting. And then at the end he gets knocked down and then the dude like drops a thing on him. And yeah, I never, even as a kid when I watched that movie, it never made sense. I never understood how Dooku was easily able to fight against Obi-Wan, even like barely even paying attention to him and overcome him, and then like really struggle against Anakin at the beginning of the movie. Then for at the end of the movie, Anakin and Obi-Wan fighting basically on par with each other the entire fight. I was like, this doesn't make sense. And I feel like the initially choreographed one where you show Anakin clearly overcoming Obi-Wan throughout the whole fight would have made way more sense just storytelling wise for the fight scenes, but they didn't do that. And I don't care about the whole, well, if you read a novelization that wasn't in the movie where they know that doesn't make sense, so here they tried to kind of explain it away. That's all it is to me. It's just them trying to explain away some dog shit choreography and writing, and I don't like that. Star Wars fans always get an out for the stupid shit their series does, because they keep releasing stuff that has to explain the dumb shit, and then they can pretend that that was the way it was planned all along when it very clearly was not planned that way all along. They could just kind of, it's sort of like with the whole Dragon Ball thing, right, where everybody got pissed when Goku started the Tournament of Power because he's like, you doomed the entire universe to being destroyed, and then everybody got really pissed off about this, and then like a couple weeks later an episode came out that was like, oh well, actually he was going to destroy the universe anyway, and Goku destroyed the universe. He saved the universe by wanting the Tournament of Power and talking to him, and it's like, that doesn't change anything, because Goku was still told not to go and he was going to endanger the universe by talking to him. He went anyway, and just because you rewrote it a couple weeks later, because again with Dragon Ball Super, they make the episodes a week before they come out. Like, that's how it works. So they actually, that was them literally reacting to the reaction of the episode.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it like the very end of the Tournament of Power that was like used as like a twist that the gods had?
Yeah, it was.
Was it at the end? I thought it was just a couple weeks later.
No, it was the end.
Thing?
It was the end.
Okay. Well, anyway, it doesn't. It doesn't change. Whether it happened a couple weeks later, it doesn't change anything. The point stays the same. Goku was warned not to go talk to Zuno, or else he would endanger the entire universe. He went and talked to Zeno, and then the universe, and then the Tournament of Power endangered the universe. Just because he lucked out at the end and been like, actually, we're going to do this anyway, doesn't change the fact that he knew what was going to happen. He did it anyway, and like it just lucked him into saving it as opposed to destroying it. He actually made a very, very conscious decision to possibly endanger the entire universe so that he could fight in a tournament.
He's not a character at this point. He's a plot device.
Kinda, I guess.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but
I wouldn't say so much that he's a plot device. He is. It's just, I am okay with Goku making that decision, because I'm okay with shitty characters making shitty decisions. And when I say shitty characters, I don't mean bad written characters. I mean characters who are shitty people. I'm okay with that. What I didn't like is the fans standing up and like pretending like that wasn't an issue when it happened. Like, just because they retconned it towards the end or gave this reveal, suddenly that saves him.
He's a terrible person the whole show.
Yeah, like that's what I did.
I agree with you. He's so shitty for it.
Yeah, like I don't think that he gets. I don't think that he can get out of that just because they decided to add some things at the very end.
I think characters doing a bad thing shouldn't be bad. Like, I think characters should be allowed to have flaws. Like Goku's constant want to fight stronger people.
They absolutely are. Like, that's fine.
Well, that's a terrible person.
But that's not what the people who are defending the show are thinking.
They're not.
Goku
Yeah,
to be
that's.
infallible.
Yeah, that's not my issue. My issue isn't that they wrote him to do shitty decisions. My issue is with the fans saying that he actually didn't do anything wrong and ignoring all the things that he did that is wrong and trying to defend him as if he's a hero. And honestly, the only people who really argue that he's a heroic character are people who have only really seen the like American versions, like back in the fucking 90s that were coming out, where he actually is rewritten to be a heroic character. But he's not heroic in any way in the manga, and that's fine. Like, that's I'm okay with that. What's the problem? But it is what it is. Anyway,
I'm not going
don't
around
we
planet to planet trying to save people.
don't we have a fucking debate? Like, are we
Yeah.
even?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
Yeah, we
question.
were.
Okay. When you brought up the novels and shit, I just wanted to figure this out like as we move forward. So we're not using the novels and shit or any of that.
I'm not saying you
Shit,
can't use
so-
the
You can
novels.
use
Yeah,
them.
you can
The
use the
game-
novels. I'm giving my personal grievances with
You
the
can use
existence.
Vader if you want.
Yeah,
Use all these
I
things.
mean,
I'm just giving my personal
using
grievances with the
Vader.
novels, but I'm not saying that you can't use them. No, that's not my argument at all.
Well, if we're using
because I was
Vader,
gonna ask,
game
like,
Vader.
because I don't know anything about. Well, like I played Halo Reach and I played Halo 3 when I was little. I don't remember bullet time being a thing. So is that something in the books?
That's
In the books,
that's
yeah.
not bullet.
Bullet time,
Okay,
it's Spartan
okay.
time.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
essentially bullet time.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
when their
Oh.
adrenaline
Yeah.
spikes that they see
second-
everything. Holy shit! And so, am I still here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're still here.
Yeah.
You're still
Okay,
Yeah, you're still
something
here.
happened to my screen. But yeah, no, it's just when he sees things in slow motion.
Oh, cool. Why don't they have bullet time in Halo? All right. But okay. So second
Because-
question.
Because it
Yeah.
would break the game.
Probably,
That's
yeah.
the main
Yeah.
reason.
There's a lot.
But-
Everything Chief can do, he
Bubble
can't do in the
shields.
game.
All right, but the bubble shield thing, right? And then this is like kind of because honestly, I'm still where I was when I started this. I'm kind of in the middle, leaning a little bit more towards Anakin, but
I'm
it
not
could go
really
either
in the
way.
middle. I don't see like with. I mean, you.
I'm
The
saying
only
I'm
We're
in the
more
middle.
towards
If
Chief
you're-
now.
if you're ignoring the existence of the bubble shield and the fact the Force can't
No, but
utilize
that's what I
it.
was gonna say.
If you're ignoring the
gotta think
the
about
fact that he can't
bullets,
block
too.
bullets and that's
That
gonna
was
stop him, like there's
Yeah,
too
but that
many.
was my
Yeah.
next question about the bubble shield was that okay? You can walk through it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can objects pass through it? Or
No.
does it stop?
No, that's why it's a
Yes.
shield. No objects can't pass through it.
Well, no. Well,
Like
if
can
you
can
carry
I
an
drive
object-
a car through it?
No.
Wait, yeah,
Can
hold
I-
on.
Yes.
I
Wait,
didn't
wait.
even think
Yes, you
Wait,
can.
you can. You can. You
Yeah,
can drive
so
a
like
car
I'm
through it.
okay, so like
But bullets
Must
don't
be a
go
certain
through it.
theoretically
Acceleration.
speaking, I'm not saying Anakin would be smart enough to do this. I'm just trying to like, figure this matchup out. Technically, could Anakin, if he was smart enough and like saw the shield on the ground, well, yeah, I guess there's another important question. Can it be destroyed, like from the
Force,
inside
yeah.
once it's
Yeah.
up? Okay,
Yeah,
so can
that works.
Anakin just like roll a big ass rock towards it, and like it'll
I mean,
just
sure.
crush
But the thing is,
Pretty sure his chief could
Chief
just
could
stop
stop
that.
it.
He would
Huh?
just stop it. Yeah, he's strong enough to just kick it away.
he's
But-
very, very
But again, it doesn't
strong.
matter. Anything that he does, he's gonna have to do while being shot at, and like all the stuff that he plans on,
Can't
like,
block
and he
bullets.
can't block the bullets.
And if you get into melee range, it's still not good for him.
And even if he gets in the
It's
melee
better
range,
sighted for
and like I said,
Anakin,
even
but-
if it gets in the melee range, even if he's right, even if he somehow gets in the melee range, if you want to say that Anakin is physically more skilled, Master Chief is faster, he's physically stronger, and he has that fucking Spartan time bullshit that makes him that has a way better reaction speeds.
Anakin does have precognition though, which
Yeah.
is
So
I don't
then,
know.
and that's also why I asked.
It
like,
doesn't
are
matter
you
if he's
kidding
not
me?
fast enough to do anything about it. His precognition is not
Well,
going to
Even if
matter.
it's mag dumped, it's
Precognition.
kind of over. If he gets mag
Huh?
dumped, it's kind of over.
We've also
Yeah.
seen Anakin struggle seriously against people who do not have the Force and do not have precog. When he was Vader and when he was Anakin, it's not like that. Like people always like lean into the precog super hard. The precog is not legitimate precog. It's a general sense of what could happen, but it's
weak
it's
precognition.
very weak. It's It's kind of like Jedi mind tricks. People always like going, "Oh, you can just control his mind." No, he can't. Jedi mind trick is
Yeah.
unbelievably weak. All
And he
of
works
this.
on dumb people.
This stuff does not work. It works on people with very weak minds and wills, yeah. But like it's
So
just,
I know with the precognition thing, your mind, the mind of the Jedi and their emotions and whatnot can completely fuck with what they're seeing, and they can get a false interpretation. That's a story thing where Yoda is like the only person who knows how to really calm himself to get
That's
a good
not the same type
like,
of precog
understanding.
though, because we're talking about like their combat version, which is different, because they just use that to defend themselves.
Dude,
What's Master Chief do against Force Lightning? Does he have a counter for Force
Does
Lightning?
Anakin have
Or does
force
he just get-
lightning ever?
Vader
No,
does.
Vader never-
In the
Well, it
games,
depends on
Vader
what-
can
wait,
use
we
it.
got-
Can't use it.
we got to stick
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
version of what version we're
Yeah, I'll-
actually
Oh.
using.
I'm sticking
Well, I
to
think
you.
Even to the
Vader- Vader
games, Vader can
can't
do a
use-
whole lot more shit.
He can't
Oh,
use
if we're
force
doing
lightning.
games, like if we're
Capable.
talking Force Unleashed, that's just not fair, bro. Like we can't.
Yeah, it's
like,
up for
can't-
Master
Oh, yeah,
Chief.
yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah, like,
that's not
ridiculous.
a part of the that's neither a part of canon
Yeah.
nor extended
Yeah.
canon. That's just a totally different universe.
Oh, so it has
Yeah,
to
whole
be in
different
canon.
thing.
And
No, I
They
mean
break
you
a
don't
lot of
have to.
rules.
You don't have to do. Well, look, if you want to say he's doing, I'm not saying it necessarily has to be canon. If you want to do extended, you could do extended, but you would have to at least like we're not doing, or I would hope that we're not doing like an amalgamate. Like what's it called? I'm forgetting the fucking word. It's late.
Composite.
Composite, yeah, like
yeah.
composite, where we're literally doing even shit that doesn't make sense with each other. You know what I mean? Like we'd have like just
Force lightning.
pick a version. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like pick whatever version you want to do. I don't care if it's extended, if it's canon, whatever. But don't go and just be like, I'm just gonna start pulling a bunch of random shit from all kinds of things from different universes, different time periods. Like just pick something. You know?
I was specifically thinking like Clone Wars, Anakin,
Yeah.
or like, or like right before he goes fucking nuts in Revenge of the Sith. But
That's what I was thinking, because then you have like the show and everything behind them.
yeah, but
He, I just want to clarify. He's never had force lightning, and he's not capable of using it.
Yeah, I don't recall him ever
Some of the
using
games he
yeah.
does use
Yeah,
it
in
though,
some of the
doesn't
game
he?
he does.
games.
Yeah, games.
Yeah, some of the-
That's what
I
was
wouldn't be
saying, like,
surprised
yeah.
if he did. I can't remember.
He used it in
recall
the
if he
Force
did.
Unleashed.
I
That's
wouldn't.
a game that's not canon.
No, I know. That's what he's saying. He's saying that he never
That's just
used
what I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah, he's saying that he never
That's-
used
Yeah,
it.
he's saying that he
yeah.
never
Oh,
used it. And I was
okay.
just saying in some of the games.
I do not remember him doing that in the game, but fair enough.
I do not recall.
It was the second game. There's like a fight with like Vader that you can do, and like you have this like Force lightning clash in it.
Force
Are you sure
lightning.
he's not Is he reflecting your force lightning?
No, he himself goes to do it, so you do it to counter his. It's like
That's
kind of
so
like think of like
dumb.
a beam clash in Dragon Ball. It's pretty much
No, I
what they
get
do.
that. It's just dumb
So-
because they literally say the force lightning breaks his suit, fucks up his suit. It's just dumb.
Well, I mean, it
It's
depends when.
games,
It
so
depends.
It
No,
is what it is.
no, it depends when they said that. Because for all we know, they could have
It's
said that
always
long after the game came out.
It's always been a weakness.
Still
No, it
cool,
has not
but-
all. It hasn't always been like that. It wasn't
Well,
like that in the
it's not
movies. Like that's not how. Like if there was a novel that eventually came out that explained that that's the case, but that was not the case in the original movies. We don't. He would like Force lightning is only used once, and it's never explained that like his suit is weak to it or anything. I mean, he gets hit with it, it fucks him up, but like that's not. It's not the always.
In all the novels, they say it is.
Yes, but like it would depend on when those novels came out and if they predate the game. Something tells me I would, if I had to guess, I would say that it's very unlikely that it would that would be in a novel before it came out in that game, or at least that it was major. And that's because the person who was in charge of like the lore and the story, and not the story, but basically keeping the lore intact in The Force Awakens was fucking Sam Witwer. And that dude basically knows everything about that shit. Like it seems weird to me that he would just like allow that to be something that
Maybe I'm getting the timeline slightly confused.
could
Then
happen. I love how
Without that, he just gets mag dumped.
Can I just say how awesome that is that I just mention Witwer's name and everyone's like, oh yeah, you're right. There's no way he could be wrong. Like I completely pull back all of my disagreements. Like that's respect, dude. People respect that, man.
if he tells me something about Star Wars, I'll just take it as gospel. I'll
Yeah,
believe
it's
him.
just like, yeah, okay, yeah. He knows more than me for sure. It's just I don't want to. Like I like it. I don't know if you guys ever used. I don't know if you guys ever used to watch the fucking not movie fights. The Schmoes Know used to do like a thing where it was like they would have people come in and basically like they would ask questions and then people would have to be like, you know, answer the question, and it was like a Jeopardy but with movies. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they had Sam Witwer and Freddie Prinze Jr. come in and go up against the guys from Collider at the time. And Sam Witwer dominated every single fucking question. Like it was nothing. Like they didn't even the people on the other side, the Collider dudes, like Freddie Prinze Jr. straight up admitted, like, I don't know that much about Star Wars, but Sam Witwer is like a Star Wars god. And then it was, by the way, Freddie Prinze Jr. is actually in the Star Wars universe. He plays the blind guy, Kanan or whatever. That's why they brought him in. Yeah, and Collider, the Collider dudes were like really big Star Wars dudes, and they had dominated previous episodes. But they had a whole Star Wars episode where they specifically wanted to challenge Sam Witwer, and Sam Witwer brought Freddie Prinze, and it just they didn't have a chance to do nothing. He knew the most deep shit. He knew like what model of cruiser was in one novel for one scene, like, and he could name the cruiser and tell you like specific details about the cruiser that was only in this one book, and it's just like he knew the smallest little shit. I was like, from that point on, I was like, this dude knows fucking everything. Like this. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
some shit like what's the name of Jabba the Hutt's toilet?
Oh, dude, he knew everything. If you just want to see some cool, like, some, like, serious nerd shit, just watch this, like, buff-kin dude, Sam Witwer, just go on some nerd shit. Go watch, see if you can find that episode. It's probably, like, 10 years old at this point, but it was,
Oh, great.
it was pretty cool. It was a fun little thing that they did. I enjoyed it.
I don't.
Um,
On that, I don't know what Force Lightning would do to Chief though.
I don't think it's relevant to the discussion.
no, it's not.
Yeah,
because
it's-
they were saying he could use it.
Well, he's saying he can't. No, they're saying he can't use it.
Oh,
They're saying he only used it in that one episode. Or the one game.
they said he used that in that one game.
Yeah, in the one game, but it's not something that's, you know.
Question for the Halo experts here: how strong is that Mjolnir arm? Like after the shield goes down?
In what way? In physical strength.
He's talking about
Like,
durability.
could it take a
Oh.
whack from the lightsaber? Because then, yeah,
No.
fucking,
The shields could.
okay. Yeah. The shields
couldn't.
could. They couldn't.
No, the shield
I
could
don't
not.
think
The shield is not
Energy-
the shield is not taking an attack from the
Lightsaber?
from the
Wait,
lightsaber. No, the lightsaber have been estimated to be over 25,000 degrees Celsius. It's unbelievably hot.
Isn't that the? I thought the
Much
energy
hotter
sword and
than energy
lightsaber were
sword.
just the same thing.
Huh? What's up?
I always assumed the lightsaber and the energy sword were essentially the same thing.
I mean, they're both plasma, but plasma ranges wildly in heat levels. But we've seen the plasma do more impressive things than we've seen the energy shield do.
And it's two
That's
taps
fair.
with the energy swords, right? Like you got to hit them
One.
twice.
It's one,
Oh.
one for the shield and then one to finish them.
Right.
Well,
oh,
no, I'm lying. It is one, right? It's one for
Yeah,
it's one for the shield and one to kill him. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Okay.
You're right.
Shotgun. The energy shield just one taps, even if you got a shield.
Okay. It's been a while. I haven't played a Halo game since Halo 3. So
Yeah,
so
you
you're
have to do
gonna have
tactical
to you're gonna have to
range.
give me a
Shield
second.
armor.
Yeah.
Cards
Nah,
on the
it's good.
table. I don't even like Star
I'm-
Wars like that.
I'm very
I
familiar-
just kind of hopped in to, fill the shoes.
But we do know that.
You're good.
right?
I'm
But,
not
We
uh,
do know from one of the animations, which I'm pretty sure is confirmed as canon, that the knives can actually block energy swords.
What can?
Spartan knives.
Knives.
Knives?
I
Fred
don't
has
know.
a sword fight with his knives against two elites of energy swords, and he actually blocks their hits of them.
With a regular metal knife?
Well, I don't know what his knife's made out of. I doubt it's regular metal. It's going through like elites and stuff.
It's the regular size knife.
Was he parrying the energy swords?
Nope, straight up blocks it.
He blocks it. So I mean, yes, he's parrying. I mean, that would just go towards the argument that an energy sword is just colder than a lightsaber because it shows a physical object stopping it.
Well, no, because physical objects can stop the lightsaber too.
Beskar can. I
Not
think.
to an extent where you can have a physical sword and fight against it like that.
Yes, Beskar literally can.
That's a special sci-fi metal that can do that.
But again, I don't know what the knife's made out of. I know it's not a regular knife.
That's
But I
fair,
don't know
but if
what-
I'm not mistaken, the best material that the UNSC have is like a tungsten alloy, and that does not stand up anywhere near to the heat of the lightsaber.
Well, we know the knife's stronger than their actual armor. That's all I know because again, their armor can't.
I know, but their ships, which are superior to that, which I know is stronger than the armor, still rely on a tungsten alloy to be strong, which is not anywhere near enough to handle the heat of a lightsaber. And if I'm not mistaken, they have swords which are specifically stated to be made out of ship plating materials. Like at least the katana of one of the Spartans' backs. That is the case.
I did not know that, but that is kind of cool.
Yeah, no, it's pretty badass.
Wait, I'm sorry. What'd you
Say
say? I was focusing on something else. What were you saying?
So the
Oh.
Halo 3 Spartan armor that has the katana on their back, it's been stated that katana is made out of the same armor used on the UNSC ships.
Oh. So it's like it's actually kind of like Helldivers. Helldivers armor is
Kinda,
made
yeah.
of the same shit as their ships. Okay.
Yep, but instead of sword.
Their armor's not made out of the same thing, just that sword.
The sword,
Yeah, no,
sword they had.
I know. It's just it was similar. It was. I didn't say it was exact. I said it was similar.
Okay,
Fucking.
No, I was just saying that the knives could. I don't know if they can block a lightsaber. Maybe not for. Maybe not
The
as
armor
long.
can't.
Like,
I mean, like, if the armor with the shield, if we're saying that the armor with the shield can't, I would say probably not. You know.
yeah.
that's fair, but also the armor can't block it, and the knife can. So the knife's clearly more durable.
Yeah, but if it's the
And
armor with the
shields are weak
shield
to heat,
activated,
so it's not as
and
good against an energy sword.
yeah, but I'm saying like if we're talking like the armor with the shield over it, that's naturally more durable than the knife, right?
And is the knife
Not
even
necessarily.
would Chief even be able to stop the how do I explain this? Would Chief be able to stop the lightsaber from just going past the knife blade, like it sits in the middle and is not wide enough to cover the
Well, I mean, yeah,
surface
he's
area?
stronger and
That makes sense.
faster.
Because
Yeah.
plasma is fire. It would just go past it if it's hot enough to
Well, no, because
endure it, but
energy
not
sword
big enough to block it,
lightsabers have a physical being,
like a physical being.
because we see them like stop on contact with things.
But those are usually things with a way larger surface area than a knife. If it was a knife, that should be able to just go around it because it's really thin and barely
Well, no,
as
because
wide as the thick of
say
the
the
missile.
same about the staff, like the Beskar staff. They just stops on it.
But we know that's a special metal for the lightsaber, which I
I
would
know,
argue the
but it's the
lightsaber is hotter
it's the
than an
same
energy sword.
premise. But you're saying if it's small enough, it would go through it, but it doesn't, because whatever's containing the lightsaber itself has a physical being.
Anakin just
So it
threw
would just
his
stop.
lightsaber at him. He'd be able to dodge. Like Chief would be able to dodge
Yeah,
that shit
he
with
might be able
bullet
to
time,
catch
right?
it.
I don't
mean,
know if he'd want
probably,
to
but if he's
They don't
gonna
go that
break
fast.
the
but
Wait,
maybe
what?
like very
What is
fast.
what is the argument here exactly? Because I look if the dude can bring up the shield and
Close
and he's
range.
faster and he could shoot him and Anakin can't block the bullets like I don't what is the how is he winning? I don't understand how any of these arguments are saying that Anakin
Close
can win.
range is my guess.
No, because then we still already talked about how he's faster, he's physically stronger. Like again, I'm not see even if it's he would still have to get to close range, which means he would have to get to him a person whose bullets he cannot block. And then even if he did somehow do that, he'd have to beat him in a sword fight with someone who's physically stronger and faster and could see him moving in slow motion. So like again, I'm not seeing how Anakin has a win here. Like it doesn't sound like you guys have one by the silence that I'm hearing. Huh? No, I'm saying the people who are arguing for Anakin. What like what?
One
I'm
of them.
just the number 2, but yeah. I mean,
How
I don't
did I?
fucking know, man.
Did I die again? How? I'm not looking at my health bar. Okay, so that sounds like the fucking Anakin people lose. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, because if Chief can just do all this stuff, I guess.
All right.
If he throws it at him, maybe if he just like does the lightsaber, then like, I don't think would try and catch it. I think he would just dodge that shit.
Someone
Yeah,
said Darth Vader stopped the ocean in his underwater base. He did not stop the ocean. Wow, that is the biggest exaggeration. There was a hole that broke in his underwater base, and he stopped the water from flowing in. That's not stopping the ocean. That's stopping water pressure.
After some time as well.
Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, that's not, and also we have no idea how deep they were to measure how much force that was. I mean, shit, the fucking place had glass. Like the base, the hallway had glass. Okay, so I mean, it's not that strong.
You can take it a step further and be like, you don't even know what the gravity on the planet is like.
I'm not gonna go that far. I'm not gonna go that far because obviously they weren't like floating through the air, or like But I mean, you play through the whole level and shit's going, relatively. But I mean, honestly, I would say there's way better shit that he's done than fucking that particular part. Like you have to specifically be trying to exaggerate greatly to say that was holding back the ocean. He's not fucking Moses, guys. That's not what happened. Even though that was technically a sea, not an ocean, but still.
He's great at Moses.
Ocean can be the same thing. It's water.
No, a sea is not a. It was the Red Sea, right? Am I lying?
It is the Red Sea.
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
It
no,
was the Red.
yeah,
That's not an ocean. That's the Red Sea. That's different. Sea and ocean aren't the same thing. I mean, I guess you can be, but it's not necessarily.
Okay.
Someone could, the Force could bypass shields because the Force is within them, and no, they can't. We've already talked about this. They are not capable of bypassing shields. That's why the droidicas were specifically made to fight against Jedi's, because they cannot use the Force on the other side of a shield.
Well, their argument is that the Force being in life forms would make it effective against Chief, because Chief's not a robot.
No,
Well,
there's
that would
also
that would
what
make
I
it
found
that
out-
wouldn't work, because the Force isn't just in life forms; it's in everything.
Yeah. I've
So
also
that
thought
would
There.
that wouldn't
Forces
be
and
good.
droids?
It should be in everything.
People
The Force is in
overestimate what's
everything. That's what they say.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like it should be in everything. Now, I don't think droids we're never seeing a droid that's capable of utilizing it as a weapon, but it is said to be in everything. So, I mean, how do they move rocks? You know, like the Force has to be in the rocks, right? like the Force has to be in the
rules
ships.
of telekinesis.
Well, the telekinesis is by controlling the Force. They're controlling the Force of whatever it is they're controlling, you know?
I know, but technically the Force doesn't I'm not gonna play these smart-ass semantics. Continue.
I'm not watching a YouTube video of somebody else's theory so that to back up your point, guy. I just that's not how I do things. I mean, if Game Theory, whoever that is, wants to come and talk to me about it, he could talk about it. But I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not.
That'd be cool.
I don't
Fucking
like.
Matt Pat gets on here.
I don't know who that is, but
Game Theory.
well, I connected the dots on that one.
That
yeah,
He doesn't know him past.
I
was actually
figured
a
that.
dumbass moment for me.
That is what it is. Ooh, I got 4. How did I get that? No, but okay. So are we done? Are we done with this one in particular?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay. All right. Cool. So
Anakin must.
we'll Anakin left. Yeah, everyone's gone. So okay. Well, I don't know. Do we even have enough people to continue the fucking stream? It looks like most people dipped. Here, I'll send Liam and Pebble. I'll send you back. If you guys get another debate, I'll let you back up as usual. Doug, was your dude here?
My dude here.
Yeah, because
Oh, yeah, that's right.
they're actually Jordan Mesa and Kana Kui. Congratulations, you guys kept the stream running for at least one more debate. So
That's
everybody thank those two for that.
I forgot me and Ellie 73CH, whatever that name is supposed to be in the audience. We were having that debate between
Elle, do you want to come in and have the debate?
yes, fucking.
Yeah, I love how you're
Dragon Ball
answering
versus
for him.
Dragon Ball.
Yes, you're getting your ass in here, you fucking
Yeah,
prick.
get up here. That's not what I meant. I was trying to back up your question. If that made sense.
Like, are you coming up? Yes, he's coming up. Don't even fucking ask him. His opinion doesn't matter.
I own him now.
Whether he
He's-
wants
he's
to
a
or
free
not, he's
debate.
getting his ass up here. That coward. Not letting him get away with his shitty opinions. Like, Jesus Christ, Doug, you want to chill out a little bit? This is a bit
Sorry,
much.
man.
Jesus.
Just, you know how I am when it comes to debates, bro.
Yeah, dude, I'm
You
so
know I-
into it. Did Elle tell us who he was?
Nope, he is staying quiet. I don't think he's interested.
Wait, Rouga Rabid doesn't know Matt Pat. What? I don't spend time on YouTube outside of my own videos. I don't watch. I watch some reviews for movies and games and stuff that I'm interested in, and that's about it. So anything like people always mention these people that I'm supposed to know that have like millions or billions or whatever of subs. I don't know any of them. Yeah, none of them. You could literally name anybody. I'm not gonna know who they are unless it's like, you know, Jeremy Johns or some other movie reviewer or something like that. Like, I know Schmoes know because they're movie reviewers. I will know a movie reviewer. I'll know a video game reviewer. And that's probably about it.
So CinemaSins.
I know CinemaSins. I haven't seen him in years, but I know CinemaSins.
Same.
can't-
That was my start to get in movie stuff.
Yeah, I probably haven't seen a CinemaSins video in well over 10 years.
Fair enough.
Long time.
What
But I
about
do know-
the Nostalgia Critic?
Yeah, I know the Nostalgia Critic.
Sweet.
I don't really consider him a reviewer as much as like a comedy thing.
That makes sense.
I don't think he really goes into like depth of why a movie's good or bad. It's. I mean, he usually has like he basically makes like a 30-minute video where he talks like he makes. Actually, I think his jokes are terrible. For some reason, his videos are entertaining, but I don't think he's funny. Like, it's the weirdest thing. It's like a weird sort of situation. I've literally he has never made me laugh once with any of his jokes, but I still find his videos entertaining. I don't understand why. Like, I don't get it at all. But like, has anyone ever laughed? Has anyone ever laughed at his jokes? Anybody in the stream, has you ever laughed at a single one of his jokes? I don't think I've ever.
I have, yeah. I can actually think of
I can't
a
think
joke
of
that had me laughing out loud.
I can't think of a single what joke, because I may have actually seen it, because I do watch his stuff.
Well, it was specifically during his commercial reviews that he was doing. It was he was doing a bit where he was he was doing a bit where a kid was where he got a toy for a kid, and it was annoying him, being like, "Hey Dad, look at what this kid doing! Dad, look! Hey Dad, look!" And eventually he just yells at him with a zombie face that I thought was funny, or some sort of face, some sort of edit.
Yeah, like I know him. I know him. I know like Angry Joe. That's another one where no, but I actually think Angry Joe does do pretty decent reviews for the most part. I don't think Nostalgia Critic has the best reviews. I don't think the jokes are all that funny, but for some reason I still watch the videos. I don't even know what I like about them. It's really weird, but I do watch them and I do kind of like them. Maybe, yeah, that might be it. You know, it's kind of got that. It's kind of got that whole like student film feeling to it, where it's like you can tell they're really trying and they're having fun, and like that's like it's enjoyable in that way. Maybe I don't know. I don't even mean to insult him. It sounds like I'm insulting him. I'm not trying to.
Being honest, really.
Yeah, I'm cool with like I like his stuff. I just don't know why I like his stuff. It sounds like an insult, but I'm not trying to insult him. I swear. I'm not trying to like start a fucking internet beef with fucking Nostalgia Critic. Wouldn't that be some crazy shit?
That would be.
Yeah, but yeah, I've seen him.
I just realized his name's Doug.
One reviewer I really miss, and I'm sure no one's gonna know who the fuck he is, but he used to work for GameSpot, and it was Kevin Van Ord. That dude, like I knew, like anytime if I would look up a review on GameSpot, this was back in like the early 2000s and probably quite a bit of the 90s as well. And I saw Kevin Van Ord was reviewing. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be a really good review. This is gonna be like good information and shit like that. And I really liked his reviews. And he doesn't work for GameSpot anymore. And I don't know what the fuck he's doing. And I was like, is he gonna go and like make his own reviews? Because I really liked listening to his reviews. He always was very insightful. And I don't have. Is that a glitch? Like this dude's like stuck in the wall here, and I don't know how to get over there. And now I can't get that crossbow. I think that was a bug. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to go over there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but that was good. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Jeremy Johns. I used to kind of not really watch Chris Stuckman, sort of, but I've heard that he's gone fucking insane and like he doesn't review anymore or something. I haven't seen his videos in a really long time, so I don't know. But apparently, ever since he started making movies himself, he doesn't feel right about critiquing them, so he won't say anything bad about movies now, which makes him not a film critique. So it's like, just stop critiquing movies. But he made his whole channel off critiquing movies, so it's kind of weird.
I guess he saw the flaws in his own movie making and he felt like a hypocrite.
No, well, it depends what he's trying to do. Like, if he's trying to get in with Hollywood and try and become a professional filmmaker, he's not going to make any friends by critiquing people's movies who he's working with. Like, you're literally, like, some directors have actually talked about this. Like, I think it was Quentin Tarantino, who is infamously just says whatever the fuck he wants to say. He straight up said he doesn't talk about new movies. He will not. Anyone who asks him what they think of a new movie, unless he loves it, he's not going to say anything about it, because he's actually not allowed to say anything negative. Not necessarily that he's not allowed, but he might piss off the wrong people, and it could make it harder for him to get movies made in the future. Like, he's actually talked about this. So it's very, very possible that that's what happened with Chris Stuckman. I don't know if that is. This is just a fucking guess, really, because I haven't even seen it. I don't even know if it's true that he's not like legitimately reviewing stuff. But I've heard that that's what like he doesn't actually say bad things about shit anymore. I'm trying to think of some other reviewers that I look at. ACG. I kind of like, although I do think he's been doing a lot of word salad reviews recently. He didn't used to. He used to say like really insightful shit, but now it's kind of like, what the fuck were you just saying? I don't even know what you were trying to say just now. Yeah, I don't remember some other stuff. Yeah, that's really all I watch though is movie and game reviewers. Anyway, I don't even know why I went off on that. Well, we have to get a new debate going. AVGN, yeah, that's the one where he talks super fast and shit. That's the one. I don't know Constant Cop. Well, he's only like less than 100 comments or something. How do we get on a Discord channel? Jared, you're on the like I have a thing over here. Hold up. It's there's a Discord link at the top of the fucking thing, the message thing. Just go up here and there's a link. Click on it.
Yeah.
Angry Joe, Jim, check your health bar. Check my health. Oh, too late though. I wasn't watching. Do we have a debate going? Jared, what?
Who's got a better advantage in a fight, a full-grown bear or full-grown bull?
Bear has hands, but a bull has horns. I don't know what's more useful, hands or horns. And can a bear overpower a bull?
I technically know the answer because there was a moment in American history where we did bull versus bear fights for a little while.
Okay, I'm gonna guess. I feel like if I had to pick one, I would rather be a bull because of the horns. But I feel like the bear won. Did the bear win?
So the bear was winning, but you're actually right because when they had a bunch of Spanish bulls that were fighting them, and there's a story about them originally having their horns shaved off so they didn't kill the bears because they were expensive. But after they gave them their horns, they were going back and forth killing each other. Bears were kind of winning the majority of the time. However, a farmer brought one of his own bulls who was over 1,300 pounds, and he gored a bear to death without getting injured. So,
nice.
Like when they have, so when they have,
well, yeah, but I mean, you could do the same.
Bull,
yeah, but you could do the same. You could do the same thing with a bear. You could be like, if you get like a real fucking big ass bear. Like, what kind of bears were it? Was it black bears? Was it grizzly bear? Like what?
They had grizzlies. They had grizzlies, and they were clocking in. Yeah, like 600-pound grizzlies. They max out at 800 though. So.
Oh shit! So the bulls are heavier than the bears. Oh, you know what? You gotta do a polar bear. They're bigger than grizzlies.
That is true. I feel like a polar bear would have a pretty good time with that. I don't know. I feel like he doesn't have as much fat to get torn into like a grizzly.
You know they're black.
that is true. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, they're. I just found this out a couple weeks ago. A polar bear, if you shave off all its hair, is black. It's like got dark black skin. I never knew. Like their thick is so. Their fur is so thick and it's like so white that they just look white. But if you shave it, it is black skin underneath. Like look it up. Look up a shaved polar bear. It's not what you would expect it to look like at all. It's kind of crazy.
I've never thought to look this up.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. They have the black noses, so it kind of makes sense.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're fucking black.
It looks like a cat.
Yeah, black fucking polar bears. Okay, where's Alex? Ella 7 whatever. Did you want to finish your Oblivion versus Skyrim debate? Because we'll put it unless someone else has a debate, but I don't see anybody else posting anything. So somebody post a debate, or I'll rape you.
Well, if that's the case, maybe I won't to debate.
Because you want me to rape someone?
No, me. What the fuck's wrong with you? Why would I want you to rape someone? Like, that's not me, motherfucker.
Well, because I said like I'll rape someone at the debate, if they don't say anything, and then you're like, well, I don't want anyone to say anything. And I was like, then you want someone to get raped?
No.
What show is better, Ed, Edd n Eddy or Rocco Modern Life? I personally liked Ed, Edd n Eddy better. I really love it.
I don't even know what Rocco is.
No, Rocco's Modern Life was a good show. It's not the show's fault. I was more of a Cartoon Network person than a Nickelodeon person, so I saw way more Ed, Edd n Eddy than I saw Rocco. Rocco was known for being very inappropriate. Like, it was pretty good at hiding super fucked up storylines behind not, whatever. But I remember there was one storyline where Rocco went and worked at like a sex phone operator's line.
I remember that.
Yeah, like
Yep.
there's a bunch of stuff that they did. That was the whole thing. Ed and Ed Eddie was just about 3 like shitty kids doing shitty kid stuff, and I liked Ed and Eddie. Eddie
It
was
pretty
awesome.
dope.
Yeah, no, Ed and Eddie's great. Let me see.
Surprisingly banger ending.
Ella is not answering me, so I don't think that he wants to come up and debate you anymore, because he's not.
Yeah.
He is not replying to me at all, and I've asked several times. So we need someone else. Somebody needs a debate. Peak Fang Wan versus. No, you have to have a debate partner.
SpongeBob versus Chowder. I'm pretty sure it's SpongeBob because Chowder doesn't do much Toon Force stuff.
I hate Chowder.
Yes. Rogo was talking about UL.
Yes, you were the one debating against Doug with the Oblivion
Hero
versus
Kabachi.
Skyrim, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the main characters.
Well, then yes, I'm talking to you. Don't have Mike.
Aw.
Oh.
Y'all
Okay.
good.
Okay, that means I have to rape you. That was the rules. Those
Yep.
were the rules. There was a guy
And I
named.
just had to stay here and watch.
He wanted to do Batman versus Wolverine. I mean, if he had a partner.
I feel like
If somebody needs to have a partner, and come on guys, we just had like 2 or 3 debates back to back. Y'all didn't prepare debates while we were all doing that. I am his partner.
trying to play good said that someone
Yeah,
else
I
named
see it.
Beyond Word. Yeah.
I see it. Okay, well you guys got to get in here so I can invite you up. Also, I am surprised Jim and stuff are being very quiet tonight. I haven't seen Jim post anything.
No shit. I'm pretty sure I saw one comment earlier from him, and that was it.
Let's see, Chowder in the wins finally and blah blah blah. Okay. Trying. You gotta tell me what your name is on here, or if you're even in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, there's nothing I can do for you. Trying to play good. And who else was it he was going up against? Jared Watson.
Jared. Oh, apparently Jim's been playing Deltarune.
Oh my God! Stop telling me you're here. Who are you? Gotta tell me who you are so I can invite you in.
Jared, tell us your first, last name, social security number, address, date of birth,
Nope.
of it.
No. Just a name. Name's enough. Also, I need your partner too. He needs to say, because if he's not replying, there's no point in me inviting you.
I think trying to play is right there, and maybe Jared is.
My name's
Jared.
Trying. Oh, he's the fucking seal dude again. Okay.
I mean,
And
it's Jared.
Jared. Okay, I'm inviting Jared because he's not answering. He's got to answer me before I invite him up. If he's not here, there's no point.
That's fair. I mean, I feel like Wolverine's got this. This really seems like an unfair debate.
Depends.
Yeah.
Depends.
It's up
Okay, so Jared's there. Okay, cool. So invite. If anybody else wants to come up and make this a 2v2 Batman Wolverine, then you guys could we could do that too, if that's something that you want to do.
I kind of think it's funny that Jared is the devil, and we know what happened to that computer search.
Jared's the devil? What?
He's talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Jared, the subway guy who liked to fuck kids.
Oh, the pedo. Okay.
Yeah, it was too easy of a joke, which is why I didn't make it. Lazy ass.
Fair enough.
Lazy. You are
You
lazy.
just showed up. What do you want?
Oh, you want to hear a joke? You want
No.
to hear a joke that's messed up? Okay.
A good one.
Well, I mean, I do have a good one.
All right, go for it.
What does 2016 and 2020 have in common?
What?
They were worried about a gorilla dying.
Are we calling Biden a gorilla?
No.
Who are we calling a gorilla?
The gorilla in 2020.
What happened in 2020?
I don't
Besides
fucking
COVID?
know. It's 2025,
Black
bro.
Lives
That's
Matter.
that's old.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about Floyd.
Okay. Well, we weren't worried about him dying. He died.
That.
And Harambe
It-
died.
That's
Yeah,
not
that's
what he meant.
2016.
Okay. He was just trying to say died past tense and said it incorrectly.
You fucked your joke
Yeah.
up, man. You fucked your joke up, man. Okay, I got one. I got one.
Oop.
I got one. What's the difference? What's the difference? Wait, hold up. Okay. What's the difference between an Al Qaeda camp and a middle school?
Tell me.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
just fly the drone.
Alright, I got one. It's one of my favorites.
Okay, go ahead.
So the other day I had gotten my my nephew a trampoline for his birthday, and that that selfish little bastard or ungrateful little bastard just sat in his wheelchair and cried.
I heard that one before.
Nice. Nice.
You mean to tell you? Can I tell you a really bad one that ends up being funny?
One more, and we'll see if anybody fucking has decided to join. Wait, where'd Jared go?
Yeah, no shit.
He
That's what
left.
I was wondering.
Did
What
he?
the fuck?
All right. What's
See,
the Twin Towers?
you
favorite
guys
type of pizza?
insulted him with the gorilla joke. That's what it was. It was not my Al Qaeda joke. It must have been your gorilla
Discord
joke.
apparently stopped working.
My
Yeah,
Discord not
probably.
working. My bad. Well, can you come back, or is that just a no go?
Just close it and then open it again. That's what I did.
I mean, honestly, normally I would move on, but we've got this is a very slow stream. We've got nothing happening, so I'm kind of just
Lee says he can be up.
I will say
right.
this though, with how slow this is probably going to be the last debate unless we get super chats and more activity going on.
I'm sorry. Never mind.
Because people keep just doing just the bare minimum to keep the stream going, but I'm really not doing a whole lot. It's a no go. Okay, Jared's not doing it. So Lee, you're coming up. I can't believe
I
can't believe how dead this stream has been. Is it because it's Father's Day? I honestly have no idea. This is the most dead it's probably been.
Yeah, that's what I
In
thought.
I
long
just been
time.
seeing a
Late.
bunch of $2 donations.
No, I'm not
That's all
talking about.
I've
I'm not
been
talking about
seeing
that.
this
I'm talking about
stream.
the actual number of people who are here. Normally, we have between somewhere. Low for last week and the week before that. The low is 40 people, and the high is 60, 70 people. We have not gotten over 30 people.
Maybe it's
this whole
because it's
stream.
Father's Day.
That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking, possibly. It really sucks that I couldn't stream yesterday because of the storm. Because yesterday I usually do it Saturday nights because I knew today was going to be Father's Day, but I couldn't. It just was what it was. It sucked. But you'd think, Father's Day's over.
Yeah.
It's fucking 11 p.m. The hell
Yeah.
are they doing now at Father's Day?
I mean,
Right.
I don't know. Still celebrating it. I don't.
Can I-
Most people just celebrate it still. I imagine if
Can I
they're
put-
halfway through.
Could be a
Why
Father's
would you
Day week for some people.
Can I tell my joke now?
Who the fuck ever says Father's Day week? I've never heard
It's a
that
dumb
before.
joke from Nickelodeon that I've heard of regarding birthdays, but I applied it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell my joke now. What's the Twin Towers' favorite type of pizza? Plain.
Thank you. That's so creative that I had to laugh at that. Haha.
That was,
Goddamn, Leo.
that was sarcasm. That was
Yeah, I know.
sarcasm that he had.
It's supposed to be bad.
Yeah, it's like a dad joke.
Anti-joke.
All right.
Yeah. Well-
Let's see. Didn't think these people had many
I'll make
dads.
sure-
Not gonna lie. Well, they apparently don't. Lee doesn't have a dad, or he has a shitty dad. And then I think it was
Lee's
Kane didn't have a dad, or he also had a shitty dad.
I
Or
had
he
that.
was a shitty
I-
son. That's what it was. He did have a dad. He was a shitty son. Somebody was a shitty son, and somebody else had a shitty dad.
Yeah.
I had the shitty dad. It looks like.
Yep.
guess.
Yes, that leaves
I
me
think
being
you're black.
Well-
but
I mean, you're black, so it's fine.
I'm not black.
You look
Where
at
are
your
these
picture.
allegations?
That is a black
Come
man
on.
in his picture. Is that okay, everyone? Is that not a black man? Here, look. I'm a fucking.
that's a light skin.
I'm pretty sure he's Hispanic. I just picked him because he's from
Look,
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Look at this picture right here, everybody. Look at the stream. Is this not a black man? Look at that. I don't even know if I can
Yeah.
make it. That is a black man.
Ruga, that's
Yeah.
just a,
That's
Ruga,
100% a black man.
A light
He's
skin,
Hispanic.
but still black.
Still black. That's not. No,
Probably
not.
Hispanic
No, it
or-
doesn't. Look at the hair. That's black,
yeah, no,
dude.
he's black. He's black.
He's absolutely 100% black. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, calling him
Yeah, he's
Mexican.
black.
You'd be racist to call him Hispanic.
I am.
mean, like,
I don't know.
I'm white, dude. I am really good at being able to tell when black people are black. Don't give me this.
if I showed you a picture of myself, and I had a milk jug right next to me, that milk jug would look dark.
that guy. See,
That
Jim.
guy-
Jim's saying that guy's white. See, Jim doesn't have. Jim lost his white guy powers. It's not. You lost your white guy card.
You're black, Jim.
Don't you mean my
No,
white
just
privilege card?
not white. He's off-white now.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Don't you mean our white privilege card?
What if no? Just the white card.
Oh, okay.
Whatever that means, whatever you want to use it for. You use it for privilege, You could pull
That
your
any better?
what if all the fathers are sleeping? They should be. It's fucking 11. Okay, are you guys going to debate or no? It's the same dude. It's the same dude. Lee. All right, are you guys
What
going to
debate were we even having?
You guys
Bro.
don't know?
I'm pretty sure it's who would win in a fight, Wolverine or Batman.
Yeah, Lee, do you know? I don't know who's Lee debating.
I know both. I mean, are we using movies or comics here? Because I think they
Let's do
vary a
movies
lot.
to make it fair.
How does that make
Movie?
it? How does that make it fair?
I have no.
Because I'm pretty sure movie Batman's missing a chromosome.
Movie
What, you're
Batman's
saying it
missing.
helps Wolverine?
I mean, like they're both missing a chromosome. so,
Okay.
like,
No, that's not my point.
Well,
You're
Wolverine
saying
I don't
that-
think it would make it
I
damn,
feel
but
it.
I don't think it would make it easier or harder either way because you're basically dealing with the same shit. I don't really see how like either way you're kind of. Actually, I think it would probably hurt Batman to put it in a movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That would be my guess.
I'm
Even
just
if
saying,
you use the strongest version of Batman, it would still hurt Batman to put him in a movie. Well, no, I'm lying. It wouldn't hurt him as much as I'm saying because he does just chuck Superman through several fucking stone pillars. Like it's
Oh,
no
you're talking
big
about
deal.
the Snyderverse?
That would be the one to
What?
use if you were going to use one. What other one would you fucking use?
What did you just say? Did you say
The Dark Knight
Spider-Verse?
trilogy?
Snyder. He said
Oh, okay.
Snyderverse.
I
The
heard
Dark Knight trilogy.
Spider-Verse. That makes more sense.
Yeah, Snyder.
You know, like the Tim Burton, like the one with the I forgot who plays him, but you know the best Joker.
Oh,
You wanna
Heath
know how I
Ledger.
got these scars, Batman?
Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
You want to use that version?
I mean, that's what I thought about.
Okay.
And
Then you lose.
And then.
I mean, who said I was gonna be Batman? I wanted to be Wolverine.
Well, you don't get
I
to
know a
pick
lot about
because
it.
you're picking it. You said if you're picking it, then you said. What do you mean? Who said? You fucking said.
Oh,
Wait,
You don't
is
get to-
anyone here to
you don't-
defend Batman?
You
I'm
don't get
pretty
to
sure I'm
pick.
retarded.
You don't get to pick his fucking part character for him. That's not. That's
I'm
not how this
using
works.
the fucking Superman versus Batman because I feel like unless the
Defending
like
Bat-
Batman has some kind of prep time, ironically, he can't win this because Wolverine just has
mean-
regeneration
It depends.
and like Batman's just a
It's not.
dude
It's not like he's never
most of the
dealt.
time.
It's not like he's ever dealt with people who have regeneration before.
I mean,
Not in the movies.
I mean, he dealt with
literally-
Yeah,
Superman
but
in
usually
the
knows that
movies.
beforehand.
Superman
No,
doesn't
I
have
just
realized how
regeneration in
terrible-
the same sense. He can heal.
No,
from
but he's
another area.
Superman. I feel like you're kind of downgrading the fact that he beat Superman in a fist fight.
with kryptonite.
With kryptonite. With kryptonite.
like
So
And with prep
with
time.
Kryp-
What do you mean?
With
So that is
kryptonite,
the
that
thing
heavily
about
weakens him.
Superman. He can't
That
be
heavily
beat unless
weakens
with
him.
kryptonite.
yes, but he gets chucked through several stone pillars.
That is impressive, but I don't
With-
think that's gonna overcome Wolverine's regeneration.
If you destroy his brain, it will.
radiation.
If you destroy his brain, if
like-
you destroy his brain, he literally forgets all of his memories. We know this.
That's true.
If you
but I
rock his
don't-
head hard enough, he will lose all his memories.
But wouldn't
But-
the amnesia guy just kill that? Like I don't see that. That wouldn't kill him though.
Doesn't adamantium cut for like anything? Or
I don't know
almost
about that,
anything?
but
It's hard. It's not said to cut through anything, but it's hard. Cuts through a lot of stuff.
I don't know if they can cut through aura.
But the armor that Batman has
He's-
was able
could
to take
resist
hits
Superman.
from Superman. He was chucked
Superman,
through.
yeah.
He
like,
was chucked through several walls. He was chucked through massive stone pillars. He survived. He fought against Doomsday. Like the armor, that ain't no bitch armor.
which version
it's
of
pretty
Wolverine
good.
are we using, by the way? Like, oh wait a minute, there's no.
the movies.
Yeah,
Does
what-
that include the Wolverine and well, there's even
Deadpool and
everything.
Wolverine is the only one worth using for this because every other version's just like a human with claws and healing. The one from Deadpool and Wolverine is the only one that actually has like the like super strength and can do superhuman things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Use that version.
You also have to
That's
remember
what we're
that
working with.
Wolverine is fast. Too. He's pretty fast
But
and pretty
couldn't.
strong.
Okay,
But,
so
like-
hear me out. What?
He
what?
fights Superman.
Yes,
Superman's pretty fast himself, and Batman's
he-
like
Yeah, but that-
fighting him on
Kryptonite.
par.
we
He
can't.
has
Yeah,
express
kryptonite,
you
but
also
that-
have to remember.
No, but
every
we
time
don't
it's-
have to
a lot
we
of
don't
people-
have to disregard the kryptonite, or we don't have to. We're not disregarding the kryptonite, but we see the things he does against Superman during that fight. Again,
We also
he
have to-
he grabs him.
Superman is still flying.
He
and
grabs
shit.
him with a rope and he swings him, smashing through several massive stone pillars. I don't think you realize how much strength that requires. It's not. He doesn't grab him by the leg. He has a like
Cable, yeah.
fucking 20-30 foot cable and then swings him with enough force that he lifts off the ground and flies through the air like 15-20 feet off the air and then just starts smashing through stone pillars. The amount of physical strength that would require in order to do is not a human being. It's considerably stronger than anything that we see even the strongest versions of Wolverine do.
Superhuman.
I also
Yeah,
think
but
it's very easy to argue that he's significantly more physically skilled than Wolverine is. Wolverine
One
never
thing
fights.
I was-
Go ahead.
One thing I'm gonna ask is, how much does Superman weigh? Does he weigh like a normal human being, or
That's
Normal
does
too
he
human
bad.
weigh
being.
as much as a thing?
I mean, normal human
Like,
beings
200
aren't
pounds?
like 6'3" and have as much muscle as he does. I mean, I wouldn't say it's superhuman levels of weight. He would probably weigh about, but
Like, I'm
with
saying-
the armor, I assume it would be
Cool.
pretty weighty. You know.
Like what I'm saying is,
Also, what can
but
he
Superman's
use?
weighted
Can
at?
he call in? Because we know he can call in his car and his ship with remotely.
Yeah.
So would he be able to do
Yeah,
that
I
if he's
assume he would
fighting
get-
against Wolverine? Because if he's doing
Yeah.
if he's doing that, he could literally call in a thing, and then they could just like start fucking peppering the shit out of Wolverine, just blowing him to pieces.
One thing, there's been one thing on my mind though, that isn't Schneider version, isn't the Schneider version of Superman weaker than like normal Superman? Like
Yeah.
where he is in the comics.
Somewhat, but still like crazy
Considerably.
Way, way weaker.
But so is all these characters. If you're using the movie versions, they're all weaker than their comic book versions, including
I don't
Wolverine.
know. I mean, if we use the comic version of Batman, he probably would win. Which like, I forgot the name of the suit. It's in, I think, Infinite Crisis, the one that like feeds on soul power.
There's 100 different ways he can
Yeah.
win. He literally has weapons that can negate healing factors. Like he's got all kinds of shit. There's 1,000 different
Yeah.
ways he can win. The
Wait, hold
like-
on. What do you mean negate the healing factor? Which ones?
He has weapons. I believe he has a gas bomb that negates healing. I think at one point, I'm not counting, but I think he used the God Blade at one point, which can negate healing factors.
Wait.
He's had to fight
Talking
again.
comic?
Yeah, I'm talking comic. I'm not talking.
okay.
I'm not talking movies.
Okay, I was real confused there.
No,
Like, what movies
I
do
was
you watch?
specifically talking about the comics. Yes, he has stuff.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah,
I
he's-
have
Wild
no.
shit.
I just had a brain blast and a way better idea to who faced Batman against.
Fucking Jimmy Neutron reference.
Hey,
Random
But
Jimmy Neutron
What about
reference.
Iron Man? What about Iron Man? They both have like mini suits for mini.
I mean, that's
occasions.
not like a special thing. Like a lot of people like to compare those two, but we're got to stick to whatever debate they're having. We can't just keep
Yeah.
changing. New debate, new people.
But-
That's how it works.
based on the information and based on what he has said,
Rouga.
and Wolverine's ability to basically be invulnerable from the waist down, since his healing factor is almost instant. Not instant, almost instant. I always have to say that to people who disagree with me on this stuff. It takes longer for him to grow back limbs. Wait, I don't think he can grow back limbs. I'm pretty sure that's just Deadpool.
He's never lost a
But-
limb because the adamantium
Adamantium.
skeleton has basically made it so that he hasn't lost any limbs. To be fair, we've
Yeah.
never seen him take a hit where he could lose a limb. In the comics, he can
Yeah.
lose limbs because his ligaments aren't adamantium. But we actually haven't seen him ever come to the point where he's lost a limb in the shows. He's never had like his arm sliced off or anything like that. That's never happened. Actually,
But to flex-
we do know he can. Because in Deadpool versus Wolverine, when Deadpool starts fighting with his skeleton, the skeleton starts ripping apart as he's throwing it around. So we know the bones aren't attached, so he can absolutely 100% lose limbs.
But that depends. Can you
Wait, when
regrow
did-
them limbs?
What scene
No.
in Deadpool versus Wolverine?
In Deadpool Wolverine,
But
at
you-
the very beginning, when the opening credits roll, Deadpool
Yeah.
uses Wolverine's skeleton as a weapon and starts swinging it around, beating up a bunch of people, and the limbs start spreading, like falling apart. He doesn't just the skeleton doesn't stay together. That means that the
That could
ligaments.
be because
What? If the ligaments
I
are
was gonna say
adamantium, then they wouldn't be gone. They would still attach the skeleton together.
But isn't the only reason why the whole Vince that he's dead is because of Logan? He got shot in the head.
Yeah,
just
but
an
what's that
adamantium
got to do
bullet.
with but what's that got to do with the skeleton being
I mean,
apart
it's
or
old
not?
man Logan, so it could be deteriorating.
No, it's
That-
not the adamantium. Adamantium's indestructible. It doesn't deteriorate. It's not Old Man Logan. It's the same Logan from the other movies. It's based on the story
Yeah,
Old Man
it's-
Logan, but it's the same Logan. But
I mean, well, I want to.
The main reason why I was saying that is because of his healing factor and maybe the
Everything's
ligaments.
fucked.
Maybe when he's alive, or I'm stuttering. But what I thought would happen is the ligaments just fell out.
why would they? How if they just fell out? First off, okay, I feel like you're not getting what I'm saying.
Or
If
loosen.
the ligaments and if he cannot be sliced, his limbs can't be sliced off. The only way that would be possible is if the connective tissue that connects the bones to each other was also adamantium. If that was the case, after he dies, his skeleton should still be permanently bound together. But it's not. We see in Deadpool versus Wolverine when he's fighting with the skeleton, it starts falling apart, and each of the bones are covered in adamantium, separated from each other. This means that you could technically remove a limb from Wolverine, and Wolverine has never once shown being able to grow an entire limb.
Yeah. But what I was trying.
Wait.
what I was saying at the
We've
beginning is
seen
that-
Wolverine survive being completely disintegrated in the movies, and it healed so fast he couldn't
No,
be
he didn't.
disintegrated.
No, he didn't.
We watched
He
his
can't
whole
even be
chest
disintegrated.
get
No,
barely
he didn't.
disintegrated,
He
so
did
you
not
saw all the
disintegrate.
insides.
He did not disintegrate. He was,
It was disintegrating, and he couldn't.
but it didn't
happen
fully
because it was
disintegrate.
healing too-
But it didn't fully disintegrate.
Okay, there's one thing I've been
But
wondering.
that's still superior to a limb coming
Um,
off. It's
No, it's not.
replenishing
You're not-
everything disappearing.
No, because you're not growing a limb back. His skin burnt, and you can
True.
see his organs on the
His
inside.
whole-
That's not.
yeah.
That's not unusual for
Yeah.
what we normally see him do. That's not growing an entire limb.
Yeah.
In
and-
fact,
yeah,
a
Wolverine
character
only-
who has significantly better healing factor than him, Deadpool, we see takes days for him to grow his limbs back. Because he loses
Which-
limbs in Deadpool too. And he has a better healing factor than Wolverine does.
I mean, if he's right next to the
We've
limbs and he
seen
just
more with
picks it
him.
back up and puts it on, it nearly instantly regrows. It only takes a couple minutes. If you
Wait,
just,
what
like,
are we talking about?
put-
Wolverine?
That's in comics that Deadpool.
I'm talking about
does that,
Deadpool, how-
and
No, in the
Yeah.
movies,
Deadpool's
in the
healing
movies, it
factor
took
in
several
comics.
days for him to grow his limbs back. He had the little baby legs. They made a whole joke about it.
Yes.
Have you forgot that scene where he blew himself up and then maybe I think in the time span it was a couple hours.
We don't
later,
see
he
the
was
time
back
span.
fully-
There is no time span in that scene. The next scene
But-
just skips to a different point. I'm not forgetting. You're adding scenes that we didn't see. There's no time span there. I cannot find this fucking thing. I can't find this fucking
But
boss.
we also have to, what you said is how to destroy the brain. That's saying, would Batman's suit break adamantium?
Yeah, because
Even break the brain?
I don't.
Yeah,
he
that
doesn't.
is a question.
My point is he doesn't have to break adamantium. He could just pull the bones apart because there's nothing connecting the adamantium together to keep it going. He could
But
literally
could
slice
he-
through it or rip an arm off, and Wolverine wouldn't be able to grow it back. And even if Wolverine could grow it back, which there's no evidence of because we've never seen him grow a limb back, the limb that grows back would not also be adamantium.
Okay, so here's my question: in what position is Batman pulling off these limbs and is not in range to have a blade? A claw go?
He's a
into his
better
mouth?
fight. He doesn't because like we already talked about how he can literally control his car and his ship without ever going anywhere near Wolverine. He's also a
Then he-
much better fighter. He's also physically stronger.
I don't see any situation where
He also
well,
has.
if he's
He
gonna
also has
take
everything. He is also a master at stealth. He has stun grenades. He has
smelled.
smoke grenades. He has grapple guns that he can use to strap him on. He can literally strap him. That he can literally shoot him with a fucking grapple gun, strap it to the back of his car, and have his car just drive off, and just drag for miles. Like there's so many things that he could do because of all the different crazy weapons that he has.
Wolverine could
including-
cut through the grapple gun. He could smell him when he's trying to stealth him, and which is both of those plausible based on the movie. Wolverine has smelled dudes that are trying to. sneak
Not
up
if
on
they're
him.
smoke grenades. That's what a smoke grenade does.
Yeah. Rook is
Does
right.
it?
But
Would it
there's one thing I
fucking
want
smell
to
him?
ask.
What's up?
Are we including their natures as like a person too, or no?
What do you mean
if
their
we do,
nature?
then
Well,
Batman
wouldn't bother to kill.
Batman
is
never
the
really
point.
tries to rip off limbs. That's
Batman
not his style.
murders in the Snyderverse. He is a brutal murderer. He brands dudes, sends them to prison so that they get murdered. We see him kill tons of people. He crushes a dude with a car. We see him chuck a grenade at a guy. Yeah, he murders people in that movie.
Oh.
Like badly.
I don't like the Snyderverse.
Yeah, no. A lot of people don't, but yeah, he's a murderer in that.
So wait, I'm trying to think if Wolverine could claw through his suit though, because this is more like a simulation. He clawed through that one Sentinel in the
Silver Samurai armor.
No, there was that, but I think that was just adamantium armor. But I mean, like in the third movie, I think they were in a training simulation. He cut off the head of the fucking.
Yeah.
It was a training simulation. You kind of said it yourself there.
I know. I mean, how I know. There's still the question of how they had the damn information, but regardless.
But if you've seen Days of Future Past, you know that those Sentinels are actually real.
But no, that's a totally
Not
different
Future
Sentinel
Past.
that he fights. It doesn't look anything like the Sentinel that he fought in the simulation. They're totally different.
But there's one.
Even the purple
But there's
ones are
one main
different.
thing too. You also have time. They could have just changed it. But
They didn't.
if
We don't.
looking
How
Future
do they
Past-
change? They're not real. They don't even actually call them Sentinels in that. They're just fighting giant robots in a simulation. They don't actually introduce Sentinels in the series until later.
Yeah,
Now
the
they
robot in
do-
the simulation looks like the original comics. They weren't said as such.
Yeah, I mean they do. Technically, they have two versions of the Sentinels in Days of Future Past. There's the future versions that are all slim, and there's the bigger ones. But even those don't look like the ones that they fight in the simulation. They still look totally different.
Yeah.
I need to go. I need to rewatch Future Days Past.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good movie in my opinion.
Yeah, like for the when it came out at the
That's
time, I
pretty
thought
cool.
I thought it was one of the best comic book movies that had released. I thought it was great.
But you know something that I watched today in real, since I love the Injustice comics, but it is kind of different from the movie. From the movie. It's like, huh. I mean, it does make
The
sense.
movie's fine.
I've heard-
I wish they made they explained why Plastic Man was helping instead of just
Guys,
do hero stuff.
try sticking to the debate. At least attempt to stick to the debate.
The debate is over, I
Billy
guess.
Gooses.
Yeah, we already
Yeah,
knew
it's not a
Batman won.
single counter argument. Yeah, Batman wins.
I haven't conceded. Screw you. I'm pretty sure
So
Wolverine has stabbed through metal at some point. Can stab through his
He
armor. and
has.
any
We've
vehicle
already
that-
talked
that-
about that,
through
but we've
metal.
already talked about that.
Batman just can
Batman's
throw-
strong. Batman's stronger. He's a better fighter, and he could defeat him without ever going anywhere near him with all of his gadgets.
The strength comes from the suit, so the more that damage.
The strength
that
does
goes
not
down-
come from the suit. Snyder specifically
Really?
stated that it gives him no strength enhancements. It is only for durability.
Good God, how fucking bad of writing is this had to be?
That's yeah. Bad
Schneider-
writing for the win
Schneider-
in this particular case.
Yeah.
You
baby.
assholes took advantage of poor writing. That is horrid. But I still don't digress to the fact that Wolverine could pierce his armor, and any stab is gonna fuck up any action that Batman could do afterwards. He can't heal. He's
Batman
human.
could just punch him.
He could, well, what
Yeah,
if he
I'm
gets
a-
stabbed in the
yeah,
arm or
Schneider's probably
stabbed
gonna
in
say,
the stomach?
He has. He got
That's
stabbed in the
assuming
shoulder,
Wolverine
and he
gets
completely
clothed.
ignored it in the movie.
I said stomach, and
Yeah.
that is a way more debilitating stab to
Yeah,
your that is way more debilitating to your
That's
forearm than
if
shoulder.
Wolverine even gets close.
Depends where.
with
But yeah,
his
that but
passion.
I've already answered that. He's not going to. He has ways of being able to deal with Wolverine before Wolverine can even know he's there. He's a stealth master,
He could just
and he can
sneak.
fight him without ever going
Yeah.
near him. He could literally just get in his car and mow him over. Like, he doesn't have to actually fight him. Because he can, and I wouldn't normally say that unless but the only reason why I'm saying that is because he can call his car to come to him wherever he is. It doesn't. It's not considered outside help or preparation.
I mean, that's
There's
fair, but I don't see
there's
that
another battle-
killing him, like him getting ran over by a car. Like Wolverine can.
All he
survive
has
that
to
and
do,
stuff
we
like
know
that.
because of X-Men Origins Wolverine, all he has to do is destroy the brain. If you do enough damage to
Right.
his head, where you rock him hard enough, his brain will be destroyed and he will lose all his memories. That's a win.
I
He
thought
has
X-Men
taken
Origins isn't
hits from
canon.
Colossus. He has taken explosions and
coming.
all sorts of things to rock his
That's
brain
coming.
and not have to have those side effects.
That's
When
comics.
does he
This is
get? When
movies.
does Colossus hit him in the head and rock his head like that? Colossus is him and he never even meets Colossus. Colossus in the
Juggernaut. Oh my
in the
God,
original.
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Juggernaut, my bad. Juggernaut did that. My bad. Juggernaut.
Juggernaut's not that strong in that movie. He never hits him in the head.
That's the
He
That's
takes him off
the-
his feet and he with
Not
a
in the
punch.
face.
it's-
Shoots him in the chest,
That's
and
what
then
X-Men-
Clothesline.
and there's
It was
a-
whole
a
That's
clothesline
X-Men's
is
last-
not rocking his head. I'm talking about shaking his head to the point. If I clothesline you, I'm not going to give you brain damage unless your head hits the ground really hard. But that entire fight is just Colossus just now you got me doing it. It's just Juggernaut throwing him around a lot. Like, it's not like he never like legitimately hits him. He never like punches him and causes any bleeding or bruising or anything like that. He never hits him like that.
Well, there's still
Wait,
plenty
so
of
I have a
moments of
question.
him being thrown around for
when in
brain
the
damage
movie
for the human
when
anatomy.
in the movie did sorry when in the movie did he fight Juggernaut? I thought X-23 fought Juggernaut.
No, he fights Juggernaut when they're trying to get what's her face, the Phoenix in X-Men
Yeah.
3. But it's a very short fight, and it's basically just Juggernaut throwing him around.
Plenty of
Oh.
moments for brain damage to happen that didn't happen.
Ugh.
for
When
normal
did the
humans.
when was there a moment for brain damage?
When he went through the wall.
So I've gone through a wall.
Yep.
Have you checked to make sure he didn't have a little bit of brain damage from that?
Not enough that I
Like, what's
lost.
gonna
Not enough that I lost all my memory.
I mean, fair, but So do we know that
Batman is stronger in his movies than Juggernaut is in his.
Yeah.
Considerably so. That shouldn't be the
But if we
case,
do wanna-
but it is. let me make
if
that
you wanna
clear.
Go by any media, like if it's the other movies beside the Snyderverse, Wolverine has a higher chance of winning. The comics, Wolverine's just not winning at all.
Depends on the
But-
situation. I mean, it depends on the situation. Like, it's actually
If
kind of interesting.
Injustice comics,
In the comics, it's kind of interesting because Batman is a master ninja, but Wolverine is the world's greatest hunter. Which
I want to see that.
which is awesome, actually, if you really think about it. That's really cool. That
Yeah.
makes it a
It would
very
be a game of-
interesting matchup.
the best
It would be a
ninja
game
versus
of
the
cat
best
and
hunter?
But Wolverine is
Absolutely
not the world's greatest hunter, or even really has all that many hunting-based feats in the movies, so it's not really relevant.
Yeah, only really hunts
Yeah.
a bear and sniffs stuff.
Yeah, like the government literally, Hulk and Wolverine met because the government went to find Wolverine because they wanted him to track down Bruce Banner because they didn't know where he was, and they went after the world's greatest hunter, who was Wolverine.
Yeah. One thing I was gonna ask
So,
about all of this is
Too much of a
what version, if we were gonna do comics, what version of Batman would it be? Because it can't be Infinite Crisis. You know what's gonna happen there. I mean,
What
like
version
Doom Guy.
What version of Batman would it be? Wait,
Yeah,
wait. I'm
'cause it
sorry. What's
can't
the
be
question?
the-
I'm not even gonna lie. I wasn't even listening. What was the question?
I was
If we,
gonna
if
say
we use
if we were gonna
comics,
do
which
comics,
Batman would it be?
if we were gonna do comics, and which version of Batman would it be? Because it can't be Infinite Crisis, because that suit would make Make it look like the.
I don't
eh,
know.
Make it look
Whatever.
like the
I'm sure
Omni-Man
I'm sure there's
versus Homelander
50
fight.
different
Salute.
kinds. I'm sure it's 50 different. Look, wait. To stop getting off fucking topic. Is there a concession? Does Batman? Well, no. Doug has not
Wolverine
conceded
loses
yet.
real-
Doug has not conceded yet.
Doug, if you concede, I'll give you a big
Well,
kiss on
Doug
the lips.
gets off the stage.
You think I need that from you? Like how insulting of you to I'm kidding.
He gets
yeah,
he gets his kisses from me, sir.
Damn right.
He doesn't need any. He doesn't need any other kisses. He's a one kissing guy. You know.
Wolverine.
Very
Yeah.
respectful.
No one else like yes.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
joke's on you. I'm a minor.
Did you? So I'm an electrician. Who cares?
Oh my.
Whoa.
That's how I roll. Play ignorant.
That's gonna be.
That's
That's gonna
my.
be the same style as Diddy.
That's my defense.
No, wait, no, you'd have to like that, wouldn't you?
Is it true that he told you he was a minor? Yeah. I was an electrician. I thought we had some stuff in common. We were both in the construction industry. You know.
But yeah,
Damn.
I'll say that I do concede though because I don't know if anything I can't think of anything that was destroying concrete that Wolverine gone up against.
Because he's
It's like-
not like
Is
the
it
movies
true
for a
that you knew
very
he was a
the first movie we've seen that even gave him any form of super strength was the Deadpool versus Wolverine. He has like one kind of scene in Logan where he's shown jumping farther than a normal person can. But for the most part, and I think maybe he did it another time in Wolverine 3, but I'm sorry, in X-Men 3. But yeah, he's basically just shown to be like a regular dude with some blades on his hands and healing factors.
Hey, Rouga,
What's up?
have you seen the New Mutants movie? I haven't watched it. And I was
You
wondering if it.
fucking love getting off topic. It's their favorite thing, getting off topic.
Now get off the stage.
All right.
I cannot find these fucking bosses. It's super irritating. All right, is there even anybody still
What game are
here?
you playing?
Still to Fate. Yeah, there's still fucking 22 people here for some reason. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's time to end the stream because we haven't I've just been going on and there's no super chats or nothing for a really long time. So
Gay.
yeah, is what it is. Is what it is. No, I got it. It's just what it is.
Can we end it off on a funny joke?
Maybe.
If you want.
Is it
All right.
funny?
It needs to be funny
What's
though.
the difference between a bad golfer and a bad skydiver?
What?
One goes thwack, damn. The other one goes damn, thwack.
That's a golden gold.
Okay.
I feel like I've heard that before.
I haven't. Not even gonna lie. Never heard it.
So funny.
He,
So funny.
he laughed. I believe that laugh. I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's real. It's now I'm gonna have to end my fucking stream off of that. That's some horseshit. This is one of my
Fine.
shortest streams. I've never had a stream that's only 4 hours long. That's crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, that's great.
Fine.
That's super duper.
Why can't
crazy.
blind people go skydiving?
Because they're not allowed to be on the same plane as white people.
It scares the hell out of the dog. It scares the hell out of the dog.
I don't think I
The
get
what?
that one. I don't think I get that one. It scares the hell out of the dog, but I don't think I get that
The
one.
service dog. They bring the service dog with them when they jump.
You said black people or blind? I thought you said black people.
Blind people.
I thought you said black people too.
I heard black people. I heard black people.
Whoa.
I did not heard blind people at all.
That's
Same.
racist.
I
I wasn't
didn't-
mentioning the Man of
That was-
Steel.
Okay.
Yeah,
More correctly, I wasn't mentioning the Man of Steel.
The Man of Black.
No, I said the Man of Steel.
Was that a question? I don't understand what you're. I
What
don't
was your
understand.
question? Have we
It's
We
seen
know
not
who that
Steel.
is.
It's yoinking something and taking it without paying for it. It's a
Okay.
joke because black people steal.
I don't-
I Lost Soul made an N-word joke.
These are really good. These are
very
amazing.
funny.
I've never.
I'm
I've
gonna
never-
laugh.
Do you know why black people are afraid of chainsaws?
Why are black people afraid of chainsaws?
I'm not saying it. I hope that everyone would know that as I say it.
Oh, yeah, I get it. I
There we
get
go.
it.
Go on.
I will say though, you're a pussy for not finishing the joke.
Fair enough.
The
I am what I eat.
for people who don't get it, it's because chainsaws make the sound nigga 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 nigga. That's the answer to the joke. That Doug, don't tell a joke if you can't finish the fucking joke.
So
Well, it's the first time that people didn't. Well, you know, but this first time been around people who didn't know that joke's answer before.
Doesn't
I even
matter.
said
If
it.
you're gonna say the joke, you answer the you tell the joke all the way. It's cowardly to tell the joke. It's cowardly to tell the joke. And I think any black person would tell you to fucking finish the joke.
Yeah.
Not to be a bitch.
Have you ever wondered?
Fair.
Have you ever wondered why? I can't do the joke. It's too messed up.
Can I do it?
Okay.
Well, I
Well-
started a trend apparently.
I would say
Sorry,
I don't care. I would say that this stream is probably one of the worst streams we've ever done.
What's the difference between your wife and a grenade?
And you guys get to be a part of that, and possibly even the cause of it.
The grenade doesn't have a headache.
Yeah, no, that's great. So I guess we're just gonna end it here.
Nothing. If you pull the ring out, the house goes
Awesome.
away.
That's amazing. Great. We're gonna end
Yeah,
it here.
wow.
So I'll see you guys next week. Hopefully, stream goes better. It's more active, and we got more shit going on.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I think this was
fucking
I think this was a Father's Day situation.
Yeah.
That's my assumption. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's the
How
entire
much cash did you make off this stream?
$136, but they take about 30%. So not a lot, a little over 100.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's well, like you say, like, oh, that's not bad, but I mean, it's fucking for 4 hours. It's like it's over 4 hours, almost 5 hours. So it's like a little over $15 or something. Is what I'm probably gonna end up making an hour, which is
Even a livable wage.
not even a livable wage. So yeah, no, it is what it is. I probably should have ended it a lot sooner. It just is. But yeah, anyway.
I did it when we started calling GIFs.
What?
Probably should have ended
Thank you,
it
Rouga.
then.